Great Voyage, Rob Nami onto the boat. Author, Naruto. Start. Chapter 126. Chapter 126. Momohiliu, Twist Over, Smash Card 2, World Conscription. Revival of the Fruit Awakening. If you take the time to study, then the concept development that was once envisaged can basically be realized. Bai Yu's mood was suddenly very good, and even the look in Dorag's eyes was a little kinder. Well, nice tool, man. Noticing Bai Yu's inexplicable look, Dorag only felt the hair in his heart, and immediately threw away his thoughts. Thank you, Lord Demon King, for curing the bear's body. It's just a deal. Bai Yu declined to thank him, and then became a little kinder. As the saying goes, meeting is a fate. I am very happy to see you, my friend. Bear, my friend, who said they were going to find Dorag and snatch the beautiful women of the Revolutionary Army. Dorag, happy to see me, who just told him with an impatient and indifferent face not to talk nonsense, and could only say 3 sentences. The Demon King is too fickle. Bai Yu ignored the complicated looks of the two and continued. Is there anything else to say? First of all, I would like to remind you that there is no need to talk about cooperation and the like. The Revolutionary Army has the only role, that is, before Bai Yu finished snatching the girl, distract the attention of the world government, so as not to disturb Bai Yu Yaxing. In Bai Yu's eyes, the Revolutionary Army, as a tool man, was not as strong as Tiki. At the very least, Tich was able to give him a constant collection of demon fruits, and that was enough. And the Revolutionary Army, in addition to having a few girls to grab, what is the value? Directly negative. Dorag was not discouraged, and said calmly, the Revolutionary Army welcomes any like-minded friend. After all, we all have common enemies. Comrade Dorag said it well. Bai Yu couldn't help but clap his hands. Comrade? Dorag and the bear looked at each other and their eyes lit up. Are like-minded friends who strive for common ideals and careers comrades? Please ask Comrade Bai Yu to teach you. The two opened their mouths at the same time, and this dragon and bear were inexplicably energetic. The corners of White Feather's eyes twitched. He just casually said, the comrade, a dragon and a bear, don't be so serious and serious. Is it okay? Bai Yu, who had never thought of perfecting any ideas for the Revolutionary Army, waved his hand and said, there is no need to teach. If nothing else, you'll leave, and I'll visit you another day. The dragon and the bear were secretly disappointed, but the hosts are rushing people, and the guests are not embarrassed to stay. Hearing the visit, the bear was a little wary. After all, Bai Yu had said to him that he was going to rob people, and when he left, he must remind Dorag. A breeze blew through. Dragons and bears disappeared. Concept development pops everything up. I wonder if you can pop out my space imprint. White Feather smiled. The headquarters of the Revolutionary Army, Baldigo, the island of White Earth on the Great Sea Route, is not sure to be able to find the island if you know the name of the island. And there is no pointer. Bai Yu didn't bother to look for it. Another day, along with the spatial imprint on the bear's body, it directly teleported past. Even though the bear was not at the headquarters at the time, Bai Yu still had a way. Rush. The White Feather disappears. At present, on a ship that was not far from Shuixianxing Island, Bai Yu came directly here. Captain. Seeing the appearance of the White Feather, Kataguri, Cavendish and others were somewhat surprised. I'm here to deliver the fruit. Bai Yu casually took out 3 demon fruits, and handed one to Xilu. Xilu, Momo fruit, you come to eat it, and try to develop it. Captain Xi. Rain's eyes lit up suddenly, and the Momo fruit was definitely much stronger than the transparent fruit he wanted to eat. Greatly increases his movement speed, attack speed and destructive power. If any concept class is developed, it may be possible to increase the number of life and so on. Top Superman, crushing fruit, can crush everything. This is the leader of the Revolutionary Army. The treasured devil fruit. Bai Yu told the name of the fruit and handed it to Kataguri. What glutinous fruit of yours should be changed? Captain Xi. Kataguri visibly felt his hand tremble a little. Crush everything? As soon as I heard it, I knew that it was much stronger than his glutinous fruit. That's the top of the line. Coupled with the domineering true solution plus gravity space, he is sure to advance to the top strong within a few years. Mingo, yours. White Feather threw the last fruit of Doflamingo. When I went to the Holy Land before, I took a few of them, and this one is the top Superman series. Twisted fruit. Doflamingo leaned forward and said, Captain, thank you for your cultivation. Twisted power. This one is the fruit ability that Bai Yu believes is most suitable for concept development, and it is very likely to be developed. Routine attacks. Twist everything. When it comes to concept development, warp space, warp time, etc., it is not impossible. As for distorting reality, distorting the world, or whatever, that would be an exaggeration, and any world pays attention to the balance or power. Fruit development. Not only the brain hole is enough. Burning fruit exhausting 10,000 crossers do not want to develop the power of the sun, unless open and hanging. You just burn. How much temperature can you have? And the sun is nuclear fusion. The essence is different. So, burn the fruit. Don't mention it. You don't need to be envious. There are many good abilities in the world. Bai Yu comforted slightly. Cavendish smiled. Ben Shao. Cough. I'm not envious. I love my own flash fruit. He felt that like the captain, with a dashing and free teleportation, The hansom was finished. Not everyone was on this ship, and Bai Yu glanced at it and said, "If you want the ability, go and plunder it." Card 2, Mingo don't move. Rumble. White feathers are armed and released. The condensation turned into an armed giant hand, and directly squeezed Car and Mink in his hand and squeezed them fiercely. Click, click. The cracking sound of bones that made everyone's scalps tingle continued to sound, and the blood stained the ground. Rush. Bai Yu led the two to the gravity space, directly transferred the fruits of the two seriously injured people, and recovered from the injuries. "You are now incapable of eating fruit." Bai Yu casually threw the glutinous and thread fruit into the ring and gave it to the other crew. Aha! After recovering from his injuries, Katakuri breathed a sigh of relief and said gratefully, "Captain Xi, for the grace of reconstruction." Being able to be valued and cultivated by the captain is a blessing that I have cultivated in my 10 lifetimes. Dover's little pat on the back without a trace. Katakuri glanced at Dover, secretly writing it down in a small notebook. Well, cultivate hard. Sending Katakuri and Doflamingo back to the ship, Hakuba thought about it for a moment. The Navy headquarters moved to the New World, the joy of housewarming. "Do you want to send a gift? After all, my Demon King is a very good person." New naval headquarters. There is no space mark on me there, and it will not be convenient to attack in the future. Half a month later, the sea islands between the Water Star Island and the Demon King Sea were all included in the Demon King Sea, and the evil party princes and nobles who were sluggish and disobedient were all killed. For more than 10 consecutive days, the entire New World was incomparably silent, and the major forces gazed at the Demon King Sea from afar. This was the first time that Bai Yu had unleashed his claws on the outside world after he reached the top, and his first shot was blood-staining the sea. Many second-line forces were worried, afraid that the Demon King would continue to conquer ambitiously. After opening up the sea area, Bai Yu's order was to stick to the defensive line and develop steadily, which made many forces breathe a sigh of relief. Equally relieved was the Navy that would move its headquarters to the New World. Headquarters under construction. The Navy had no time and did not want to provoke the Demon King. The headquarters of the new Navy has been moved to the G1 branch of the former Navy of the New World, located in the first half of the New World, far from the last half of the White Feathers Water Star Island. What happened to the world's conscription, and what strong people have appeared? After leaving office, Sengoku and Carp rested for nearly a month before returning to their headquarters. Carp is still the same, but he looks a little older. The warring states changed even more. No longer a marshal, nor do you have to pay too much attention to the image of the black hair and the like. Now also a white hair. Red Dog smoked a cigar and said more seriously, "Not yet. No hurry. This is just the beginning. Everything will be fine." Sengoku is currently ranked as Grand Inspector of the Naval Headquarters. Relieved of the heavy responsibility of the marshal, the personality has become much more cheerful, the dress has become casual, and the speech will not be too serious. The yellow ape opened his nails lazily as before. The old man thinks, "Let's change places. This place is still too close to the Demon King Sea." The crowd. "It's all this time. How could you say such a thing?" As a marshal, the Red Dog could not do anything about the inertia of the yellow ape. If you really want to calculate, the yellow ape is still the big brother of his Red Dog, and he is not good at using the power of the marshal to force the yellow ape to change his temperament. "I'm not going to send you on any more missions like investigate, track down, or attack the Demon King's Sea." "Huh? That's the best way to do it." The Red Dog's words. The yellow ape is very happy. This little brother can deal with as long as the other party is not the Demon King and his people. It doesn't matter whether Hokkaido has red hair or whoever it is. Sengoku also nodded. "Good advice. There is no point in finding trouble with the Demon King until you find an effective way to limit him." Looking at the yellow ape's relief and the approval of the warring states, the Red Dog's heart was even heavier. The general and the old marshal were so jealous, so the Demon King still handed it over to CP0 to deal with. Anyway, from the moment when Hakuba's knife made him unable to kneel, Akatsuki also pulled Hakuba into the blacklist of not wanting to see him again. Boom. Suddenly, a roar sounded, startling the generals. Then came the high drink. "Lieutenant General? Oh, what a bunch of crap. Isn't it the world conscription? Let your general get out?" Red Dog and the others looked at each other and were surprised. So soon there were top strong people to recruit soldiers. I've never felt the breath of a top strong person. This person, it's really terrible. The idle and bored yellow ape flew out of the window for the first time. New headquarters plaza. At this moment, the naval soldiers were looking blankly at the center of the square. There, the weasel, the ghost spider, the fire-burning mountain, and the 4 lieutenant generals of Doberman, all fell to the ground and vomited blood. The 4 men's weapons shattered to the ground. Golem, one punch. It's so terrifying. Did the atmosphere just shatter? Hiss. There was a famous knife that was shattered in an instant. Before that, a figure fell directly from the sky and landed in the square. The opening is that I want to be a general, and I am full of disdain for the strength of lieutenant generals such as weasels. The 4 ghost spiders present were furious and rushed over together. But under the punch of the comer, The 4 people vomited blood and flew backwards, and even the weapons were shattered. Poof! What is this ability? The ghost spider looked shocked. The comer punched out. What knife? What armed color was all shattered? He almost thought that he was going to be completely crushed. Doberman whispered, "It seems not competence." Ah, did the old man hear me wrong and defeat 4 lieutenant generals with 1 punch? You're so terrible. Golden light sprinkled, condensing the figure of the yellow ape. Looking ahead, the visitor was 3 meters tall, with short blue hair and a handsome face. He looked to be about 30 years old, exuding a furious aura like a fierce beast. Strange faces, unfamiliar breaths, unrecorded folk strongmen. But the yellow ape said darkly, and when he looked at the person who came up, he frowned slightly. I always feel strange. Have I seen him? You're the yellow ape? The visitor looked at the yellow ape with contempt. As if feeling that he was being looked down upon, the yellow ape had an exaggerated expression. Your tone is really terrible. Can you tell the old man your origin and name? Soon. You'll know when you lose. Visitors are free to speak. The yellow ape's brow frowned a little more. What is the origin of the other party? In fact, within the scope of King Hai, any top strong person who appears will be recorded by the world government and navy, and the record is very detailed. After all, he can become a top strong person, and he definitely has a growth experience. But there are always some places that are not recorded, such as the empty island where Annie Road is located, and there is very little communication with King Hai. The clan state. One visitor looked at the yellow ape. Nature is disguised by white feathers, and there are only 2 reasons for coming here. 1. Leave spatial coordinates in the new naval headquarters to facilitate teleportation. 2. Look for girls. The first had been completed, but the second, white feathers, sensed the entire new naval headquarters, slightly disappointed. Tina had long been snatched away. As for Peach Rabbit, Ione, etc., Bai Yu did not find it. Since he didn't find it, Bai Yu's mood was not beautiful, and he instantly disguised himself, teased the navy, and moved the housewarming gift. As for what to be a general, Bai Yu would not be a great general to be summoned by the Red Dog, and his subordinates were not suitable to be placed here as a general. Vine tiger smiles, green cattle grazing. These 2 monsters who had been promoted out of the box were very inappropriate at present, and Bai Yu had not encountered them again. It is too much trouble to send someone to the Navy headquarters as an undercover agent, so it is better to directly deal with the existing generals, such as Great General Yellow Ape. Chapter 127. Chapter 127. Welcome to Porusalino. Speed is power, little brother, please ask you. Seeing that the yellow ape was ready to move, Burning Mountain immediately loudly reminded, the great general is careful, his fist seems to be able to crush everything, but the armed color is too strong, not sure if it is fruit ability, but it is very powerful. Crush everything? The yellow ape was stunned. How it sounded like the new ability of the Demon King's Katakuri. It seemed to be what crushed fruit, and there was a meeting 2 days ago to discuss it. Inexplicably, the yellow ape didn't feel good. Rush. At the moment when the white feather in front of him disappeared rapidly, the yellow ape looked shocked. Go to your mother's crushing fruit. This is especially the teleportation of the white feather. Demon. Boom. Without waiting for the yellow ape to exclaim the identity of the white feather, he was directly kicked by the white feather and crashed into the building. The white feathers gently landed on the ground. Looking at the sluggish navies, I also saw the red dogs and others who rushed in. Cough. You have to be careful. He is the Demon King Bai Yu. The old man will never admit mistakes. Shouts came from the ruins, but there was no sign of the yellow ape, and he didn't want to come out before Bai Yu left. Demon King White Feather. Warring States and others' pupils froze. Immediately sideways perception, but the appearance, height, age, breath, etc. are not on the right number. Can you tell me how you found out? Bai Yu was slightly surprised. The previous attack was not to crush the fruit, but only a special skill of the armed color. Don't say anything about teleportation, just pure physical speed. Yellow ape. Hearing Bai Yu admit it, the yellow ape was shocked in his heart, but Bai Yu's question made the yellow ape even more ashamed. Isn't it teleportation? He didn't have any fear of the Demon King syndrome, and when he saw the speed, he thought about it. He was so blind. The yellow ape shouted hard, except for a few places that rarely communicate with the outside world. Any top folk strong person has a record, and no matter how well you disguise, you can't escape my eyes. That's not good enough. Camouflage. The white feathers appear directly in their original form. When the familiar image of the handsome and extraordinary Demon King appeared, many navies suddenly retreated subconsciously. What to do? Sengoku looked at the Red Dog. Red Dog felt a headache, and after the Sengoku stepped down as a marshal, he was getting lazier and lazier to think, and he didn't have a good way. The others. He had already rushed over, and no matter how strong he was, he could besiege and take it. Can you fight with White Feather? There will be no other outcome than the collapse of the new naval headquarters. Because the white feathers that could teleport beyond the range wanted to go, their navy could not catch it at all. The Esper species nine-tailed fox disguises its appearance. The soul fruit changes its breath, and it is forbidden to perceive deeply. So many means can be seen by the yellow ape. For a moment, Bai Yu looked at the yellow ape with admiration, and his eyes were really good. Red Dog said in a deep voice, Demon King, what are you doing here? Shhh. Bai Yu suddenly drew his sword. Suddenly, the Red Dog retreated. The warring states retreated, Kappa retreated, the Yellow Ape trembled, and everyone retreated. A knife out. Kneel the Emperor. This is a description of Bai Yu's unknown ability to control people, and is envied by countless powerful people. No one wants to experience the humiliation of kneeling down and taking a knife with empty hands in public. Ain reckoned that Zefa was gone, and I came to look for Peach Rabbit. White feathers are very direct openings. All of a sudden, thinking that Tino was snatched away by the Demon King, many male generals were annoyed. Was Bai Yu going to wipe out the beautiful generals of the Navy? But Peach Rabbit is not there. For a moment, my mood was not beautiful, so I was ready to tease you, but I was seen through by the Yellow Ape. Bai Yu suddenly turned around and dropped the knife in his emotion. Kneel down for me. Poof! A scruffy navy rushed forward, and in the breath of the crowd, it directly knelt down and took the knife with empty hands. T-Dolphin, plus again is the ability of this near concept. Unreasonable. Carp and the others frowned. Although there are some restrictions, how should Bai Yu's move be broken? Can he only kneel down to take the knife? Without waiting for the T-Dolphin in the crowd to say anything, Bai Yu said in a cold voice, your malice and murderous intentions towards me, even the Red Dog and Blackbeard are not as good as 100 millionth of you. Vice Admiral T-Dolphin, with strength beyond other lieutenant generals, is not counted as Carp, and is one of the few strong men in the Navy. He was very fond of the same lieutenant general and the same strength of the Peach Rabbit giant, who had confessed to him nearly 100 times, all of which failed. Damn, let go of me. The T-Dolphin struggled but was useless, and roared with resentment. It's all you, everything is you. You and she. What is she? Bai Yu frowned slightly. He was most disgusted to speak halfway, looking indifferent. So much hate me, just because a woman who doesn't like you? Your murderous intent. How ridiculous. Not good. Feeling the killing intent on Bai Yu's body rise, the warring states and others were shocked, and Chi-Chi rushed towards Bai Yu. The T-Dolphin can't die. It's late. Ignoring the Red Dog and the others, Bai Yu's eyes widened. Because a woman you can't get has such malice and murderous intent towards me, you are really sorry for the strength of this hard work for many years. Don't be a licking dog in the next life, be a good person. Die. Poof. Shallow winding arms directly crossed the neck of the T-Dolphin, and Bai Yu turned around to collect the knife. With such a heavy hostility and killing intent towards him, Bai Yu was still seeing it for the first time. Did he not kill to keep the new year? Bai Yu looked in the direction where the Yellow Ape was, and the Yellow Ape in the corner and the White Feather looked at each other for 2 seconds, making his heart tighten. To avoid your embarrassment, I'll leave and tell Peach Rabbit that she can't run away. Words fall. The White Feather disappears. When the body of the T-Dolphin separated and fell to the ground, the entire headquarters of the new navy was dead and silent. Demon King White Feather. How arrogant, how wanton, how terrifying. A top lieutenant general, a strong man who may even ascend to the top of the position of general in the future, died so casually. Many navies are confused. Sorry, almost forgot. When the voice of the White Feather sounded again, everyone's look changed. Yellow Ape, you discovered my identity and disturbed Yak Sing, which made me very unhappy, so, whoosh. The next moment, a golden light soared into the sky, and under the stunned eyes of the navies, it quickly left toward the distance, and only the point of light was left in an instant. Run. That's it. When the voice of the White Feather fell, the warring states and others no longer had the breath of the White Feather in their perception, and the Yellow Ape also ran away. What are you doing? Go back to their respective posts. Red Dog's expression was solemn, and he took a deep breath and shouted, Lieutenant General GRG, who died in the line of duty, immediately bury him and put him sent to the heroes' cemetery. Many people shook their heads. Red Dog Admiral, no, Marshal Red Dog didn't erupt into lava in anger. Sengoku shook his head and sighed. The Red Dog has also grown a lot, but any growth comes at a price. Where there are so many emotions, you old veteran don't care so much. Carp snapped his nose and interrupted dismissively. Warring States suddenly blew his beard and narrowed his eyes. What qualifications do you have to say that you, the old immortal, say me? Bastard, don't rub your nose-picking hand on me. Boom. Suddenly, Sengoku and Carp fought in the square. Red Dog. Carp is still such a child's heart. The Warring States are more and more unpaying to the image, and the Yellow Ape is even more hanging. No, as a great general, he actually ran directly because of the Demon King's words, and the Red Dog wanted to vomit blood. How to bring this team? Oh heaven, oh earth, please give me a serious and reliable general talent. Also at this time, a figure flew from a distance on a stone and shouted, World Conscription. The old man wants to be a general. How to assess the breath of the top strong man? The Red Dog was suddenly shocked. Look back. A blind man. Distant seas. On a small island, the golden light sprinkled and condensed into a figure, which was the legendary Yellow Run. Alas! The Yellow Ape was silent for a moment, sighed inexplicably, and then opened his mouth bitterly. Demon King Bai Yu, you come out. Rush. A figure appeared out of thin air in front of him. It was Bai Yu. Run? No one could run away in front of Bai Yu, something the yellow ape had known for a long time. The so-called old people become fine. When Bai Yu looked at him from afar and looked at him for 2 seconds, the yellow ape understood that he had no chance. Do not attack him in the ministry. Obviously, this young demon king had other plans. You want me to be your little brother, right? I'm a great general, and this is trampling on my dignity. Seeing the wind and clouds in front of him, and even the white feathers who sat on the cloud chair and began to drink tea, the yellow ape opened his mouth in a deep voice. If you start a quarrel, it's too boring. Sit down and drink tea. As if he hadn't heard, Bai Yu motioned for the yellow ape to sit down and drink tea. Looking at the tables and chairs condensed by the white clouds, the yellow ape couldn't help but have a headache. Ah, it is really my misfortune to meet you. Subsequently, the yellow ape came over, sat down, and took a cup of tea and drank it all. Bai Yu took a sip of tea and said in a calm tone, you once said to me that the Navy has cultivated you, so it makes sense that I don't want to be my subordinates who become perfidious and two-faced. The yellow ape was stunned. The memory was pulled back to the Chambord, and it was also the day that Charlotte Palace became the slave girl of the Demon King. He didn't run away that day, but White Feather let him go. Bai Yu continued, but I also said that I spared your life, so how are you going to pay it back? The yellow ape was silent. On that day, he knew that this day was likely to come, but he had never been ready. Even a thief has a moral compass, and even if he is lazy, he has a firm belief, otherwise it is difficult to become stronger. To subdue a person is nothing more than coercion and inducement, and then talk about ideals. Bai Yu looked at the old face of the yellow ape with a bitter smile and said casually, threat, I can threaten you with the lives of everyone in the new naval headquarters. Believe me, within a day, there will be no survival. The yellow ape felt suffocated. The immortal beans that heal all injuries in an instant can restore your youth and make you immortal. The yellow ape was full of shock. So, Porusalino, what is your ideal? The yellow ape was in a trance. His ideals? Clock in every day to work, relaxed. If you can increase the salary by 100 times, it is better, and enjoy your old age after retirement. However, if he said this, the yellow ape felt that he might be laughed at by the white feather, so he said in a deep voice, I, Porusalino, sincere and enthusiastic hope. World peace. Bai Yu almost took a sip of tea and looked at the yellow ape with strange eyes. I didn't see it. The yellow ape actually had such a great ideal, which really made Bai Yu look at it again. It just feels weird. Bai Yu admired and added a cup of tea to the yellow ape and continued, this ideal is too great, but I can guarantee that after cleaning up the Draco, when the world is in my hands, there will be no more sea thieves. When the world is in my hands, there will be no other great powers. Bai Yu didn't say anything like civilians. That was too much of a fake void. One pirate said to the Navy that I would be nice to civilians, and Bai Yu was dismissive. Huang Yi was in a trance for a moment and couldn't help but say, but you're a thief. Ah, what is a thief? The winner is justice, and as long as I am the king of the world, all the rules will be made by me. Bai Yu looked directly into the eyes of the yellow ape and did not hide his ambition. I will never tolerate anyone destroying the world I dominate, let alone other careerists. Kill all the other evil pirates, suppress other ambitious forces, and when the world is stable, I am a hero. Understand? The yellow ape was stunned. The meaning of the white feather is very simple. In the world of the strong, whoever has the biggest fist is the truth. The self-confidence between Bai Yu's words infected the yellow ape's heart, causing him to open his mouth again in a trance. There is no need to say anything else. The threatening remarks you said before. It is enough to make me loyal and dare not have the slightest disagreement. The yellow ape was bitter. He really didn't dare. The belief of the strong is difficult to change, and no matter how much Bai Yu says, it is not as useful as the threat of the first sentence. Threatened with the lives of everyone in the new naval headquarters, the yellow ape was willing to bow his head. Don't you doubt my strength? Bai Yu asked. The yellow ape's eyelids twitched. A few meanings, he doubted, and then Bai Yu proved it again. How many people would have to die at that time? Not necessarily. After the yellow ape finished speaking, he became lazy and took a leisurely sip of tea. Are you talking about restoring youth seriously? Then again, when the old man was young, he was also popular. The first beautiful man in the world, but unfortunately, for the sake of justice, the vicissitudes of the face. Poof! Bai Yu couldn't help but spray tea. There are such brazen people in the world, and Bai Yu is deeply impressed. Then, with tea instead of wine, you are welcome to join the White Feather Big Boat Group. Huh? Can't you change your name? The Big Boat Group is too ugly. Don't care about these details. Oh yes, I've left a spatial imprint on you so that I can teleport to you at any time. Don't you mind? Just be happy. The yellow ape felt that he was really too difficult, and he didn't know what the welfare was. As long as the benefits are in place. Red Dog Pit Anil. Chapter 128. Chapter 128. 2 years later. Big events happen. Green Bull escapes. Bucky rises to the throne. Time flies. The years are ticking. Since Bai Yu went on a day trip to the new naval headquarters, he killed the Lieutenant General T. Dolphin and the Great General Yellow Ape joined. 2 years have passed, and the years have flown by. 2 years. In the spiritual space, Bai Yu slowly opened his eyes. In the past 2 years, Bai Yu has lived in simplicity, except for accompanying his sister in the Sky City. He has not even seen his younger brothers several times. The rest of the time, Bai Yu did not go to the gravity space to sharpen his body, but came to the spiritual space to sharpen his spirit and will, precipitate himself, and also comb through all the forces. Host, White Feather, Physique, 6 stars, Spirit, 6 stars, Gymnastics, 5.5 stars, Knife Skills, 6 stars, Armed Color, Breakout, External Release, Internal Destruction, Condensation, Seeing and Hearing, Breaking the Grid, Exceeding the Range, Precision, Covering the Shield, Foreseeing the Future, Listening to the Voice of the Heart, Memory Reading, Thought Resonance, Consciousness Transmission. Overlord Color, Top/Bully/Pressure. Natural Abilities, Teleport, Undead, Transfer. Special Ability, Omniscient and Omnipotent. The ability unified name after the fusion of all abilities can continuously integrate other capabilities and continue to optimize and enhance. Special Magic Skill, 100% will be picked up by the White Blade Empty Hand. Special Items, Ring, Angel Wings, Holy Water, Shallow Strike, Time Machine, Fairy Bin Maker, Resurrection Coin, Siren. Special Spaces, Undead Prison, Gravity Space, Spirit Space. Special Pets, optimized for female sea elves, Gaioka. Basic Combat Strength, 5.5 stars, the world's strongest pirate. Ability Additional Combat Strength, no more statistics. The basic combat strength has not yet broken through to 6 stars, and there should be something left. And it's still the strongest pirate, not the pure strongest in the world, of course, just the basic combat strength evaluation. Bai Yu thought deeply. In the past 2 years, since it is mainly cultivated in the spiritual space, it is the spirit, the will, and various perceptions that have become stronger. First, swordsmanship. Here, the system has been showing the sword skill, and Bai Yu praised it. Swordplay, from 5.5 stars to 6 stars, completely surpassing the top sword master, stepping into a new field. Seeing and hearing, I have learned a lot of domineering new skills, which are very practical. Overlord Color, new skill Pressure. If the other party's spirit is weaker than the White Feather, it will be shocked and unable to move. If the spirit difference is too large, it will be directly shocked to death. Fruit Ability, too many abilities are too mixed, so Bai Yu spent a lot of time fusing, taking the name Omniscience and Omnipotence, which is also a small expectation of Bai Yu. The basic combat strength, the distance from the real 6 stars, should be a fundamental energy difference, or the life level is not enough. Bai Yu threw away his thoughts. Leave the mental space. Exactly 2 years. The whole King High world is surging with wind and clouds, and the undercurrents are surging, and the most lively is the various events in the new world. 1. Blackbeard Titch uses the dark fruit plus the natural disaster fruit to recruit troops in the new world to occupy the territory and ascend to the top of the 4 emperors. 2. Through the world conscription, the navy broke through the rules to promote 2 monster generals, Fuji Tiger, Green Bull, Great General Yellow Ape. Bai Yu did not bring him back and stayed at the naval headquarters for tea. 3. Former Admiral Zefa, quit the navy to form the new navy. 4. A 7 Marshal Seas, who died at the hands of the Demon King's men. 5. Bucky set up a pirate dispatch company Bucky Express, and the clown Bucky changed to 1002 Dabaji and became one of the 7 Marshal Seas. 6. The remnants of the Whitebeard pirates are hunted down and killed by Whitebeard 2. 7. The 4th Emperor Kaido entered the Demon King's sea 3 times, and was repelled by the Demon King's subordinates. It is said that the Demon King did not have time to see him, and Kaido cried for many days. 8. Admiral Green Bull encountered a deep-sea devil whale, the warship was destroyed, and the General Green Bull was seriously injured and fled. 9. The pirate female emperor becomes a member of the White Feather Grand Ship Regiment 0 Fantime, Aquastar Island. Inside the main hall, Bai Yu looked at the intelligence collected by Katakuri and was slightly surprised. Bucky. Until now no one has suspected that he is my person. Here Bucky. The crowd looked different. 3 months ago, Cavendish and Kid and Elky go to the first half and kill a 7-armed town. Bucky was let go by Bai Yu, who was a little excited to see Bucky's development. Bigger and stronger, create brilliant again. Outcome? In less than 2 months, Bucky transformed into the 7 Marshal Seas. Bai Yu assured that he and Dover and the others did not help in any way. Riley sighed. I don't know what's going on this time. It's just that no one found out that he went to Push City as a prisoner and was taken away by you, which is very strange. Bai Yu. The legendary lucky color domineering, really terrifying, unreasonable. So what about it? What about his strength? White Feather is only responsible for teaching the girl, and then taking time to teach Riley and Hawkeye. The rest of the elites were basically entrusted to Riley to teach, and only those who knew swordsmanship would consult Hawkeye. Riley shrugged his shoulders slightly. Okay, his talent is good, it is wasted. He has been cultivating in gravity space for nearly 2 years, and it will be no problem to deal with some elite lieutenant generals. If the fruit awakens, it will definitely be able to rise to some more levels. Not bad at all. Bai Yu didn't care about Bucky's strength, just be a mascot. Category said calmly, Captain, other major events can be investigated clearly, but the time when the Green Bull General escaped with serious injuries, there was no way to investigate. Will you play with the ice deep sea devil whale? Bai Yu looked at the information of the green cow. Green, barren, nature's sense and fruit. Manipulate trees to conjure up plants with different functions. These include flowers that allow themselves to fly, vines that take away other people's nutrients, flowers and trees that can grow everywhere they go, and so on. Self-proclaimed, the source of life. Personality 1, hate troublesome things, because it is too troublesome to eat, so it has not eaten for 3 years. Personality 2, treat the pirates without being soft, when the nutrition is killed. Sense and fruit natural system. Bai Yu looked at the data more. He had previously thought that the Great General Green Bull was an Esper species, after all, the Yellow Ape natural system and the Vine Tiger Superman line, but he did not expect that it was the pirate version of Musui. Are there really thousands of hands, on top of the Buddha? Category continued, I can only find out that the demon whale is very strong. It is even more able to manipulate sea clouds and fog, can freeze the sea, and the speed is extremely exaggerated and almost teleportation. It seems to be no less than 5,000 meters. How many meters? Bai Yu was surprised. Captain, 5,000 meters of Neptune is not big in the deep sea. Category explained a little. 10,000 meters is big. And the Neptune class that swallows a few small islands in one bite is very large, such as a supergiant lanternfish that swallows pure gold. Of course I know. Bai Yu's expression was strange, and he opened his mouth in the confusion of everyone. That deep sea demon whale. It was my little cutie, and 2 years ago, she was only a meter long. What the? The crowd was shocked, and even the eagle eyes that close their eyes to cultivate the gods opened their eyes in shock. Deep sea devil whale. Because it has various abilities like the fruit of the devil, it is also the title given to it by the world government to distinguish it from the Neptune class. These 2 years have set off terrifying waves around the world. An unknown number of pirate ships and ships of the world government were destroyed by it. Except for the White Feather, the major forces sent people to search in curiosity, and they were seriously injured and retreated. And after the General Green Bull boat was destroyed and injured and escaped, a sentence came out, it will be 3-color domineering. Shake the world completely. Captain's cute little one? It's some kind of pet. It was horrible. Cavendish exclaimed, Captain, are you sure? It's not that I don't believe you, it's just nothing else. In 2 years, from 1 meter long to 5,000 meters, did it open and hang? Looking at the stunned and incoherent Cavendish, White Feather spoke. Gaioka is a special race. You can understand it as a very magical and powerful elf. It was born out of me, able to control all changes in the form and nature of water, the natural king of the deep sea, with a 3-color domineering spirit, can teleport like me. Domineering and teleportation are given by White Feather, and the resilience White Feather did not say. That's enough. Bai Yu was also amazed. Gaioka had never come to him. It turned out to be crazy, and it grew so fast. Elf Gaioka, the king of the deep sea who is born to control all water, trickler domineering and teleportation. With Bai Yu's brief description, Aniru and the others were in a trance. Riley muttered, isn't it? Is it the mutated Neptune? The genie who controls the sea? This description, it is difficult not to think about it. But as far as Riley knows, the Sea King should be the Mermaid Princess of this generation, so it is said that he is a mutated Sea King. To be precise, Gaioka is the second Aquaman. Nothing else. As far as individual combat strength is concerned, Aquaman can't beat Gaioka. Bai Yu's words made everyone confused and confused. How do you feel that you will know where the Sea King is? We don't know. Individual combat strength? Only creatures would make such an evaluation, which made many people appear to be in a row. The optimized version of Gaioka, with the 3-color domineering spirit given by the White Feather, teleportation and recovery, can definitely cry the White Star. But the White Star is so cute. So 2 little Lolita Aquamans, or be friends best. Bai Yu waved his hand. Well, you will soon see the 2 Sea Kings. They will be very powerful in the future. When the time comes, calm down when you see me, don't shame me. Many people were shocked. My mother, the 2 Sea Kings plus the captain, really want to go to heaven. The crowd digested for a moment. Dover smiled evilly. Hey, Captain, yesterday Blackbeard sent 3 fruits. Speaking of fruit, a lot of people laughed. Blackbeard Titch is used as a tool by White Feather, 1 every 2 months and must be sent every 6 months. These 2 years, in 24 months, that was 12 demon fruits, all sent over. No. Thinking of Bai Yu's strength and power, Blackbeard felt a little weak, and he found that he still couldn't resist. Still no good fruit? Bai Yu asked plainly. The previous 9 fruits were all ordinary Superman and animal, and it was difficult to feed dogs. Dover checked it out and immediately said, this time there is an ancient species, and I guess he also understands that the previous 9 have made the captain angry, so this time the price increase. Bai Yu just nodded his head plainly and didn't say anything more, but many people felt hairy in their hearts. 2 years have passed. Bai Yu glanced at everyone below, putting heavy pressure on everyone. Then, I will arrange for you to enter the gravity space for a death battle. The 13-year team will be determined as soon as possible. The strong will go up, and the weak will retreat. Secondly, Bai Yu looked at the main hall and praised, yes, congratulations, starting today. Join the Zero Fan Team. Chapter 129. Chapter 129, Burning Fruit. Captain Selection Life and Death Battle. True Peak Riley. Hear the word congratulations. Many people looked at Kataku with envy. Team Zero, the Zero Fan Team, which could only be joined by the Imperial rank, was shocked by the world as soon as the title came out 2 years ago. But 2 years passed. At present, there are only 3 people in the entire White Feather Great Ship group, Riley, Hawkeye, and the female Emperor. Hancock, a member of the Zero Team personally certified by Hakuba half a year ago, directly informed and shocked the world. No one expected it. After the One Piece female Emperor followed the Demon King, she actually entered the real top ranks in just over a year. However, so far, no one has seen the pirate female Emperor go all out. But after all, it was a strong person who was personally certified by the Demon King, and no one doubted it. Just regret and curiosity and jealousy. Thank you, Captain, for your cultivation. Katakuri took a deep breath, thanked him solemnly again, and half knelt down. Top Superman series, Crush Fruit, plus Domineering True Solution plus Gravity Space. Katakuri was like a new life, desperately working hard for 2 years of cultivation, and upgrading in all aspects in exchange for promotion. Get up, if you don't try I can't. Bai Yu glanced at Rob Nami, who was a little late in contact with Domineering. But at this moment, it was many times more powerful than 2 years ago. After all, it was the scythe of the Esper beast species, controlling the storm. But it's still a lot worse. Bai Yu looked to the side again, facing Bai Yu's gaze. Andy Liu smiled bitterly and said, Captain, I am also working hard, but this is a gap in talent. Please give me some more time. Momo Fruit, Rain's Haru. If nothing else, at least Haru found that Momo could not only increase his movement and slash speed, but also increase the size of the chopping wave. Destructive power soars. However, the attack power cannot be increased at present. Destructive power and attack power, there are some differences between the two. One focuses on range, the other focuses on damage. Doflamingo also hardened his scalp. My physique and domineering are still a little worse. I will work harder. 2 years ago. Thread Fruit Replacement. Top Superman Twisted Fruit, extremely powerful. Perhaps the pure attack damage is weaker than the crushing fruit of the category, but in terms of ability development, it is more promising than the crushing fruit. Also because of this, Doflamingo spent most of his time developing the fruit, and of course, his physique and domineering spirit were not lost. But not much has improved. Bai Yu looked directly at Dover. I've said it a few times, physique and domineering are the fundamentals, have you forgotten it? The top strong may have shortcomings, but if you want to stand at the real top, you must not have any shortcomings. Bai Yu had already given his subordinates such favorable conditions, that is, to give public hope, otherwise it would be wasteful. Captain, I haven't forgotten. In the shock of the crowd, Doflamingo's face was worried, but his voice was full of excitement. Captain, I developed a distorted space 2 days ago, which is very powerful. Really fake? The crowd was stunned. How come I haven't seen Dover use it in these 2 days? After all, it is a space, and it is an extremely tall thing. When I hear it, any ability involving the space realm, even if it is not too strong, can still give the enemy a headache. Porusalino, looking at Dover's excited and proud little expression, Bai Yu instantly thought of the yellow ape. Zefa told him not to rely too much on the demon fruit, which was true, because physical fitness and domineering were important. In fact, the main problem is, Zefa teaches physical skills and domineering, but the yellow ape wants to play with the fruit, just like taking a language class. The students are learning English, and the language's teacher is of course angry. But that was the yellow ape of youth, and the yellow ape of today really has no obvious weakness, because, after the fruit is developed to a certain extent and it is difficult to progress, he will naturally delve into domineering and physical strength. And Teacher Kai only said that domineering was everything 1 second, and the next second he was slapped in the face by Nika Fruit Awakening Smile. I've always remembered it. Therefore, if you are lucky enough to eat a real top demon fruit, you can fill a lot of gaps. The crowd looked at Card 2. Katakuri said calmly, my crushed fruit is more violent than his twisted fruit. So it's harder to control, so it's hard to develop concepts, but I'll try. Space. Hawkeye came to his senses and looked directly at Dover. Show it. I don't know if I can. Well, number. Cut open space. In an instant, Hawkeye found the next path, and Hawkeye would work hard. Hey, then I'll show you who's the opponent. Doflamingo was instantly energized. He was about to stand up. Yee-ah-ha-ha, then let Ben God try it. Except for the white feather, Aniri has not been afraid of anyone, just space. The god is envious, but the god does not say, hey, you have to be careful, don't think that nature is invincible, otherwise we'll die. Dover rushed towards Annie Road, raised his foot and kicked, and even shouted out the move excitedly. Time and space are gone. Everyone's eyelids twitched. You are a distorted fruit, not time plus space. Shouldn't it be distorted? How can it still be destroyed? Suddenly hearing the name of this exaggerated move, Aniru was also a trembling, subconscious distance. Whoops, rumble. Under the gaze of everyone, Dova kicked the location of Annie Road out of the space of vortex. The space is twisted like a twist, and there are even traces of dark cracks unfolding, which is enough to make people's scalps tingle. The distorted space of vortex is constantly spreading, and everywhere it passes is distorted. Not bad, huh? Dova immediately closed his feet, looked at the stunned Aniru in the distance, and suddenly smiled evilly. Hey, if you just don't run, let alone get hurt. There's no need to wrap around the armed color. The distorted space can twist your elementalization into the crack. Many people frowned slightly. Does this mean that you can't engage in melee combat with Dova? Kadaka Chestnut is also, but also a lot of headaches. Crushing fruit is really touching what to crush. The two of them are now the nemesis of the physically strong. As a teacher, Riley has the best understanding of the strength of the two in the past 2 years. It is either crushed or distorted, and if the enemy specializes in physical training and is not domineering enough, it will definitely be very miserable. Whoops, when I awaken the twisted fruit, I will be able to release the twisted force, and everywhere I go is space warp. Who can stop me? When the time comes, even if. Doflamingo smiled arrogantly and evilly at a pace that the 6 relatives did not recognize, but when he turned around to see Bai Yu squinting, his body trembled. Captain, Bai Yu looked at Dova calmly. The way you just looked is really arrogant. I don't know, I thought you were the king of the world. Poof. Dova knelt down, his forehead full of cold sweat, and he had just been too proud to ignore the white feather. Conceited, arrogant, if you don't change, sooner or later you will be killed. If it's really strong enough, why didn't I let you join the Zero Fan team? Haven't you thought about it? The white feather's voice was slightly cold, and the special skill pressure from the overlord color fell on Dova. Doflamingo felt his soul trembling, and his body was completely unable to move. Will pressure? Doflamingo subconsciously exclaimed, which also made Riley and the others look sideways. Coercion is the introduction of the domineering true solution of the overlord color. If the difference in spiritual intensity is too large, it is enough to directly shatter people's spirits and die a terrible skill. Doflamingo then bowed his head deadly. Captain, I must change, and with such an arrogant mentality, I am willing to die to apologize. Get up. Bai Yu retracted his pressure, and his slightly cold voice also praised a few points. I once said that the twisted fruit is the most suitable for concept development, and you really brought surprises. One day, if you can develop a distortion of time, I will allow you to be arrogant. Distort time? The crowd was astonished. Of course, this is only theoretical. Bai Yu understood that there was an upper limit to the fruit, but he still had to encourage it. This stick and jujube. Doflamingo ate it, breathed a sigh of relief, and firmly said, "Thank you, Captain, for expecting me. I will work hard." Captain. When he got up, Doflamingo took out 2 more boxes and sent them up. Captain, one is the natural burnt fruit I found. The other is the bat Esper species you asked me to go to sleep in the ancient town. Gee. Seeing this scene, everyone could not help but look at Dova, who was indeed the most capable of doing things. Burn the fruit. You find it time to exchange it with other forces for a top fruit. Bai Yu took the bat Esper species and opened his mouth directly. White feather has no interest in burning, and can change to an Esper species or similar to smash, and the twisted top Superman line is the best. It is reasonable to say that no one is willing to change, but the burnt fruit is still remembered by many people. Yes, Captain. Doflamingo began to think, have a contest to attract the major forces, and then trade with each other. What happened to Ling Ling over there? White feather asked Riley again. Riley coughed softly. Ling Ling has mastered the strength and is also very obedient. But the heart is too simple and has no combat experience, and it is estimated that it is impossible to fight protracted battles at the top level. That's enough. Bai Yu stood up and said, first of all, if your strength is weaker than that of the Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters, don't come to join in the fun, and those who want to be the captain of the team should stand up. This requirement is already very high. The Lieutenant General of the headquarters is not weak, and even the ordinary Lieutenant General of the headquarters is the backbone. Rush. The next moment, Cavendish, Clockdahl, Kid and others stepped forward and looked at each other coldly. In the past 2 years, the cultivation atmosphere has been strong. Even if Riley and Hawkeye are working hard, the other elites are even more inward-looking. What the? You say you practice for 12 hours a day? Hee. Then I practice for 22 hours a day. They are all too good at rolling inwards, and the white feathers of the rolls all feel that someone will die of exhaustion. But the results are good. 2 years of gravity space cultivation plus domineering true solution plus strong teaching. Those supernova stars before them have made rapid progress. Beyond the original trajectory develops. The rest of the many capable people who advanced the city, as well as the thousands of talents selected, had made great progress. Airplanes, gravity space opens. Bai Yu led everyone to the balanced gravity zone and directly set up the arena environment supergiant arena. All those who did not participate in the battle sat in the audience. In the middle of the battle area, more than a dozen islands are side by side, and one island for every 2 people fights. 20 or so people involved. Not bad. Bai Yu glanced at the number of people participating in the battle. It was okay. There are no rules for this battle. The strongest 13 are ranked as the captains of the fans, and then the vice-captains and officers are selected, and the team members are found to form the team on their own. Listen, I'm going to see the battle of life and death, even if it's death. Resurrection on the spot. When the sound of the white feathers swept through the gladiatorial arena, all the participants were shocked. Recovery from death. Rejuvenation. They are all one of the elite benefits of the White Feather Great Boat Regiment, and everyone remembers it. I thought it would take a few more years, but I didn't expect it to be available today. Suddenly, everyone was energetic and radiant. When death can be resurrected, the crowd will no longer have any scruples. In front of them is the 4 Emperor Kaido. Pull the boat over to me and fuck you. Riley sighed. Is it amazing that death has recovered? Don't sigh. You're going to be too old to walk. Bai Yu looked at Riley's incomparably old face and raised his hand. The crowd held their breath. Eagle-eye gaze. Life. Rehabilitation. A ray of light bloomed from Bai Yu's hand, enveloping Riley. When everyone let go of their perception, they noticed that Riley's breath was constantly changing, becoming more and more vigorous. 10 seconds later, rumble. A top-notch overlord color erupted from Riley's body, and a heroic laugh came out. Roger, give me some more time. I will eventually surpass you. When you go to Huangquan one day, you bastard will wait to give me a toast to the bar. Ha 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 ha. When the light is gone, many people exclaimed. 2 years on, Riley is 78 years old, with old white hair and wrinkles. But at this moment, Riley, blonde hair fluttering with the wind, sharp eyes, incomparably strong, full of terrible breath. 50 years old. True Peak 6. Chapter 130. Chapter 130. Even Ping kneels and begs. Overlord doth. The devil's heirs are angry to explode. Top strong. If there is no injury or illness, the 50s are the peak of all aspects. It is true that there are those who are old and whose strength will not decline, but the physical strength of more than 70 is definitely not as good as that of 50. Strength and physical strength should be separated, and abundant physical strength is exactly the standard of a top strong person. At the age of 50, Riley was 28 years ago, the peak of mental and physical skills and spirit. Listening to Riley's heroic desire to surpass Roger's laughter, and feeling Riley's powerful breath, Hawkeye's warlike spirit boiled. Come on, fight. Riley, battle freaks. Of course, Hawkeye is only interested in swordsmen, and Riley is a swordsman. Riley suddenly didn't want to play with a knife anymore, or play with his fists. Otherwise Hawkeye would have to pestering him every day to fight, which would be a torture for him. Not bad. Looking at Riley at the peak of his 50 years old, Bai Yu praised it. 2 years ago, the fruit of Koya's recovery suddenly awakened. This also makes Bai Yu's ability awaken, and the continuous research and development of the past 2 years, the 2 major recoveries of youth, death, have been handy. Just recovered, Riley, you also need to adapt to the strength. Just go play with Hawkeye for a while. Bai Yu set up a large island in the gravity space and let the 2 fight. Boom. There are no rules. Every 2 people fight for life and death on an island, and a terrible roar is heard on more than a dozen islands, and the competition between the captains is extremely fierce. It is both high and low, but also life and death. It has to be said that Lucy, Kid, Cavendish and even Mariah have grown a lot, and Aniru and Sand Crocodile have also performed well. After watching for a while, Bai Yu lost interest and turned around and disappeared. Undead prison. 2 years later, there are still only 3 big living people here, Barrett, Ryder, and Shiping, plus 2 corpses plus soul bodies, Whitebeard and Golden Lion. Aha, aha. The blonde Barrett was still trying to cultivate and sweating. Shiping was practicing boxing, and the white-haired Ryder is reading a book, Domineering True Solution. 2 years. Bai Yu had always ignored the 3 people, just throwing in 3 Domineering True Solutions 2 years ago, 1 for each person. Meditate, temper, dream. Corresponding to the 3 major cultivation methods of Overlord color, armed color, and seeing and smelling color. After getting the Domineering True Solution, Barrett was fascinated and cultivated harder as if he had fallen into a demon. And Ryder was also full of amazement, and had to read it several times a day before practicing. How have these 2 years been, sad prisoners? When the voice of the white feather sounded, Ryder closed the Domineering True Solution. Barrett stopped practicing, and even Ping also closed his fist. Bai Yu appeared out of thin air not far away, sitting indifferently on the cloud chair. Seeing Bai Yu, Ryder's habitual evil smile appeared. It's not bad here. It's always much stronger than Infinite Hell. Bai Yu also smiled. Really? Then stay another 2 years. Sorry to bother. Ledfeld immediately shut up, and 2 years ago he said a wrong sentence, which led to 2 months becoming 2 years. He really didn't have a few years to live. Shiping directly knelt down. Lord Demon King, I'm willing to serve you, only please let me go back to Fishman Island. What a 2-year period. Fishman Island, which had lost the protection of the Whitebeard pirates, and without his protection, Jipping had already imagined how the blood would flow there. Many fish people are already resentful of human beings, and if they are targeted by humans for 2 more years, there will be no room for all to ease. Looking at the urgent Ping, Bai Yu's voice was slightly cold. To tell the truth, even if you join me, the fish people on Fishman Island will have to die a lot, especially Fishman Street. Very flat and sluggish, Bai Yu said unabashedly. Fishman, because the fish body is incompatible with human form, is treated as a monster, discriminated against by humans, and because of Tiger's death, so, the vast majority of fish people hate humans, especially the fish people of Fishman Street, who claim to be the supreme race, right? Trance moments. Ping subconsciously spoke, but killing can't solve the problem. That can only be said to have killed not enough. Even I have to be regarded as an inferior race by many fishermen. Can you expect me to put on a smile on them? Very peaceful and silent. He also hated humans for a while when he was young, and other fishermen were even more so. Fishman Street is mostly small, and many fish people that do not even pay attention to Princess Otoham, let alone humans. But, remembering a cute little girl who loved to cry, Bai Yu said casually, mermaids are different. I like mermaids very much. Ping, do you like mermaids? Fishmen and mermaids are 2 different species, but can be combined. Fish people, such as very flat, humanoid, but the whole body is a characteristic of fish. Mermaid, such as a white star, the upper body is a human, and the lower body is a fish tail. Fish people are discriminated against and disliked by humans, and the situation of mermaids is much better, especially mermaids, which is curious and greedy. If you include Fishman Island in your territory, Fishman Street at your disposal. Ping knelt on the ground and opened his mouth bitterly. In fact, Hai also understands Bai Yu, and sometimes he angrily wants to kill Fishman Street, because there is too much dragon-like garbage there. White feathers slightly chin up. The whole Fishman Island is also valuable to the White Star, and the other. Look at the mood. Barrett's eyes flashed slightly at this moment, and he said in a deep voice, you don't kill us, you just want us to be your thugs, and you will really explain your domineering spirit to us. Is it because we are not strong enough, right? So? White Feather looked at Barrett quietly. Although everyone's personality preferences and so on are different, every top overlord has a characteristic. Head iron, definitely not afraid to die, and most of them are arrogant and unwilling to be subordinated, such as Barrett. His iron will had been honed on the battlefield of life and death since he was 8 years old, and he had survived many death crises. Threaten him with death? That's ridiculous. Barrett never hid his emotions and said in a cold voice, do you know me? Is your strength qualified? Can your ambition accommodate my ambition? Information, strength, ambition. Barrett's soul trifecta. I appreciate you. Bai Yu's words had nothing to do with Barrett's questioning, but they made him shudder. Appreciate me? Scold. Barrett's eyes were slightly cold. His memory seemed to go back to when he first met Roger, and the other party had also said this sentence. Shirayuki sat down and said casually, if you hadn't suffered all kinds of betrayals, you should still be a world-famous national hero now. Maybe you will be recruited by the world government, and in a few days, it is possible to suddenly become an admiral or something. Barrett shook his hand deadly, and his eyes became a little more fierce. Born, the Great Root War is endless. Abandoned by his mother at birth and adopted by the enemy army. At the age of 8, he became a teenager and his main task was to take the lead on the battlefield and step on mines, or to open the way with a bomb. In order to receive the Medal of National Reward, the young Barrett fights for his life every day, and when he is about to succeed, he is betrayed. The medal is robbed, and he is on the verge of death and serious injury. The rest of the young soldiers, jealous of Barrett's strength, will harm him. This was the first betrayal. Barrett realized, he was too negligent and arrogant, too trusting of his companions, weak, and no longer believed in others. Everything was only for his own victory. Become a hero at the age of 14. He was also awarded the rank of general. Minister Douglas promised, one last time, just win this war and set you free. The young Barrett believed it again, but after the war, he was betrayed again, and even besieged by the state, and wanted to go to sea after being killed in anger. The 2 betrayals in childhood and adolescence are too memorable. Bai Yu stared at Barrett's fierce eyes and said steadily, from then on, you are like a homeless, untrustworthy madman, wandering around. Until you met Roger, it was your first defeat, but that year you're only 15 years old. Barrett's eyes were scarlet, and his voice was cold. Defeat is defeat, age is not an excuse for my defeat. Very good. What Bai Yu admired was Barrett's military qualities that few people of his peers could match, as well as his never say die personality and the belief in trying to become stronger. And, never be proud. Such a talent, in the eyes of Bai Yu, can be called one of the perfect little brothers. Keep challenging Roger. But all end in failure, and you vowed to beat him and become the strongest in the world. But when you know that Roger is terminally ill and dying soon after, he is confused again and finally disembarks. After Roger dies, the oath cannot be fulfilled. How to surpass him? Speaking of this, Bai Yu looked at Barrett's indifferent eyes. In the infinite hell, Work hard to cultivate for 20 years. In recent years, you have made up your mind, try to become stronger and kill all the great generals and 4 emperors, and only in this way is the proof of surpassing Roger, right? What the? Even Ping was sluggish. This devil's heir had such crazy and frightening thoughts. This little devil, interesting. Ryder glanced at Barrett, then at Bai Yu, and said darkly, his words actually make me feel like I have a sense of will resonance. Is it an illusion? Ha 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 ha. Barrett, who had been silent for a moment, suddenly burst out laughing, staring fiercely at Bai Yu and grinning. Very good, you know me very well, but not enough. Bai Yu calmly took out a sip of tea before slowly speaking. Since this is the case, we can make a vow of hegemony. 3 people are scared. Ryder recalled a few points. This kind of agreement of the top hegemon has not been heard for too many years. Barrett was excited for a few minutes. The agreement between the top overlords will never be violated, otherwise it will blind the soul, and the overlord color will be difficult to become stronger. Say it. Roger is long dead. You will target me in the future. In Barrett's trance, Bai Yu calmly continued to speak. I can give you the best resources and cultivation environment, allowing you to challenge me 3 times. I don't need any powers, but if you survive a minute at a time without dying, let you go free. During this period, obey my orders, fail miserably 3 times, and pay loyalty. Rumble. Overlord color bursts. This is the anger that belongs to Barrett, full of cold drinks. Fool me like this, what a hegemonic oath. Bai Yu was surprised. Is there something wrong with what he said? Sheeping opened his mouth and sighed. What an arrogant demon king. Just one agreement is extremely humiliating. Ignored very flat. Glancing thoughtfully at Ryder, Bai Yu looked at Barrett again. I have no problem with what I said. White Feather said it according to his own strength. As for what Barrett himself thinks, White Feather does not care. Anyway, it is the truth. No problem. Ha. The few words that give you freedom remind him of the country he once was, and Barrett was so angry that he exploded. You say, without any ability, 3 chances, as long as I survive a minute once and don't die, let me go free, right? Listen, is this human word? Let's not say what to do if he dies. Let's say that killing him in 1 minute is contempt for his strength. Barry's specialty is so big, I have never seen such an arrogant fanatic. The original 3 generals and 4 emperors went up together, and he didn't think they could kill him alive in a minute. Not to mention Bai Yu alone. If he really can't fight, won't he hide? Just run a few laps for more than a minute. Ignoring the anger of the devil heir, Bai Yu still drank tea indifferently. Do you think I'm playing you? Just so you know. Barrett was full of cold hums. If it weren't for the fact that Bai Yu's childlike fruit was too terrifying and humiliating, he would have rushed up to fuck him long ago. You'll soon see. With that, White Feather looked at the silent and thoughtful Redfield. It's normal to be strong and hate to ally with people. However, Ryder took the implementation of loneliness as his creed, and in the face of this kind of loner, Bai Yu directly spoke. From now on, listen to me, say your requirements. Lonely Red. You obviously talk so much to Barrett, the little devil, but you don't want to say anything more to your husband? Ryder's habitual evil smile. He really wanted to read Bai Yu's inner thoughts, but unfortunately he couldn't. Bai Yu affirmed, Barrett is too attached to power, and you don't want anything. I say nothing is useless. Barrett's face darkened. What does it mean? Isn't he just a good fool? Chapter 131. Chapter 131. The Demon King exploded. Everything disobeyed. Whitebeard and Golden Lion are all confused. It's not Barrett who is fooling around. After all, Bai Yu has always been to let people join with sincerity and personal charm, obediently being a little brother. Those who implement the creed of loneliness will get used to it and enjoy loneliness. Redfield's heart was extremely closed, and what Bai Yu said was basically impossible for him to listen to. Then go straight. Barrett's face was black, but Ryder stared into Bai Yu's eyes, and after a long time, his voice slowly sounded, I admit that your sight and smell are far better than mine, so I can't see through you at all. Then, can you see through me? It didn't matter what fruit ability it was. What amazed Ryder the most was his sighting. This was his proudest area, and the moment the city of Advance was covered by the shield of white feathers, his pride shattered. Bbook is your rival? Bai Yu suddenly asked. Hearing this name, Ryder was slightly stunned, and trance, knows Song Bbook. This name, I haven't heard of him in years, but he was really my childhood idol, and he was very special. Ryder is born to see and hear, and as he grows stronger and stronger, he can see through people's hearts. Therefore, he is accustomed to seeing the ugliness of people's hearts, greatly rejecting others, and developing a lonely character. When he was a child, he once saw the Lombard pirate group resting on the shore, and talked with the nose Song Bbook, was infected by his ideals, and began to worship him. So when he grew up, he went to sea to become a pirate, but did not find a partner. Not hearing from Bbook again became Ryder's regret. He's not dead yet. He was saved by Riley, and 2 years ago he joined a new pirate band. Really? It's good not to die. Bai Yu's words. Ryder's reaction was very flat, except for the habitual evil smile. He did not like to express unnecessary emotions. Ryder, you and I can also make a hegemonic oath. Talk about it. Ryder didn't refuse at the first time, and he didn't have a few years to live. Bai Yu said calmly, to restore you to your peak. Other conditions are the same as Barrett. How do you know how strong I was at my peak? Ryder asked rhetorically. Bai Yu said casually, the fruit you want can only keep you young and peak, but it can't prolong your life. Between discourses, a demon fruit appeared on Bai Yu's hand, which was exactly, bat fruit, Esper species, vampire form. 2 years ago, Bai Yu asked Dover to look for it, and only told him that he was good at sleeping in the ancient town, and he found it. After Ryder returned to the sea, he first encountered the Esper species ability Patong, and went to the ancient town together to find the vampire fruit. Bai Yu swept the vampire fruit and said, of course, you can use it to increase your strength, and I will restore your youth. The prison of the undead was dead silent. Ryder stared at White Feather, staring at the bat Esper species vampire fruit in his hand, and Barrett also wanted to see if White Feather was teasing him. Good. Ryder and Barrett, both of whom had been inmates for years. The Overlord oath that Bai Yu said seemed simple, but the content was too shocking, and the two did not believe it. But this is the only chance to get out of prison at the moment. If we can do it, we would like to call you the strongest in history. Then, Oath of Supremacy, establish it. Rumble, rumble. When Ryder and Barrett dropped these words, the Overlord color erupted at the same time. Boom. The White Feather Overlord color also bursts out. 3 Overlord colors collided, instantly forming a terrifying storm of black and red lightning in the undead prison. The blue fat man was almost suffocated. In the collision, Bai Yu said calmly, I, Bai Yu, and Ryder and Barrett, establish the Overlord oath with the spiritual will of the top Overlord. Never disobey. Seeing this, Ryder said evilly, I, Redfield, listen to its orders. The above content, never violate. Barrett said, I, Barrett. 3 fiascos, dedication of loyalty, never disobeyed. Hiss. Even Ping was stunned. This Demon King really wants to subdue these 2 legendary monsters. The agreement in the Oath of the Overlord. Can the Demon King do it? Give the other party the best resources and cultivation environment. Only allow 3 challenges. Bai Yu does not use any ability, but whenever the other party wants survives for a minute without dying, let him go free. During this period, he did orders, failed miserably 3 times, and offered his loyalty. Thinking of the content of the Overlord oath that Bai Yu had said before, Jipping felt that either Bai Yu was crazy or that his cognitive worldview had collapsed. But, this is the Overlord oath. The top overlords do have a lot of faithless, stealing chickens and slipping. But just like the regular pirate group's righteous sons wine, there are also vows of honor and dignity between the top overlords. By the oath of heart and will, if you even violate this, it is not worthy of the title of top overlord. Life, rehabilitation. The next moment, a large swath of light envelops Barrett and Ryder. Don't move, today is the first battle of the oath. Use the peak that the 2 of you have shown on the sea, go up together. Ryder and Barrett narrowed their eyes slightly, feeling the glow of the light. The breath of you 3 vivid. A dozen seconds later, the momentum of the 2 increased again. Sheeping was sluggish again. Both. Are you all getting younger? First, Barrett. He was imprisoned in Advance City at the age of 22, then cultivated in Advance City for 20 years, and then practiced in Immortal Prison for 2 years. But there is one point. In a place like Pushing Forward City, there was not enough to eat, wear or warm, so Barrett had been in a weak state of cultivation. Even in the undead prison, Barrett never ate, and although there was no need to eat, drink, and sleep here, his frail state was never replenished. So, Bai Yu didn't think that cultivation could increase much strength under such circumstances, but it definitely sharpened his will. Case. It is better to directly let Barrett return to his youth, so that if he cultivates again, his progress will be faster. After all, the 20s are the explosive period of strength growth, and the 40s are close to the end of strength growth. After more than 20 years of cultivation, I have only become so strong. Returning to his 20s, Barrett senses strength, then compares his previous strength and trances for a few points. Bai Yu said calmly, you are already a top strong person, and it is extremely difficult to become stronger. Not in my teens. But the 22-year-old Barrett, who is the top strong man, first defeated the pirates, and then was defeated by the combination of the warring states plus Kapu's slaying order, and finally lost. If he is not strong enough, there was no need to send 2 warring statesmen to prevent escape, because the Slayer order did not require a major general, and the 5th lieutenant general was the standard. Of course, there are still many people who can enter the top at the age of 20, such as Straw Hat. Oh, the peak of the times. Ryder is back. The old and dying Ryder, returning to the peak of his 50s. He has changed too much. Ryder was born white, and when he regained his prime, he exuded a suffocating breath, his eyebrows were red, and he had an evil smile on his face. Roger once said that the top pirates of the same era who can make him recognize in terms of strength are still alive. Barrett looked at Ryder warily. Only Whitebeard, Golden Lion, and lonely high red. Bai Yu raised an eyebrow slightly. Sengoku evaluation. Rider alone is enough to sit on an equal footing with Roger and Whitebeard. Carp's assessment. Rider is not enough to leave a name in history. The words of the warring states are naturally exaggerated, just like the Four Emperors pirate regiment not only looks at the captain, but also the younger brothers. But Carp's words are also a bit too much, and Rider is really the top strongman. Shiki, he's so arrogant, he's also recruited me. Rider glanced at the two souls in the distance, shook his head, and said, I'm really inferior to Whitebeard and Roger. Since I was a child, I have read people's hearts and seen the ugliness of people's hearts, and the closure of my heart has always made my heart closed. But Rider looked at the rather indifferent White Feather, his eyes sharpened, and he smiled evilly. It is said that it is not as good as them, but they are all at the same level. It's not so easy for them to beat me, and it's even less likely to kill me in a minute. Since it is the oath of the Overlord, let me see it. Whoops. Without a weapon, Rider turned his hand into a knife, and a furious slash burst out without a knife stream. The Red Earl is good at three-color domineering plus swordplay, especially seeing and smelling. Add me. Barrett didn't care what Siege wasn't, he longed to fight for too long. The Devil Heir is good at tricolor domineering plus gymnastics plus devil form. As for the fruit of the combination, forget it. In Bai Yu's eyes, Barrett's fusion fruit is not suitable for fighting, only suitable for destruction. What a huge robot in the form of a medium-sized bullet, too clumsy. What fruit awakens the fusion fleet and all the buildings are comparable to the large bullet forms the size of half an island. More clumsy. The combined fruit, in battle, in addition to adding some defense, did not increase Barrett's strength, speed, and drag the huge body to fight, but it was a drag. The destructive power has become greater, but what is the use of fighting with the top strong? Boom. Barrett stomped on the ground and shot straight at the White Feather, punching out. Boom, boom. Under the gaze of Rider and Barrett, Rider's slash landed on the White Feather standing in place, but it was blocked by the armed color and made a sonorous sound. Barrett's fist, blocked by Bai Yu's raised hand, did not retreat. Scary armed color, terrifying physique. Rider and Barrett spoke at the same time, and they both became solemn. Bai Yu said calmly, say it's a minute. In fact, I added all the opening remarks. The real situation is, feel the despair. Bai Yu instantly closed his fist, clenched his fist, and wrapped his fist in a grid-breaking grade armed color, and the top overlord color was wound up. This moment, both Rider and Barrett's pupils froze, and they both felt an unprecedented and deadly crisis. Rider directly opened the hegemonic entanglement, with the strongest blow of the knifeless stream. The slash was fierce. Bai Yu brazenly shot. Punch hard. Boom. The domineering torrent instantly crushed Rider's attack like a tsunami and directly submerged him. The strongest punch. Barrett directly fused with the domineering to form the devil form, which is why he was called the Devil's Heir, and threw his strongest punch. SHHH. At the same time, Bai Yu's knife was pulled out and slashed at the oncoming Barrett. Slash God. Thanks to the skill of Elbaf's gun, the White Feather has not been used for a long time, but it is the most penetrating slash of the White Feather, and the strongest cut is a line of heaven. Condensed into a star-like slash, it penetrated Barrett's fist directly and completely penetrated his body. Where? The terrible residual force will also blow him out. Boom. The roar of one punch and one knife resounded inside the undead prison. Rush. Bai Yu did not stop. Stomping on the ground, he came to Rider, who was ready to get up, and stepped on it with a fierce kick. Boom. Click. Badly injured Rider was preparing to resist, but was stomped off by Bai Yu's hand that lifted him up to resist, and even his head was smashed. Lonely red. Die. On the other side, the blood-stained Barrett glanced at his heart and then noticed that the white feathers were flashing rapidly. Barrett quickly rolled over on the ground to dodge, and got up to prepare to throw a punch. Whoops. Cold light flashed, and Barrett's armed collar was cut like thin paper, and his hands were broken, and his heart was shocked. Whoops. White feather does not stand still. Another knife, condensed into silk, directly through Barrett's neck, ahead, soaring into the sky. Devil air, die. Dead prison, dead silence. Some of the fat blue men who were watching were trembling uncontrollably in disbelief. Only then did Bai Yu open his mouth lightly. The power of words is only my yaxing, and what I'm best at is explode everything disobeying. Golem, very flat, completely sluggish, incomprehensible domineering and swordplay. It is no wonder that the old father and the golden lion both died at the hands of the demon king. What a horror. A flash of light flashed. Sheeping was sluggish again because Ryder and Barrett, full resurrection. No matter how they looked, neither of them was hurt at all. But their expressions were still in a sluggish shock, and they seemed to be intoxicated in the previous state of death. The next moment, Bai Yu didn't say anything more, raised his hand to open the prison of immortality, and left Whitebeard with the three of them. Golden Lion, really resurrected? No. How did the Demon King suddenly leave? The last time the Demon King had spoken a few words to the two of their souls, and this time he didn't look at them from beginning to end. The feeling of being ignored was so uncomfortable, and the two souls of Whitebeard and Golden Lion were confused for a moment and fell silent. Chapter 132. Chapter 132 Final list. Ling Ling ranks as Captain Fan, and Big Mama is dead long ago. Gravity space. The arena scene is located. When Bai Yu appeared with 3 people, dozens of people on more than a dozen islands were still engaged in life and death battles, especially Riley versus Hawkeye. The battle scene ignited the whole field. Riley has just recovered to the peak of combat strength, to fight to adapt to the strength. Hawkeye is boiling with war will, directly bloody. What about my subordinates? Bai Yu leisurely took a sip of tea and casually inquired. But none of the 3 spoke. Sheeping watched the battles everywhere for a moment, while Barrett and Ryder were still in a trance of experiencing death. Bai Yu's domineering and swordplay directly shattered all the worldview and pride of the 2 people, and they had not returned to God so far. Didn't I just kill me once? Ridiculous gesture, Bai Yu said, his voice cold for a few minutes. Hawkeye asks for death once a month, still in good spirits. Look at you. Are you all waste? Boom. A sentence sounded like a bell and drum in the hearts of the 2 people, and they woke up in an instant. Ryder's consciousness woke up from the trance, took a deep look at Bai Yu, and his tone was full of emotion. Your routine is too much. Obviously you can directly use your strength to break our pride. But you still have to say a bunch of words that touch your heart before you start. Convincing, isn't it? The Demon King of the New Age. You're right, Bai Yu explained slightly. The subordinates I want must really obey the chi, so as not to have a bunch of broken things every day. And pure strength can only be taken orally, and words can make the heart obey. Hear that? Barrett said bluntly. That's someone else. I'm different. The moment you killed me, you were convinced, because you are so much stronger than Roger. I'm going to fight. After saying this, Barrett could not resist the war and rushed to the battlefield where Riley and Hawkeye were located. Gee, have a personality. Bai Yu sighed in admiration, and then signaled to Zai Ping. The strong one is on the top. The weak one is retreating. The first 13 can become captains. Go and prove your own value. Yes, Lord Demon King. Shi Ping made a serious fuss and rushed to an island. Seeing this, Ryder spoke. If there is a Fishman team, it is really important for a force that survives on the sea. But I didn't think about forming any Fishman teams, and I didn't need to. Bai Yu directly denied. Expectation. 863 Left-hand Lily to Neptune White Star. Right-hand Lily to Gaioka. What Fishman fan team are time-consuming and laborious. Ryder was slightly surprised. Then why should he be the captain of the team? Is there a conflict here? Bai Yu asked rhetorically and continued. Captain Fan is based on strength, not the so-called race. Bai Yu casually threw away the vampire form that Dover found in Sleeping Ancient Town. Bat fruit and Esper species. Click. Ryder did not refuse, took the fruit, and even ate it bite by bite, and had not eaten anything good in prison for many years, and even the demon fruit felt very delicious. Originally, Ryder was released from prison to recover to the peak of youth, so he went to sleep in the ancient town to find this fruit. And Ryder, who has now returned to the peak of 50 years old, does not actually need to eat fruit, and there was no fruit before. But after witnessing the strength of the white feather, Ryder found that he had to get stronger quickly, and the fruit had to be eaten. Death recovers. Bai Yu didn't say anything more, and after a while, he conveniently restored several dead crew members. Seeing this scene, Ryder said quietly, "Why don't you resurrect them? If it weren't for the special environment of the undead prison, their bodies would have rotted long ago." And the last time Bai Yu talked to himself in the cell where the 2 bodies were, Ryder understood something. After the death of a living being, the soul returns to the Yellow Spring. This is a legend since ancient times, and the existence of the Yellow Spring fruit is ironclad evidence. And the particularity of the undead prison, it is difficult for Ryder not to think about it. Is it that the souls of the 2 are also in the cell? But why didn't the Demon King resurrect those 2 legends? Bai Yu knew that Ryder was talking about Whitebeard and Golden Lion, and casually said, "The weather today is not good." Well, Ryder winced. What is the strange reason for this? The 2 legends of weather and resurrection, what is the connection? Ryder pondered. Bai Yu glanced at Ryder. You are used to reading people's hearts with sight and smell. And you are also used to reading people's hearts. But I warn you, don't guess me too much. See? Ryder was silent for a moment, then took a deep breath and said, "My fault, it won't be any more." Captain. Well, the widows can be taught. Bai Yu continued to watch the battlefields everywhere, and time passed rapidly. A week later, Water Star Island, inside the main hall. Looking at the dozens of energetic people, Bai Yu, who was sitting on a high place, said, "First of all, welcome the Devil's Heir Barrett, the lonely red field, to join the Zero Fan team." The crowd looked at each other. Ryder is an old legend, the same era as Whitebeard and others, but it has been locked up in an infinite hell for too long, forgotten by many new eras. And Barrett, it was a contemporary pirate who was present for many people. For example, Sand Crocodile, Dover, Katakuri, etc., are all in their 40s like Barrett. But Barrett, however, became a legend. Dover couldn't help but smile evilly. It's all legends. Still, I seem to have heard of someone fighting Barrett at a young age. regardless of whether it's winning or losing. It is also for this reason that the fame is directly heard throughout the world. And then it floated. It's the sand crocodile. Crocodile narrowed his eyes slightly, and said in a condensed voice, Barrett, I didn't expect you crazy people to join. What a wise choice. Glancing at Crocodile, Barrett grinned disdainfully. It's you, Crocodile. I haven't seen you for more than 20 years. I didn't expect it. You're still so weak. Crocodile guess not. If it weren't for Bai Yu watching here, he would have made Barrett understand what is real. Crocodile 5-5 open. Read it. Bai Yu motioned for Kaya to open his mouth. Katakuri held the list in his hand, met the expectant and excited eyes of many people, and spoke in a deep voice. Team 0, Riley, Hawkeye, Barrett, Ryder, Female Emperor, Crush Fruit. Katakuri. Captain of the team, Charlotte Ling Ling. Vice Captain, Charlotte Owen. Officer, Charlotte Bree. Captain of the second team, Twisted Fruit, Doflamingo. Vice Captain, Apu. Officer, Picker. Captain of the Sanbon team, Esper Species Skunk, Rob Lusai. Vice Captain, Ancient Breed Cuckoo. Officer, Bruno. Captain of the 4-fan team, Momo Fruit, Her of the Rain. Vice Captain, Drake. Captain of the 5-fan team, Aniru. Vice Captain, Urki. Captain of the Luban team, Crocodile. Vice Captain, Hawkins. 7 captains, Kid. Vice Captain, Electromagnetic Fruit. Kira. Team 8, Repulsion Fruit, Rose Perot. Vice Captain, Blood Fruit, Charlotte Defu. Team 9, Mercury Fruit, Smurge. Captain Juban, Flash Fruit. Cavendish. 11 team, Bone Fruit, Cleric. Team 12, Very Flat. Team 13, Morale. Captain Fan is ranked in no particular order. The 0 team has the right to transfer the team. If the members of the Team 0 disagree, vote to decide. Those who are strong, those who are weak, and those who are not satisfied with their positions can apply for challenges and must not provoke their superiors without reason. The crowd listened. The captains were not so-called strangers, but Bai Yu was not surprised by this result. There are more than 100 capable people elected by the promotion city, and thousands of talents of all kinds have supplemented the middle and low-level foundations. The remaining hundreds of thousands, wiped out, and the people who advanced into the infinite hell of the city, except for Ryder, Barrett and Shiping, and her, the rest of the people, all killed by Bai Yu, because each one of them is not strong, and they are all too individualistic. Bai Yu is too lazy to waste time. The rest. The strongest is the 5th layer of prisoners. 2 years later, except for Bucky, who was released outside, there really didn't happen to be a single one. Wow, Ling Ling has become the captain. Ling Ling is really happy. When Ling Ling opened her mouth, the whole audience was silent and looked at each other. If the former aunt came back to life and saw her change from a Grand 4th Emperor to a squad leader, wouldn't she have to be angry to death? Just no chance. Bai Yu used the 2 abilities of memory and soul to deal with it, and now Ling Ling was only a simple Lingaling. But because it was too simple to play its full strength, it failed to join the 0-fan team. At what age was Ling Ling at the latest? She became so obese. Hakuba looked at Katakuri and asked. Kaya winced slightly, glanced at Owen and the others, and recalled, it seems to be in your 50s? No, my mother was blessed when she was in her 40s. Smuggy also opened his mouth. Cracker muttered, but how do I remember that my mother was blessed when she was in her 30s? Speaking of which, Katakuri also understood what Hakuba was going to do, and said, Captain, do you want to restore your mother's age and consider the problem of strength? In fact, my mother's strength has basically not changed from her 20s. A lot of people were stunned. She hasn't increased her strength in decades, so what has she done all these years? But seeing so many children, the people also understand something. People are speechless. It is a waste of talent. Ling Ling is 68 years old, right? Bai Yu saw Ka nod, then looked at Ling Ling, who was happily eating the cake, and raised her hand. All right. Ling Ling was still holding the fat face of the former big mother. Bai Yu was not used to how to see it, and inexplicably wanted to hit people. Eat yours, don't move. Oh, Ling Ling knows. Life restored. The light enveloped Ling Ling, and under the perception of everyone, the breath of strength really did not change much. When the light is gone, everyone found that Ling Ling was a little younger, and the others did not say, at least Ling Ling had lost a lot of weight. How much more pleasing than before. Just go back to 50. The peak of most of the trop strong. White Feather withdrew his hand. Some people always say that Ling Ling when she was young was quite a bit of a posture. However, when thinking of Ling Ling's dozens of husbands and children, Bai Yu felt that her scalp was tingling, so 50 years old was the best, and no one was embarrassed. Therefore, Ling Ling should be a well-behaved and obedient squad leader. Phew. Kaya and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the captain did not restore his mother to her 20s, otherwise with a tender face, their elderly children would be embarrassed. Checking Ling Ling's memories and souls that had returned to 50 years old again, Bai Yu found no problems. Bai Yu looked into a corner. Shiping, today you will go back to Fishman Island and tell Neptune that the territory of Fishman Island will belong to me from now on. Thank you Lord Demon King. Thank you Captain for your gift. Shiping knelt down with tears in his eyes. This week, he collected a lot of news about Fishman Island, most of which was negative reports, and he was eager to return home. Go for it. White Feather waved his hand slightly. Fishman Island. He will soon come with his sisters. So, tell Morgans and inform the world of the status of the White Feathers. Just call the 13th guard. Bai Yu opened his mouth. The other 13 team aside, at least the Ling Ling of the first team, and all the members of the 0 team, were enough to shake the world. He didn't bother to hide anything, and if he wasn't afraid of death, come. Riley wondered, Guardian 13? What court is guarded? Does it matter? Bai Yu asked rhetorically. He was too lazy to take a name. Anyway, it was not a Howlingting. Being a pirate is only a very small part of Bai Yu's long life, so all kinds of titles are not important, and sooner or later they have to be changed. Yes, you're happy. Riley shrugged and didn't care. Yee-ah-ha-ha, what other 4 emperors won't be scared to death by us? Aniru opened his mouth with a wild laugh. Hey, I'd love to know what Kaido thinks. Doflamingo was also inexplicably looking forward to it. Bai Yu is also looking forward to it. Other than that, if Kaido sees that Ling Ling is not dead and is still young, is he excited or sad? The crowd was full of pride. As their great captain said, we are invincible ahead. Chapter 133. Chapter 133. Angels sanction the Demon King. Shock the World Guardian 13 Team. City in the Sky. It is located at the headquarters of the White Feather Great Ship Regiment, where the Water Pioneer Island is located, and the dry rice is over the sea behind. A low white sea can be seen in the surrounding sea, and further away, you can see some building outlines, but they are obscured by clouds. Over here, it is the home of Bai Yu and his sisters, and like Daughter Island, any male creatures other than Bai Yu are forbidden. 2 years passed. The City of the Sky is famous all over the world and is also called by countless men, the City of Beauty, the City of Clouds, the City of Dreams, and the Garden of the Demon King. Dozens of small islands are combined into a land, and dozens of areas are divided, each of which has its own characteristics, all of which are planned by the sister herself. As usual, Huckleberry came to his palace and was in the Great Hall of Deliberation. Big Brother White Feather, Kia and Vivi are too little cute, and every time they see Bai Yu, they are always so happy. Coming back, Stussy, Robin, Monet, Khalifa, 4 pretty female secretaries were sorting through the information when they saw Bai Yu say hello. It's been hard. Bai Yu sat down and took the baby 5 brewed tea, and Xiaoyulia Palace rushed over to pinch Bai Yu's shoulders. Sugar muttered, this female Draco, she is too obedient. I heard that Sister Stussy has worked her. Bryn, who is already 16 years old, is becoming more cheerful. Garrett next to her drank tea like Bai Yu. At least Xiaoyulia's are vivid. Cornice chuckled. I also heard that little Sadie and Domino have not been well adjusted so far. This man can really play. Tina is obedient. Tina skimmed her lips for 2 years. Tina was most impressed by the fact that Bai Yu asked her to quit smoking, and for this reason, she was directly knocked unconscious and sent to the single room of the undead prison. After all, the prison of immortality was so big that Tina couldn't see it alone. It was locked up for a month. Tina vowed never to smoke again, or she would have to lock up for another month. This time it doesn't count. I said I'll fly for 10 minutes first. You play lay. Concubines are not tricky, but your strength is too weak. No, I'm pretty accurate. You flew more than 10 seconds earlier. Worry about the little sister. Ahem, stupid big cow. Nami and Hancock unfurled their angel wings and flew into the main hall. Marcino, who was behind, led little Aisha and smiled. The two of them have to fight every day. But Hancock has always said nothing about Nami. Nokagao also smiled. Konami can't beat Hancock. Darth Vader is more concerned with strength. Viol nodded. Hancock joined Team 0 after all. Perona said proudly, as long as you don't have to be domineering, you can't beat me. All caught up in negativity. If you don't have to be domineering, so do I. All become children. Pawnee said as she ate. You two win. Negative ghosts are not strong-willed to resist, unless the other party is already extremely negative. Bonnie's age rewrite also needs domineering to resist. The 8 daughters had previously gone to Daughter Island in the nearby sea and were now coming back together. All after entering the main hall. White Feather found that except for little Sadie and Domino, who were still enjoying the tutelage of the 2 maids in Stussy's palace, they had all arrived. Let's all put down what we're looking for. It's time to set sail again. Watching the women arrive together, Bai Yu was in a very beautiful mood. He only had one word at the moment. The happiness of the Demon King could not be imagined by outsiders. Set sail? The women's eyes lit up. 2 years had passed, and most of the girls had been cultivating and studying, and even the Demon King Sea had no time to finish. There are also many girls who have traveled for half a year, such as Nami was sent to Xiaokong Island to study meteorology, and Koya was sent to Magnetic Drum Island by Bai Yu to study medical skills. In a word, these 2 years are the process of constantly improving oneself and precipitating oneself. Yes, your strength has improved a lot. Combining work and leisure, we should also go out and go around. Strength. None of the girls present were weaker than ordinary lieutenant generals. 1. Holy water, 10 times to enhance physical fitness and spirit. 2. Angel wings, flying, attackable and defensive. 3. Full ability. Finally, 2 years of hard work in the gravity space, and Bai Yu's teaching of the domineering true solution, were not in vain. Except for Sugar and Aisha because of physical reasons, the armed color is not strong, and the rest of the girls are all proficient in two-color domineering. Among them, the best of them, such as the Esper breed cat Stussy, the nine-tailed fox Khalifa, the natural Aurora Darth Vader, the snowfruit Monet and other 2 years ago had a lot of strength base, but also explosively stronger. But except for Hankook, who was included in the Zero fan team to show his strength, the other girls, Bai Yu, were not included in any fan team. Because there is no need. The girls at Heart meet, and the little brothers are all hit workers. Where do we start again? I look at the charts. Nami was so happy that she took out the chart. Kia smiled sweetly. Big brother Bai Yu, if you set sail at this time, the Navy will definitely be nervous. The legendary Demon King was silent for 2 years, and the Navy was relaxed for 2 years. Vivi playfully winked at Bai Yu. Don't care about the Navy, let's set sail back in Chambord. Hear Bai Yu's words. Hankook realized. Do you want to go to Fishman Island with a coat? The concubines had never been there either. Yes, but no coating is required, just turn on the energy shield and enter the sea. As he spoke, Bai Yu looked at Robin again. There is a historical text there, and it seems to be Joey Boy's letter of apology. Bai Yu was not interested, and left a letter of apology, which meant that he was a loser. No matter how brilliant he had been, he was not worthy of Bai Yu's care. Robin's eyes lit up. That's not bad. Let's collect it. Bai Yu continued. Target Fishman Island. Go pack up and get ready to set sail. Great. The women are also looking forward to it. Most of the girls present had never been to Fishman Island, and those fishermen were counted, but the women were very interested in mermaids. Stussy said gracefully, so, it's time to grab. Mermaid. Wow, the big bad guy isn't satisfied. Perona yelled. Bai Yu narrowed his eyes slightly, and also wanted to raise his head immediately after 2 sentences of granulated sugar. Yes, let's go grab one of the biggest mermaids in the world. Pack up and fix it, and leave in a week. At night, the lively banquet spread out. The women returned to their homes where Sky City was located. Just as Bai Yu was preparing to go to find a certain young lady, he suddenly found that the entire hall was flashing with dazzling holy light. A figure leapt forward and swirled high, looking at the white feather inside the main hall. It's like time stands still. Bai Yu looked at the people flying high above and laughed lightly. In the middle of the night, there was an angel coming to the door, which is really surprising. The person who came, it was Cornus. Abilities, human fruit, Esper species, blazing angel form. At this moment, Cornus was wearing a long white dress and spreading the wings of angels, and her already beautiful face was even more inseparable from the background of the holy light. Oh Demon King who has brought endless darkness to the whole world. Cornus had a serious expression and said very coldly, my name is Cornus, and I am ranked as an archangel. By God's command, come and punish you. I'm going. Bai Yu looked at the gentle and well-behaved Cornus. When did she become so playful? I don't know which little sister taught her. It's really good. Since this was the case, Bai Yu also said in a cold voice, didn't the god of your family tell you what a Demon King is? Come down on you. When Bai Yu raised her hand, Cornus appeared in his arms out of thin air, directly pinched her pretty face, and smiled. Such a beautiful female angel. This Demon King is going to eat meat today. No, don't. Cornus had tears in her eyes, like a little sheep facing a fierce wolf. You really can play. Bai Yu suddenly smiled and asked, who made you come? I don't remember that you were so bold that you dared to take the initiative to fall into the clutches of the devil. Cornus blushed. But Cornus never thought of hiding anything from Bai Yu, so she whispered, people can change. Yes, I came by myself. The change is really not small. Bai Yu's tone was full of praise. 2 years ago, Cornus was a timid and gentle young lady who would blush at the sight of Bai Yu. As he ate the blazing angel of the Esper species, and as his strength grew, his vision opened, and he became confident for a few points. At the very least, he dared to look directly into Bai Yu's eyes for several seconds before he blushed. After saying that, Bai Yu's face turned pale. Since you have fallen into my clutches, let's sacrifice your soul. Huh? Cornus shook her head and whispered with a red face, isn't it the body? Too naive. Bai Yu leaned into Cornus's ear and said, the body can only be regarded as an appetizer, and the soul resonates beyond your imagination. Soul fruit to understand? Eh? Cornus was sluggish. This is different from what the book and Nami said. Hakuba is too good at playing. After Bai Yu brought Cornus back to the room, he chuckled softly. Start? Right now. The moonlight was shyly hidden outside the window, listening to the pleasant sounds. Early the next morning, when Ko found out that Cornus hadn't come to breakfast, she used to say, big brother white feather, Cornus should be sick, I'll go and recover her. Vivi blinked, or 10 o'clock. Right? Facing the eyes of many girls, Bai Yu coughed lightly, 10:30, but you will recover to just 10:30. Hard work. Always 10 o'clock. Always get caught in a bag. Bai Yu finally delayed for half an hour, and ate the appetizer for a while. Every time I let Kia go, Why don't you restore it yourself? I don't understand you. Nami grumbled. Bai Yu said frankly, that would make me look too bad. The women. Wow, it turns out that the White Feather Demon King also has a bottom line. Time passes. Soon a week passed. The castle in the sky was given to Smuggy's women's team, and Hancock's two sisters took women to guard. The ship set sail. The Demon King travels. The ship that set sail unabashedly rushed through the new world, causing the vigilance of many big forces. After all, the Demon King had just gone to sea for a few months, but he had made one big thing after another, and the Demon King who had been silent for 2 years, God knows what big things would happen. When he found that the younger brothers of the White Feather Great Ship Regiment were not moving, Chi-Chi breathed a sigh of relief. 2 more days later, a newspaper that sensationalizes the world. The Demon King sets sail again? Fishman Island into the Demon King realm, outlaw invaders, die? Shocked. The number of members of the Demon King's Zero Fan team increased to 6. Shock. Charlotte Ling Ling became the captain of the team. Shock. Many of the Demon King's subordinates replaced the Demon Fruit. Tremor. The overall strength of the 4 emperors Bai Yu surpassed the sum of the 3 emperors. Golem. The legendary Zero Fan team, which can only be joined by the imperial rank, is already 6 people. Hey, the original 4th emperor's aunt didn't even die, and she became the captain of the fan. This overall strength, if you don't count the middle and low levels, in my cognition, they are all better than the Navy. How is that possible? How did Doflamingo and Kadaka Chestnuts turn their garbage fruit into the top? This time, the report was distributed to the whole world, and it instantly awakened too many memories of the Demon King 2 years ago. The brains of countless people who shook roared, thief ha ha ha, good 1-0 team, good court 13 team. This kind of force is really worthy of being the Demon King Lord. On an island in the New World, Blackbeard, who had just taken down here in a fit of rage, was extremely angry at the moment. His anger was that he had worked hard for 2 years, but he still couldn't see any hope of getting rid of the Demon King. Space imprints on the body plus Team 0. This means that even if the Demon King does not shoot, he can send people to surround and kill him at any time, and there is nowhere to escape. After laughing angrily, Blackbeard's face was full of gloom. How's the contact? Do they have a way? The devil fruit must be given every 2 months, and must be given every 6 months, which is a shame in Blackbeard's eyes, and always reminds him to remember. But the development of the Demon King, far beyond Blackbeard's imagination, became more and more powerless. There is a way, but the price is a bit large. Lafayette replied. It's good to have. Blackbeard breathed a sigh of relief. In order to erase the spatial imprint left by the Demon King on his body, he didn't know how many methods he could not use, and he couldn't find how to erase it. Ultimately, he chose to make a deal with the world government, and only by erasing the imprint of space could he implement more plans. Thief ha ha ha, man's dream will not end. Mountains. Chapter 134. Chapter 134. Many people are numb. The Demon King's prophecy. The naval headquarters was horrified. An island in the New World. At this moment, the red-haired pirate group singing at the banquet, when they saw the newspaper, they were all dead silent. Team 06. The captain of the 13th team of the Guardian Court was Charlotte Ling Ling. How do they feel that they know every word? But how can they not understand it when combined? Trance for half a day. Wearing a pirate hat, long yellow hair, and white gloves, Lum Jones said in a dry voice, Riley, Hawkeye, and that female emperor has long been informed, and that category is also included in the top. Because of crushing the fruit. And Lonely Red, the devil's heir. These 2 solitary monsters, why did they join? Can't understand. Unbelievable. The most shocking thing is that the former 4th Emperor Charlotte Ling Ling became the squad leader. Benedict Sneak, wearing sunglasses, glowing green and grey, and a red dragon tattoo on his right neck exclaimed. The bald eyebrowless Ben Kpinze, who was carrying a monkey on his back, was full of uncertainty. Are the people of the Zero Fan team 1 level stronger than her? Impossible. Jesus shook his head as he shook the gun in his hand. Look at her picture, she really changed. The crowd watched. Ling Ling had lost a lot of weight, and she was also much younger, much more pleasing to the eye than before. The most important thing is that Ling Ling's simple childlike eyes are by no means the fierce eyes of the former Big Mother. Jesus Boo said his thoughts. It is normal to become thin and young, but Big Aunt will never change her fierce and violent eyes in just 2 years. It is likely that some special fruit ability has rewritten her temperament, and even changed her memory and mind. Only then did he not join the Zero Fan team, because it is impossible to fully exert its original strength. The crowd gasped. In this case, what is the difference between that and killing the Big Mother, or that the former Big Mother died long ago? And now, it was just Ling Ling, the squad leader of the White Feather Great Boat Regiment. Beckman spat out a smoke ring and said heavily, the power of the Demon King is unstoppable in the New World, but whenever he has the slightest ambition, he will act at any time. So I suggest we evacuate for a while. Jesus was astonished. Evacuate the New World? Not necessarily. Listen to what the captain has to say. Rocky Road doesn't eat meat anymore. Shanks, who had unconsciously crushed the newspaper, said solemnly, "Everything is chaotic, and the balance of the world has been completely broken by the Demon King. But now is not the time, then withdraw." The crowd was in a trance. A young man who had just been out of the sea for more than 2 years had a newspaper to evacuate them from the new world. How else can other forces survive? But if they don't withdraw, as the vice captain said, the Demon King may bring the Zero Fan team to kill at any time, and they can't stop it. The time has not come. Avoid the sharp edge for a while. I love ghosts. Ember, Quinn, and Jack looked at the newspaper, full of solemnity. The strength of the White Feather Great Ship Regiment was developing much faster than they could imagine, and this time, it was really troublesome. Because Kaido's original goal of marrying Yamato to Hakuba was to unite with Hakuba. The alliance can all be the top power of the alliance to create the top war. But when the difference in power between the two sides is too great, the so-called result of the alliance must be that the weak are swallowed up by the strong. And if they really allied with the Demon King, then they belong to the absolutely weak side. Defy. In the world of the strong, if the weak have any qualifications to disobey, then die. What if the two sides fight to the death? The Zero team of 6 people, divided into 2 to block the Kaido boss, and then divided into 3 violent fights and 3 disasters, leaving 1 control field. Flying Hexagon trembled. Bai Yu and the 13th team of the Guardian Court did not need to shoot, eat melon and watch the drama. That picture, it's amazing. Thinking of this, Jack, with an iron head, said in a dull voice, "Or how many more Zero-fold teams do I block?" Oh my god. Ember and Quinn were speechless. What strength do you have? Don't have points in your heart. Do you still block 2 more? Why don't you? Jack shout. White Feather Big Boat Regiment. Bring me the boat over and get on it together. Woo woo woo. The legendary world's strongest creature, at this moment, can't stop crying, tears falling. Stop crying. Yamato blocked his ears and shouted. Ember said in a low voice, "Let Boss Kaido cry a little longer, it's much better to cry." Yamato was puzzled. Then was he scared and crying by the power of the White Feather? You're still too young. Boss Kaido is absolutely impossible to be scared by any strength, any force. Quinn shook his head. Big man, you know what? Yamato looked at Jack, the tallest in the room. Jack muffled, because Charlotte Ling Ling is still alive. Huh? Yamato's puzzled face. Because a woman cried for 3 hours without stopping. Was it once an old acquaintance? To be precise, Ling Ling was Kaido's former eldest sister. After all, she was nearly 10 years older. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Ling Ling, how come you're not dead yet? Yamato's eyelids twitched. Sorry, I thought too much. Whoops, you don't die. Lao Tzu still has to pay back your affection. Seeing that Ling Ling is still alive, and has become thinner and younger, what kind of captain has she become? Kaido was numb. How Ling Ling suddenly changed so much. Thinking about it was still a little excited. Yuck, it was really uncomfortable for him. Hearing this, Yamato shouted, "Wow, you're crying because you don't want to pay back your affection. It's so bad." Quinn is right, Big, and you are indeed too young. Kaido's crying suddenly stopped, and he said very seriously, Ling Ling is no longer the Ling Ling she used to be. The former Ling Ling has long since died. She is now Bai Yu's subordinate, or a squad leader. And then what? Yamato was still confused. Kaido stared at the brass bell with wide eyes. No matter what method is used, but he can even accept Ling Ling, then completely release his ambition. Barrett and Ryder are the embodiment of his ambition. The ambition of a top overlord will not be satisfied, and his next target will definitely be Lao Tzu. So Yamato looked at Kaido very simply. Kaido wanted to cry angrily. You can't worry about Lao Tzu. Are you still thinking about Lao Tzu being so old that you run to him as a little brother in this new era? Why not? I heard that you used to be a little brother to someone before. Large and subconscious opening. Who do you listen to? Kaido's face darkened completely, and Death looked directly at Ember and the others. Lao Tzu is 59 years old this year, and Bai Yu is only 20 years old. Lao Tzu would rather die than give a little ghost a little brother. Roll to Lao Tzu. Kaido drove people directly. Continued to cry. New World. The former G1 branch of the Navy is now the headquarters of the Navy Marshal's office. The Red Dog smoked a cigar and looked at the newspaper with a gloomy face without saying a word. The Zero Fan team under the Demon King's command is really terrible. The Yellow Ape's expression was as exaggerated as ever. However, once upon seeing the news of the Demon King, the Yellow Ape was blocked. And now, the Yellow Ape was very sad. Whether he had been forgotten by the Demon King, it was really embarrassing. A few meanings, said Goodyear, year after year. This is 2 years, not a single task. Yellow Ape, Demon King boss, if I don't do the task again, I am about to die in the Red Dog and become the Marshal of the Shanghai Army. The Zero Fan team, which is based on the Imperial rank, is really terrifying. The green cattle of the natural sense and fruit ability are barren, and they are very jealous in their eyes. But what puzzles me even more is how the demon fruits of the Doflamingo people were replaced. Speaking of this, the voice of the Green Bull became heavier. Since you can exchange fruits without dying, what it means, you should all know. Big problem. The crowd frowned. Sengoku said in a deep voice, since it is a replacement fruit, not the double fruit ability, that means, under the command of Bai Yu or Bai Yu, Someone can deprive the person of fruit ability without killing the ability, and then eat new fruit. It also means that all those who are capable of it may be the target of the Demon King. With the passage of time, the number of top-level abilities under the Demon King will only increase, if not restricted. When all the generals heard this, they were shocked. If left unchecked, the Demon King's power will catch up with the world government at an incredible speed. When the time comes, ambitious on one side is fully suppressed. At that time, there will be a great war, and it may well be the most terrible war ever seen in hundreds of years. In the atmosphere of oppression, Fuji Tiger suddenly opened his mouth with a smile. Demon King? The old man met by chance 2 years ago, and he talked a few times. Brush brush brush. In an instant, all kinds of eyes cast over and stared at the Vine Tiger. Huang Ape's expression was even more exaggerated. Oh yo, he wouldn't be trying to recruit you to join the Zero fan team, right? After all, you were still wandering 2 years ago, and the Demon King certainly wouldn't ignore you. There's a problem. Speaking of which, the Yellow Ape exclaimed, you won't be an undercover agent sent by the Demon King, will you? He must have thought so. Because, the Yellow Ape himself is the undercover of the Demon King. With my Yellow Ape heart guess your Vine Tiger heart, there is nothing wrong with it. But after saying that, the Yellow Ape was eager to give himself a big mouth. If the Vine Tiger is really an undercover agent sent by the Demon King, wouldn't he have been exposed by him, and he would not be allowed to wear small shoes by the Demon King in the future? Fuji Tiger. The atmosphere suddenly became eerie. After all, what the Yellow Ape said was not impossible, and it was very likely, just as the crowd could not understand why Riley and others served the Demon King. Tenghu helplessly spoke. At that time, he was not yet the 4th Emperor. He went to find the Heavenly Night Fork to directly perceive the strongest breath on the island and teleported past, but he came to the old man. Everything was a coincidence. In this way, the Yellow Ape breathed a sigh of relief. It should not be undercover, otherwise you have to secretly say a secret code. Huang Ape was also curious. Suddenly when I met a strong person like you, didn't he recruit you? Nothing. Fuji, who was very sure of the Tao, and then thought of something, and looked complicated. However, he left a prophecy. What prophecy? The generals shook their heads. Is the Demon King still a fortune teller? He said, I wish you to become a general as soon as possible, and let's be codenamed Fuji Who. The audience was confused. Really fake? You must know that the title of Fuji Tiger was discussed at a meeting, and a smile did not propose anything. More than 2 years ago, it was an exaggeration to leave such a precise prediction for a wandering samurai. I remembered too. The Yellow Ape patted his forehead and sighed. On the Island of Justice, the Demon King also left a prophecy for Kizin. He said, Pheasant, in a few months at most, you'll quit the navy. The whole field is sluggish. That's right again. The two admirals talked more and more exaggeratedly, startling their scalps with tingling. Diviners did have, but for the first time they had heard of such precision. It seems that Fishman Island has an equally outrageous fortune teller, but no one has ever been sure. Have you heard of causality? Crane's speech stunned everyone, only to hear her continue. Is it because he saw the future that he said this, or because he said so that there is such a result? Sizzle. Stop it. The more you talk about it, the more terrifying it becomes. Red Dog found a blind spot at this moment, looked at the Yellow Ape and said, only this, no other? Huh? Let me think. The Yellow Ape thought for a moment, and his expression became more complicated. The next sentence of the prophecy seems to be, I'll get my new ship ready, carry my name, and set sail again. Boo. Red Dog smashed the table and shouted angrily, Kizin, if you really join the Demon King to be a pirate, I will never spare you. The generals were speechless. If Kizin also joined the Demon King, many navies would be confused. Blue blue. A telephone bug rang in the corner of the broken table, and the Red Dog picked it up and connected it. Report to the Marshal. The Chambord Islands have discovered the Demon King's ship. Hearing this, Red Dog said in a deep voice, I know, stay away from him, don't provoke him. The naval headquarters is now located in the New World, and the Red Dog has no way to do anything about it. Even the two newly added generals could not restrict the White Feather. Leave it to the world government. Chapter 135. Chapter 135. Return to the Chambord Islands, the girls versus the Straw Hat Pirates? Exclamation mark. Boo. Mary Joya, Pan Ancient City. The 5 old stars sat in the conference hall. Everyone was extremely angry, and the years of cultivation were directly fed to the dogs. After receiving the Demon King's resetting sail and then appearing in the Chambord land, the emotions of the 5 old stars could not be controlled. 2 years ago, killing the Draco and collecting the beautiful Draco as slave girls are all bagatelle. However, Bai Yu killed a 5 old star, although 2 years had not yet been reported, but those big forces such as the 4 emperors had long known, and the Revolutionary Army had developed rapidly in the past 2 years. It was also because of the Revolutionary Army that the 5 old stars temporarily suppressed their anger at Bai Yu and went all out to deal with the Revolutionary Army. But when he received the news from Bai Yu again, the resentful memories instantly filled his mind. A good 0 team, a good Court 13 team. The long-bearded 5 old stars gritted their teeth. Immediately the police station has CP.0, all the navies, This time absolutely. Speak with caution, the bald 5-old stars interrupted, and his voice was low. No matter how much he tosses, he is just a strengthened version of the once Locke's pirate regiment, the so-called pirate. After all, he can't get on the table. The next moment, the bald 5-old stars instantly drew their swords. He couldn't make it up. He also angrily wanted to kill it. But 2 years ago, I asked to see the adult, just waiting for a roll word. The remaining 4 5-old stars trembled for several days, afraid that the adult would blame them. Eventually, they waited for a message from the great man, Demon King. Not D. It seems that this boring world is finally interesting. Ignore him, give him time, and hopefully don't disappoint me. I am on the throne of the highest, waiting for his coming. The 5-old stars were confused. The adult is drifting. Cough. Is it really too boring? Sit and wait for Bai Yu to become bigger and stronger, wait for him to hit up. But they did not dare to refute it. He could only ignore Bai Yu for the time being and wholeheartedly oppose the revolutionary army. And now, can only be spoken of, Chambord Islands. Since the naval headquarters was transferred to the New World, almost the entire island has become an outlaw zone, and it is extremely chaotic. The evil forces of pirates large and small have regarded this place as a paradise, and the navy stationed here is also difficult to sustain. And today, as the area off the coast of the archipelago fell silent, it was followed by a cascade of reactions that led to the total silence of the entire archipelago. Because a spaceship hundreds of meters in size that refracted the brilliance of metal was hovering in the sky at the moment. The ship, which had just been reported in the newspaper, is still fresh in my memory. The Demon King is coming. Run, run, the world's strongest sea thief is coming. Damn, I managed to escape from the New World, and the Demon King came after me. Oh. You also deserve to be hunted down by the Demon King? But I believe that your face can block the Demon King's sword. Run. After a moment of dead silence, the entire archipelago was in turmoil, and patches of people shouted and ran everywhere, scattering and fleeing. White Feather, seeing the black line on Bai Yu's head, Nami smiled happily. See, you are indeed the greatest evil in the world. Is it? Bai Yu looked at Nami seriously. Well, what a great evil. Nami was a little confused, but when she looked down at Bai Yu's gaze, she was suddenly blushing with anger. You guy, give me a serious point. Okay. Holding Nami, Huckleberry motioned for the women to look at each other. I'm not helpless because of people's fears. It doesn't matter, you see isn't that excessive? The women looked. At this moment, on the shore of a coast in the Chambord Islands, a strange-looking guy with short black hair and a sabre around his waist, was carrying a group of strangely shaped women, and was saying something in panic. See and hear and listen. Oops, it's over. Yeah, we just planned to disguise the Demon King and his female crew. And before we even started to meet the real thing. It's a pity that with our 100% disguise, we can certainly deceive a lot of treasure. The women were stunned. And this kind of operation? Hancock was furious, even pretending to be a husband. The concubine wants to kill him. Oya was a little incoherent at the moment. They actually planning to pretend to be us? Where did they get their courage? Vivi indicates that her eyes are open. Sugar spat out the grapes directly. These people, it's really ugly to me. Tina is angry. Fists clenched, because Tina saw a woman with pink hair as fat as a pig, and the word Tina was written on her clothes, afraid that others would not know. Bai Yu said plainly, restore 100%. Go to hell to atone for your sins. Aurora Chop, Blizzard, Laser Cannon, Judgment of the Holy Light, Ghost Bomb. When Bai Yu's words fell, Darth Vader, Monet, Baby 5, Corners, Perona and other women attacked in unison. Heaven hinders the ice. As Hancock learned to play with his white-feathered ringing fingers, a huge ice hockey ball hundreds of meters appeared out of thin air. Fall hard. Boom. The attack poured down from the sky, instantly drowning out a group of pretenders and exploding a mushroom cloud. As the roar sounded, the whole of the Chambord Islands became more chaotic. Now, a corner. Several figures stood in the shadows, looking out at the sky in the distance. Golem. The long-nosed guy saw all kinds of attacks in the sky, and he was suddenly frightened, clinging to a reindeer and trembling together. The strange demon hissed. Has the Demon King who subdued the president come? This spaceship, that's so cool. The perverted man was thrilled. Yo hee hee, this is the first time I've seen so many powerful women. The exploding skull exclaimed. The man with the rolled eyebrows sighed with a smoke ring. The world thinks that the Demon King's major teams are the most terrifying, but who would have thought that the female crew members who were not included in the fan team? It's all monsters too. Gina. No, it's not her, though. You're also very powerful. The green algae head watched Dasky slash with the Aurora slash of the head Dao Yi character, and suddenly a sense of war arose. Also at this time, with a hand on the shoulder of the green algae head, the man with short black hair said in a low voice, put away your war spirit, Sauron. Let's go. Margie and the others were stunned. How did Luffy suddenly become so steady? Fake? Sauron grinned. It seems that you have grown a lot in the past 2 years, so I am at ease. Golem. His stomach suddenly screamed, and Luffy, who had just had a serious face, suddenly smirked, Sab reminded me that he can't beat him without a full stomach. Yamaji, I'm so hungry. The crowd was speechless. Okay, not pretending. On the spaceship, after a wave of attacks, the women withdrew their hands, and those who pretended to be them turned directly into scum. Stussy retracted his sight and said, someone just spied on us from a distance. It was the Straw Hat Gang. Straw Hat Luffy? Hearing the name, Robin chuckled and said, this gang should be the strongest supernova pirates in the background. It's them. Nami turned over some memories from 2 years ago, full of black lines. Luffy, that guy. Obviously his grandfather is Cap, his father is the leader of the Revolutionary Army, and the guide is even more red-haired, but he always looks like he doesn't understand anything. It's too fake. Don't tell me that this kind of family has never read a book. I don't believe it. Bai Yu looked strange. From Nami's personal point of view, her logical thinking is fine. After all, at that time, I had only known Luffy for a few days, and I didn't know very well. Generally speaking, Luffy's family should be the best of his peers in all aspects, and his personality should be as calm as Dorag. However, Kapu's strange way of education, no one believes it. Nami's misunderstandings are normal. Bai Yu didn't care about the current Straw Hat Regiment. It was too weak to just start sailing again. But, hearing Nami's words, Perona said very seriously, Trick Nami? Perona, was angry. Yeah, Sugar, we going to blow up? Sugar muffled voice. Boney didn't eat meat anymore, and her expression was full of fierceness. It's so hateful, you can't let them go. Bai Yu, women. Nami hasn't said anything yet, and the three of you are going to explode. Then, there is only one truth. After 2 years of sweat and hard work, the little demon in the three girls' hearts cannot be suppressed, and they want to find some little rookies to bully. If that's the case, let's go. Bai Yu smiled lightly and opened his mouth. Straw hats are not rookies, but all day long of hard work, many girls have to be broken, and the Straw Hat Regiment that re-enters the sea is very suitable for their opponents. By the way, Bai Yu looked at the cultivation results of the girls. Remember to change into your combat uniform. Bai Yu reminded that skirts and chong sams are not suitable for fighting, and the women's combat uniforms are like white military uniforms, and when they are worn, they are heroic and cool. Whoosh! Several girls ran back to the room to change their combat clothes, and Bai Yu also looked at Darth Chi and the others. If you want to fight, go, but it is best to be in a group of 2, but also be careful, not careless. Be careful. The women were amazed. No matter how strong the background of the Straw Hat Regiment is, it cannot be blessed in strength, and their 2 years of hard work are not in vain. However, Bai Yu must have made sense in saying this, so the girls went to change into battle clothes. A few minutes later, the Straw Hat group has also just gathered, and is thinking of talking for another day, and then go to the coating and go to Fishman Island. SHHH. Sauron suddenly drew his sword and stared at the sky ahead. Come out. Whoosh! 2 figures flew from afar and rushed over the crowd. Oh my god. Angel? Looking up, Yamaji was stunned, and the 2 women in white battle suits spread out the angel wings, which was amazing. Bbook and the others were on guard, and when they looked at the spaceship before, they saw 2 women, who were the crew of the 797 Demon King. You, come to war. Darth Vader overlooks the green algae head, the only swordsman in the Straw Hat Regiment. Gina. Sauron was in a trance, his eyes flickering. I swore that I would never lose again. Vow not to lose again? Perona's body spread out the angel's wings and flew. In the past 2 years, Perona's biggest progress is to make the body stronger, and can divide a small part of the spirit body attack, without affecting the body. Perona looked at the head of the green algae and said with disdain, since you went to sea, you have definitely lost more than once. Is your soul and body separate? Sauron's face was black. This woman who looked like Lori, how to talk so angry? Keep up. Darth Vader and Perona flew off into the distance, and Sauron took a deep breath and held the knife to keep up. Seeing this, the Straw Hat Regiment was dignified, but it did not stop Sauron's battle. Whoosh! The next moment, a dozen girls unfurled their angel wings and flew in battle suits like white military uniforms. When the women looked down, the Straw Hats held their breath. The women who had just shot at the ship proved to be terrifying, and there were no weak ones. The Straw Hats couldn't help but think, could it be that the Demon King thought they were a great threat, so he sent a female crew to round them up and kill them? You are Usopp in the village of Silob, right? Looking at the trembling long nose below, Korra found the name from memory. In my memory, only when the Straw Hat Regiment came to the village of Silob and had a banquet after defeating the remnants of the Black Cat Pirate Regiment, they were not impressed. Since it is a fellow countryman, Kia said calmly, for the sake of my fellow countrymen, I will be your opponent, and if your strength is too weak, then I advise you to go home. No, Kaigao answered, the sea is very cruel, you know. Golem. These 2 women, feeling so terrible, Usopp trembled. Nice little pet. Robin was looking down on little Joba, and she was always interested in small animals. Robin chuckled and said, be careful, Aisha. Little Aisha nodded seriously. Joba, I'm not a pet. Dress like this on the street, are you a pervert? When Boney saw French, She frowned and opened her mouth. Without waiting for Frankie to speak, Baby Five's hand directly turned into a laser cannon. Modified man? It's so crisp. Buzz. A laser light condensed in the muzzle of the gun, which made Frankie look very different. The wind is coming. In the silence of Pony and Baby Five, French actually let go of a fart, pushing him to quickly avoid. Boom. Chapter 136. Chapter 136. The Troubles of the Demon King's Happiness. All the explosions. 7 kills in an instant. Rumble. The laser falls. The ground exploded directly, causing a fierce wave of air, blowing Usopp and Joba out, and the rest of the people were dignified. Shoot. Garrett stopped Yamaji. Bryn held her hands and spun around, affirming, facing your sister, you have absolutely no chance of winning. Yamaji smiled bitterly. Can't you just fight with me with another person, even the Demon King? Substitution. Garrett was shocked, and Bryn's eyes widened a little. Are you top monsters? Fake it. But the smell of this curled eyebrow is simply unusual. No. Yamaji spat out a smoke ring and said in a very serious way, even if I die, I will not kick a woman. Stupid times 2. Garrett and Bryn spoke in unison, and Garrett raised her hand. Neon Blade Meteor. Not good. The next moment, Yamaji felt a fatal crisis coming, and he couldn't think of it and flashed away. Smack dab. Rumble. Yamaji dodged the moment, and the ground where he was originally located became fragmented as if it had undergone 1,000 knives. This made Yamaji's heart palpitate. If it was a little later, then there was no time for him to spread the armor color all over his body, let alone seriously injured. However, Yamaji really would rather die than kick a woman, so let's hide. Sister, what to do? Sugar looked at the remaining 3 people with a headache. A demon, an exploding skull, a silly boy. This pirate group, how is it all strange? Sugar selection difficulty. Monet whispered, Shamal or something. Well, just choose the skeleton. Blizzard. A great snowstorm fell from the sky and hit Brook. Feather of God. Sugar attacks with wings. One step too late. Flying to look at the rival chosen by the 2 sisters, Khalifa looked at Von Cleet. Marcino was astonished. This is Shamal, so strange. Rain prison. Marcino raised her hand, preparing to turn the rain into a trap for Von Klein. Suddenly there was a shout. Marcino. Hearing the shouting, Marcino did not turn back, but calmly spoke, Luffy, even if your brother goes to sea, he is still regarded as a competitor by you, so prove your strength. If it's really too weak, I'll definitely take someone to maim you and send you back to the village, so that Mr. Carp won't be sad. Luffy trance. The sister, who was 12 years older than her and very gentle, had changed so much. Marcino, of course, has changed a lot. The growth of strength and vision, as well as the environment, can change people. After following Bai Yu for more than 2 years, Marcino had already understood the cruelty of the sea. Why did Ace die? All the other reasons are worth 4 words. He is not strong enough. Equally, if Luffy is not strong enough, he will also die on the cruel sea, and it is better to be crippled and sent back to the village. Cornish flew in and looked around. Is there one left? You're the captain? Vivi flew over and looked at Luffy. Tina was very confused. Born in such a family, Tina is very puzzled. Why be a pirate? I'm on Chimid.d. Luffy, I'm the man who wants to be One Piece. Luffy looked up and shouted, but instead of looking at Vivi, Tina, and Cornus, he looked at the spaceship. Demon King White Feather, the only one who gets an epice is me, One Piece. I'm sure. The audience was silent. The women were astonished that this little pirate actually shouted at Bai Yu. Such a head of iron. Usopp, a few timid people almost scared to death. Luffy, if you anger the Demon King, you will kill everyone on the spaceship. To 6, 9. Bai Yu didn't pay any attention to the Straw Hat Regiment and was watching Hancock, Stussy, and Nami, the 3 female fighting landlords. Violet probes the 8 directions, and Charlotte Palace makes tea. So, battlefield distribution. Dusty plus Perona vs Roronoa Sauron. Koya plus Nakagao vs Sniper Usopp. Baby 5 plus Joely Penny vs Transformant French. Garrett plus Bryn vs Vince Mokyamaji. Marcino plus Khalifa vs Cyborg Von Clay. Ben Sam. Robin plus Aisha vs Joba. Monet plus Sugar vs King of Souls. Nose Song Brook. Tina plus Vivi plus Cornish vs Straw Hat Luffy. Unless the whole staff is upgraded, but there is no chance. Doomed to defeat. Bai Yu only glanced at it. The Straw Hat Regiment, Fishman Island, Dressrosa, and even the Battle of Cake Island, which had just restarted 2 years later, were not enough to see. It wasn't until after entering the Kingdom of Peace that it was really an unreasonable and violent opening and hanging upgrade, and it didn't stop at all. 3 seconds. Joba was condensed by Aisha's frost, and Robin's sea of flowers suppressed it. 5 seconds. Ko performed a state of recovery, and in Usopp's shock, no Kaigao's armed serial burst kicks, and he passed out after being severely injured. 7 seconds. Von Klein was trapped by Marcino's rain prison, and Khalifa armed Landfoot accurately combo, directly seriously injured and dying. Half a minute. Baby 5 opened the laser cannon like the Yellow Ape's 8-foot Kyangua laser cannon bombardment mode. It's horrible. As Frankie's scalp tingled and struggled to dodge, Pony spread her angel wings and brushed past him like a streamer. Age becomes 10-year-old child. Boo. Bonnie kicked 10-year-old French to the ground and passed out. You can't run. Watching Yamaji scurry around like a monkey, and really not wanting to do anything with a woman, Bryn shouted, don't think that your curly eyebrows are running fast. My sister and I can't take you. Feather of the gods. The angel wings shoot a series of feathers with a must-have effect. Mindful prison. Garrett's thoughts burst forth. Mind power is like an invisible giant hand, and the mountain rule that is walking in the air is frozen in the air. What exactly is the ability? Yamaji froze and struggled to use the armed color defense. Ding ding. Poof. Several divine feathers that must have been hit collided with the armed color, piercing directly and penetrating Yamaji's abdomen. Blood sprinkles the sky. Yamaji, Luffy and the others exclaimed. Looking at the other battlefields, it was also dignified. How long had it been, and the Straw Hat Regiment had actually directly knelt down for a long time. Robin's daughters at the end of the battle were also surprised. How do they? Are they so weak? Previously, Bai Yu reminded the women to be careful, not to have any carelessness, and must have more than 2 women in a group. Therefore, the women thought that the Straw Hat Regiment was all elite, and the result was just a wave of tentative shots, and then nearly few. On the spaceship, Nami was fighting the landlord while perceiving, a hand of cards has not been played. Most of them have lost. It is indeed not strong. I can't afford it. Stussy looked at the card and chuckled. Any pirate group, no matter what combination, only a few are the main force, and the others are more auxiliaries. 4 A's. Fry. Hancock threw down 4 cards and said casually, this regiment can't test the full strength of Koya. Nami was stunned. Why are you blowing me up? Stussy was the landlord, and the 2 of us were in the group. Stupid cows. Can't I hit you? Hancock looked puzzled. Nami had a black line. Hurt each other, right? Come on. King fried. 8. I have a sheet left in my hand. Ahem. I won. Stussy smiled and put down the card. 4 twos, 5 consecutive shun. Let's start. 1 person kisses Bai Yu 10 times, 1 explosion doubles, 3 blows up 8 times, and 1 person 80 times. Bai Yu. Alas. The troubles of happiness. When is this kind of day? Below. Chambord battlefield. Oh he. I was besieged by a pair of beautiful sisters. Don't laugh, skull monster. Brook crawled out of the blizzard and had just looked up to see a dozen sharp feathers flying over. Snowlock. As Sugar shoots the feathers of the gods, as Brook reacts, Monet directly manipulates the snow around him into chains wrapped around his limbs and weapons. 1 moment is enough. Click, click, click. The penetration of the divine feather was so strong that it penetrated directly through Brook's leg bone, causing him to bend and lie on the ground. Super blizzard. Monet opened directly. The snow turned into a grand snowstorm that instantly overwhelmed Brook and formed a whirlpool storm that swept him into the distance. Sugar muttered, I didn't use the armed color defense. I didn't learn it, or only the bones can't be used. It should be useless. Boom boom. Rumble. In another place, Sauron vs. Dasky, full of the sound of knives colliding. The figures of the 2 men changed rapidly, and there were large slashes and cracks in the places they passed. This woman, so fast, it turned out to be a natural system. The more Sauron fought, the more frightened he became. The woman who was still a little cute in front of her immediately became more inspiring after pulling out the words of He Dao. Darth Vader transforms into a brilliant aurora, extremely fast in speed and attack, and can cut out thunder, making Sauron freeze. What? Sauron was shocked because the knife he was holding in his mouth was directly ejected by some force. The 2 knives in his hand were also breaking free, similar to the magnetic control of the Supernova Kid encountered by Chambord 2 years ago. Poof! A slash appeared on the shoulder, and Sauron's body was twisted, dodging the second slash and pulling away. Tick, tick-tock. Glancing at the wound, Sauron was amazed. Just hallucinations? Also, my knife suddenly got out of control. Brilliant aurora flashes, causing Sauron to trance for a moment. Then Sauron found out all 3 knives were breaking free, and he was directly cut in the shoulder by Darth Vader, and he was also electrocuted by thunder, and his body was paralyzed. 3 knife streams? Perona skimmed her lips. Don't you drool with the knife? What power can you have when you shake your head and shake the knife? If you spend the time you spend with the 3rd knife on the double knife stream, it will definitely be better than it is now. 3 knives and 3 knives, but they are not the same. Sauron retorted that too much. Darth Vader was awestruck and continued to rush past. Aurora fruit, manipulate magnetic fields, create illusions, chop out lightning, and move like a yellow ape. However, all aspects are not strong, not suitable for the main offensive means. If used as an auxiliary ability, it is very suitable for sword. How? Alas. Pendant. Lorna sighed and sighed. If I shoot, everything went, and it is really lonely to be invincible. Don't talk nonsense, hurry up. The sound of the white feather came out, which made Perona feel excited. Perona pursed her lips. Wouldn't it be nice to let Darth Vader play for a while? Will she still have an accident? I really can't understand you. Having said that, Perona flew over and raised her hand to attack. Mini Ghost Bomb, Mega Ghost Kamikaze Bomb, countless spirits miniaturized, led by an oversized spirit body, flew towards Sauron in unison. "What is it?" Sauron took a startled glance. It turned out to be a bunch of strange and transparent soul aurora chop. Sauron didn't have time to think about it at all. Darth Vader's brilliant aurora slash came very quickly, and Sauron immediately slashed back. Cho, boom. Having just chopped with Darth Vader, Sauron was alert. Immediately armed with color defenses, those mini-spirits exploded around Sauron, generating a series of powerful shock waves. Boom. The next moment, the oversized ghost bomb exploded a terrifying mushroom cloud in Sauron's place and soared into the sky. Withstanding mini-ghosts and mega kamikaze bombs, even if not injured, will make the consciousness transfer a moment, because this is the burst attack of a spirit body. Perona groaned, and released a large piece of spirit body in her hand again. "And you who are in a trance of consciousness, unable to arm the whole body." Negative ghosts. Hundreds of negative ghosts flew towards where Sauron was. The dense ghost completely submerged the location of the explosion. After experiencing 2 spiritual explosions, Sauron's consciousness was indeed in a trance, resulting in the inability to make the armed color completely defensive. In an instant, Sauron was exploited by a group of negative ghosts. Poof! Sauron, who had just experienced the explosion and was ready to stabilize his body, suddenly felt that his brain was blank for a moment, and his mind was on his knees. "I don't deserve to walk with everyone. I'm sorry. I'm too weak. Let the wild dogs trample me to death." Chapter 137. Chapter 137, The Sun God Nika, Legendary Warrior. Sauron fell to his knees in despair. Poof! Originally the two women joined forces. Darth Vader did not stop at all, and when Sauron was kneeling passively, he swung a knife and slashed directly to Katsuo, solemnly injured. La la la, Perona flew over, very proud. The negative ghost, without the strong domineering to cover the whole body to resist, cannot withstand it by will alone. Only if the heart is extremely negative, can it be ignored. 3 knives fell to the ground. Darth Vader's eyes lit up. A long steel knife, a good fast knife, a big fast knife. "That's great." Cough cough cough. "Stop." Sauron, who had been slashed, got up and vomited blood, looked up and saw that Darth Vader was going to get his knife, and immediately shouted. The second time. Last time, the head Dao Yi script was snatched away by the Demon King Bai Yu. This time, after 2 years of asceticism, he found a big fast sword, and if he was snatched away by the Demon King's subordinates again, it would be even more uncomfortable. "You lost. It's my booty, see?" Darth Chi opened his mouth seriously, directly picked up the good fast knife and the big fast knife and looked at it twice, and threw it into the ring. "Of course, you can also make excuses that you are careless, or that we are not fair to you." Sauron, although it is a siege of 2 women, plus a lack of understanding of the abilities of 2 women, how can a real man make excuses? But to lose to a woman who looked like Lina, Sauron was even more bitter. Could it be that a woman of this look is my nemesis? After thinking for a moment, Sauron gritted his teeth and stood up. His eyes hardened. Perona snorted. "You're all seriously injured. Do you still want to fight?" "But I'm not dead yet, am I?" Sauron wiped the blood and grinned. "When I decided to become the world's #1 swordsman, I had already put life and death aside. If I die here, it only means that I am just a man of this level." "Oh." Perona and Darcy reacted flatly, and just as the 2 women were ready to strike, their expressions became strange. "I was born in a troubled world, and I should cut through the dust. Suffering without getting tired is the way of the Asuras." 2 women? What if there is no knife? A palpitating breath appeared on Sauron's body, and he chanted, 9 mountains and 8 seas, for 1 world. Gathering 1,000 worlds is a small 1,000 worlds. No self-continuous, no knife flow Upanishads. Boom. As Perona snapped her fingers, another big explosion erupted around Sauron, directly blowing Sauron away. Aurora meteor. Darth Vader's slash turned into a series of meteors and slashed towards Sauron. Perona said, "What the hell is this guy talking about? He doesn't think we can't mend the knife, right?" Mending. These 2 words, Bai Yu often said to the girls, because they were very important. When Sauron flew backwards, Perona had buried several oversized ghost bombs in the ground, because they were spirit bombs, so it was difficult to be detected by the sight. Darth Vader has mobilized the surrounding magnetic field to maximize Sauron's actions. So, Sauron stood up and wanted to fight again, just like they wanted. "Sauron!" Luffy shouted. The others lost so quickly. Although Luffy was shocked, he could understand it. After all, those women were indeed not weak, but how could Sauron's knife be gone? Judgment of the Holy Light. Cornus opens the human fruit Esper species blazing angel form, and the brilliant Holy Light is beautiful and dangerous. The Holy Light transformed into an angel's wing-like attack and rushed towards Luffy. Extremely frozen light. Vivi opens the human fruit, Esper species, and snowgirl form, and coldly releases the cold light that freezes everything. Tina spread her angel wings and flew around the sky, looking for opportunities. Rush. Luffy sped away. In the past 2 years, he has been cultivating Wisab at the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army, domineering, naval 6 style, etc., and his strength is far stronger than 2 years ago. But every time Luffy wanted to fight back, He could feel the fatal crisis if there was none, so that he could only dodge. It's her. After dodging the two attacks, Luffy looked up at Tina, who had no shot. The crisis came from her, so this must be solved first, otherwise it can only be passively beaten. But why can't I perceive her breath? Is she some kind of mechanical puppet? Luffy was puzzled. Tina flew high in the air, but there was no breath, as if it was a phantom. Yes, phantom. I'm not here. Then the problem comes again. The crisis is on Tina, and the other party may also be a phantom. This kind of contradictory thing, Luffy does not want to think about it again. Boom. Overlord color release. But to Luffy's surprise, Vivi and Cornus only looked surprised, while Tina didn't react and didn't seem to feel anything. After being shocked by the white feather overlord color for 2 years, no one's overlord color would want to shock them in the future. So, what's the use of the overlord color? Luffy was confused for a moment. In the past 2 years, Dorag has not said anything to Luffy about the overlord color entanglement, but said that the overlord color has a more advanced application method, and you are still far behind. 4 gears. In the surprise of the 3 women, Luffy first armed the entire arm with armed color domineering, then bit the arm and blew air into the arm, and the body began to expand rapidly. Boom, boom. The heartbeat sounded loudly, and Luffy, who had entered the 4th gear, became an elastic person, unable to stand normally and bouncing on the ground. To 6, bounce. Can rubber fruit still be used in this way? Nami, who was playing cards, felt a little surprised. 10. Playing 2 cards. Hancock took the opportunity to glance at Nami's card and wink at Bai Yu, which was very naughty. Right to Stussy recalled, the rubber fruit, in my memory, is very valued by the 5 old stars, but I still don't understand why. Because the world government hid the real name of the rubber fruit. Bai Yu drank tea and said, the essence is the fruit that has the name of the god. The world government has been hiding this name in order to erase it from history, and it is considered by the world to be superhuman, but in fact it belongs to the demon fruit animal family and has its own will. Animal department. With your own will. Nami was stunned. Bai Yu bowed his head. No matter what era, the world government is trying to recycle, but it has never succeeded. All of them have been hidden by rubber fruits, for 800 years. The real name is animal lineage, human fruit, Esper species, Nika form. Hearing the word Nika, Stussy was puzzled. I have heard that he was a person enslaved by liberation 800 years ago, and was honored as Nika, the sun god. Stussy also knew, and Haku nodded. Yes, he is the first rubber fruit ability. Wait. Nami felt that her brain was not enough, and she was full of doubts. Since that Nika is a rubber fruit ability, why is it now his name and an animal Esper species? Good question. Bai Yu asked. So, what is an Esper species? The fruit that can turn into fantasy mythical creatures, and ancient legends, is the Esper species. Hancock answered. Yes, Nika was a legendary warrior 800 years ago, called the sun god because he freed slaves and brought happiness to people, not because he controlled the sun. But Nika, as a result, has become an ancient legend. Bai Yu slowly told the girls. Before the rubber fruit awakened, it was essentially rubber. If the rubber fruit awakens, it can change into the form of the ancient legendary Nika, showing the posture of the former sun god Nika, so it is an Esper species. The women were stunned. Just like the warring states become the great Buddha, Cornish becomes a blazing angel, and Kaido becomes a dragon. They can all become mythical and legendary creatures, so they are Esper species. But the rubber fruit is very special, and only awakening can rewrite the essence. Before awakening, the rubber fruit was not enough to see. If you awaken, you can become the legendary warrior Nika. But for 800 years, not only could the world government not recycle, but those who were capable of rubber fruit never woke up. Therefore, when the 5 old stars knew that Luffy was a rubber fruit, they didn't care too much. They hadn't awakened for 800 years, so why would you do it? Originally, when Luffy awakened to the Nika form in the Kingdom of Harmony, the 5 old stars realized that something big had happened. Boo! Luffy smashed the ground and instantly jumped into the air and slammed into Tina. Rubber Ape King Gun. Pure physical attack, speed and explosiveness are very strong, but you chose the wrong opponent. Tina ignored it and made a gesture to Vivi and Cornus. Well, she doesn't fight back or hide. Is it really a phantom? Luffy's pupils were slightly condensed, but the charge of a blow had already been attacked, and it was wrapped around the armed color. Even if the other party was a natural system, it should be hit. Boom! Luffy punched out a heavy shock wave, making the atmosphere hiss, but it shocked his heart and did not hit it at all. And because of the inertia of the punch, he swooped forward. The holy light imprisons. Extremely frozen light. Cornus's holy light turned into a great range of confining forces, enveloping Luffy in the air. Imprisoned moments. Vivi's extremely frozen light also came, shining on Luffy's moment, directly freezing his whole body. Kamui. Tina turned around and launched a remote space teleportation, the process of teleporting Luffy to a different space, showing that spatial vortex. A spatial vortex enveloped Luffy, who was imprisoned by the holy light and frozen in the air. Smack dab. Dab. The 3 women's attacks had no gap in the link, and Tina's space vortex engulfed Luffy in the blink of an eye. Tina's biggest improvement in the past 2 years has been the explosion of space teleportation speed. Fight. End. Luffy, bloodstained Yamaji and Soron glanced at each other in disbelief. Luffy was taken away by Holy Light plus Frozen plus Space Vortex, 3 attacks in one wave. Snap. Clapping applause rang out, and the sound of white feathers came from the distant spaceship. All good, come back, it's time to go. Bai Yu didn't bother to waste time on the Straw Hat Regiment. The girls just played for a while, and he still had to go to grab the world's largest mermaid. 7 men plus a pet. There is nothing worthy of Bai Yu's attention at all, and I have not seen anyone explode. The Straw Hat Regiment that has just re-entered the sea is really too bad in strength, especially Straw Hats. The original trajectory, playing a little Minko in Dressrosa, also needed various help from others, and finally exploded to defeat. Not to mention now, Straw Hats that have never been to the land of Wano are just a few small dishes after all. Luffy. What happened to Luffy? Get Luffy back. Soron crawled out of the rubble and ran to Vivi's 3 daughters and shouted. Whoosh! The women did not look at Soron and the others, and they all closed their hands and spread their angel wings and flew towards the spaceship. This is not something that Soron and the others can chase, and they are blind. Get Luffy back. Filled with despair, Soron directly knelt on the ground and shouted, White Feather, Lord Demon King, I know that Luffy is not dead, please let Luffy go, I will give you this life. Silence. The next moment, Sanji, Brook, and Von Cleet, who had not passed out, also climbed up, and the 3 of them knelt down in unison. Lord Demon King, please spare the captain, we are willing to die with our lives. This face is very touching. But yeah, the girls' expressions were very strange, and their eyes looked at everyone strangely. On the spaceship, Bai Yu sipped tea, opened his mouth carelessly, and his voice swept past. Soron, remember, you owe me a life. Phew. Hearing this, Soron breathed a sigh of relief, immediately thanked him, and said solemnly, I will do what I say, and I will never renege on my word. Poof, cough cough. Finally, Perona didn't hold back her laughter, and kept coughing while laughing. Tina coughed lightly. Tina doesn't like to leave other people in the other space, so the moment she teleports into the other space, she throws it into the sea. A wave just so big, you didn't see it. Soron et al. What? If you don't save it, Tina promises. He was delayed by you. Soron et al. Sloppy. Luffy, the capable one, was thrown into the sea, so what are they doing here? Kneeling down to perform a play? I owe a life. Embarrassed, Soron spotted Luffy and got up and ran toward the sea. Boring. Another minute wasted. Bai Yu looked out at the sea, opened the shield. Target Fishman Island. Chapter 138. Chapter 138 Encounter with Gaioka, Fishman Island Dragon Palace Kingdom. The Demon King descends. Fishman Island. Located in the deep sea of 10,000 meters, it is also the birthplace of most fish people and mermaid tribes, also known as Underwater Paradise. Total population, 5 million. The creatures of Fishman Island were discriminated against, and it was not until they became a member state 200 years ago that they began to enter into friendly relations with humans, and the king of Fishman Island was allowed to participate in world conferences. Despite this, humans still have an aversion to the fishmen, and the problem of discrimination has not improved, but has worsened. The spaceship is sneaking. Listening to Stussy tell the history of Fishman Island, Yakinami sighed. So, those fishmen have no place in human society, right? So be it. I really don't know where the face of the dragon that once came from called itself the supreme race, fishmen, except for a very small number of others. Don't say it. Bai Yu did not have racial prejudice, just an objective evaluation. Because, like evil dragons, there are many fish people who are hostile to humans. There are really many fish people on Fishman Island, and they all hate all mankind, and naturally they will hate White Feather. Even Bai Yu himself had to hate him. So did he expect him to smile at the fishman? Perona muttered. Since you still like it, you still go to grab it. Oops. Bai Yu knocked on Perona's forehead. Stupid lorry. I repeat, fish people and mermaids are 2 races. Does Sheeping know? He's a fishman. Does the mermaid know? That's the mermaids. I was going to grab the mermaid while the fishman. All 100 times more abstract than you. Oh well. Perona suddenly realized, and did not say angrily, what is 100 times more abstract than me? How can it be 200? No. 20,000 times. The women laughed. Perona's little head always looked too clever. Bai Yu continued. Another point is that after the female mermaid is 30 years old, the tail of the fish will be separated, and there is no difference between her and normal people. So, a lot of mermaids will go overland and intermarry with human males, and, speaking of this, Bai Yu also feels magical. All female mermaids and children born to humans will only be human beings, no longer mermaids or fish people. But the water is very good. However, the tail of the male mermaid cannot be separated, and it has always been a mermaid. Wow, that's amazing. Many girls have shiny eyes, and she is more curious about mermaids. Nami asked coldly, what about the fishman? Can I become human? Fishmen don't. After saying a word, Bai Yu added, but if the fish and the mermaid intermarry, the children born will have boys, girls, fish people, and mermaids. The fish people are a bit messy, or mermaid good. Many girls think so. Koya wondered, then this extreme racial discrimination, is there really a river that can coexist peacefully? The answer is obvious. It's hard to live peacefully with each other, let alone across races. Bai Yu said it too, really? Making many girls slightly bow their heads. Human beings are killing each other, fishmen and mermaids also have various contradictions, and those three races respect each other as guests, and the parents are short. That's not realistic. But, in the hearts of many girls, Bai Yu is an omnipotent existence. So, the gradually dilated Tina also expressed curiosity, if it is you, how do you let humans and Fishman Island coexist peacefully? You are very clever, there is nothing in this world that a husband can't do. Hancock praised the opening. Vivi deeply agreed, this little problem is difficult not to go to brother Bai Yu. Me? Bai Yu looked at the Neptune species wandering around in the deep sea and gave the answer, it's very simple. There are only as many people as Fishman Island, and as long as Fishman Island is destroyed, there will be no discrimination. Races are gone, and when humanity misses the fishmen and mermaids, it is not another kind of peace! Exclamation mark. The women were stunned. Is this life okay? Tina couldn't help but raise her forehead. This is too extreme. Tina knows, you must have a better way. Seeing that many girls were nodding, Bai Yu's eyelids jumped. The girls trust me, and I'm happy, but I wasn't a god. But Bai Yu continued, remember what I said before? Female mermaids, if they intermarry with humans, must give birth to human offspring, not fishmen or mermaids. That's simple. Exile all fishmen and male mermaids to desert islands to fend for themselves. Let female mermaids intermarry with humans, and 100 years later, they are all human. The women lost their voices. Why is Bai Yu's idea always so extreme and unexpected? In the face of the strange eyes of many girls, Bai Yu opened his mouth lightly. The race that is not complacent, always moving forward, always has hope, and those races that only know the blame and do not know how to reflect are all disasters. So when Bai Yu turned around, smiled and waved, I haven't seen you for a long time, have you had a good time lately? Lovely Gaioka? The women were stunned. The Tropic of White Feather shifted really caught the women off guard, and some of them were unclear. Wow, so pretty. No, hiss, such a big whale, not good, it's going to crash over. Sugar and Bring kept shouting, and they hid behind Bai Yu and poked their heads out to look over. Wow! When a whale chirp sounds, the women were shocked to find that the Neptunes around the deep sea were like seeing terrible monsters, running around like crazy. The deep sea is silent. Only a huge whale more than 5,000 meters in size remained, probing the crowd. This whale, full of ice blue, radiates in the deep sea, and its body lines are extremely beautiful, and the overall appearance is very beautiful. And the eyes shone brightly and seemed to be full of surprises. If it's a girl, must be lovely. The girls thought of this idea in their minds, and then shook their heads. How such a big creature can become a girl? Robin loves small animals the most, but surprisingly, he is also full of admiration for this huge Neptune, really beautiful, white feathers. Do you know? You know each other too. Hakuba waved at the whale. Forgot? Or 2 years ago I brought a little whale out of the room, and you all happily surrounded it, still saying if it was hungry. Huh? Memories from 2 years ago flooded into their minds, and many girls' eyes widened. Marcino covered her mouth in amazement. It's growing so fast. 2 years ago she was only a meter long, right? But now, Hancock, who was accustomed to seeing various sea kings in the windless zone, found that his knowledge was not enough at this moment. White feather, Gaioka is a special genie after genetic enhancement, which cannot be treated with common sense. The deep-sea devil whale that seriously injured the green bull, that's her. Well done, Gaioka. Aha! Hearing White Feather's praise, Gaioka's voice was full of surprise. The women were in a trance, and the deep-sea devil whale that had shocked the world many times was actually a little cute Gaioka 2 years ago, which was unbelievable. White Feather turned his head and looked at Stussy. Is there any news about that fruit? Stussy immediately said, I found one at the Stayland Island auction, but our people were a step late. They were traded away, and there was some trouble. Who bought it? Bai Yu asked. The fruit was extremely important to Gaioka, and he did not allow any forces to keep it, even the Holy Land, and had to be killed to get it back. Animal lineage, human fruit, Esper species, elf form. But what kind of elves it is, you still need to get it to know. White feathers can transfer fruit side effects. Gaioka, a system-optimized female creature, is very special. If you take the spirit fruit, you can become a genie, and most of the elves are in human form and can also speak. General Staff Officer of the Revolutionary Army. Is it him? Bai Yu thought of the Yan Emperor who invaded the Holy Land, and yes, he did not eat the burnt fruit now, and it was still in the hands of Mingj. Thinking about the next route, Bai Yu said to Stussy, contact Mingo, let him contact the Revolutionary Army. Within a week, the elf fruit or elf fruit ability must be personally sent to Dressrosa. Dorag is a smart man. Well, I'm sure the Revolutionary Army will send it on time. Stussy smiled and nodded. Bai Yu also believed this, and smiled at Gaioka and waved his hand. "Go play, I'll find you in a few days." "Aha!" Gaioka shouted cheerfully, and disappeared out of thin air in an instant, leaving a whirlpool in vain. Boney was surprised. No, will she teleport too?" "Yes, so she can find me at any time, but she hasn't come to me for 2 years, and it's obviously too happy to play." Bai Yu didn't care about this. Gaioka was still young, and it was the age of greed. At this time, Nami was surprised. "I see, is that Fishman Island? It's so bright." The women looked out. Fishman Island is like a guiding light in the night, dazzling in the dark deep sea. It was as if there was a small sun that illuminated Fishman Island. Credit to Eve the young tree. It absorbs sunlight through the top of the tree and conducts it to its roots, causing it to emit a strong glow like sunlight at the base of the deep sea. Now, top floor of Fishman Island. There is a large luxury palace made of large coral reefs, shells, and other building materials, and a golden dragon. Ryugu Castle. The kingdom of the Dragon Palace, where the royal family is located. Inside the king's palace, a fat blue man was saying in a deep voice, "Your Majesty the King, the things of the past 2 years are to send samples. I joined Lord Demon King, and Fishman Island has also been included in the Demon King realm, and should have been informed of the world." It's been almost 10 days. Shi Ping rushed back to Fishman Island and returned to his hometown. "It's really bitter for you." King Neptune, who wears a crown, is 12 meters tall, and has an orange curly beard, has a complicated face and a face full of sorrow. "I know that Fishman Island is the best choice to belong to the Demon King, but after all, that was the Demon King. The strength of the Demon King is too strong, and there are always big things, and the survival of Fishman Island is all between the other party's thoughts." Knowing what Neptune was worried about, Heping immediately said, "Your Majesty the King, please rest assured that Lord Demon King is very kind to the commoners in the territory, but the premise is that you must not violate the rules of Lord Demon Kings. And, the most important thing we have now, immediately send someone to completely block Fishman Street." "Yes." Neptune was puzzled. Shi Ping said in a deep voice, "I grew up in Fishman Street, although I don't want to say that, but, you know, the current Fishman Street is even more chaotic than the illegal area of Chambord. 90% of the fish people there hate humans, and if they anger the coming Demon King, everything will be over." "Hey, the Demon King is coming?" Neptune almost jumped up in horror. Cold sweat. "When is it coming? What did the Demon King come here to do? What do I need to pay attention to? Do I need to prepare some big gifts?" And see this scene. The 3 sons of Shark Star, Emperor Star, and Sun Star, as well as the ministers, were full of bitterness. Everything is because of the strength. Their Fishman Island is really too weak. Shi Ping expressed understanding, and immediately said, "Just pay attention to etiquette. Lord Demon King is usually very easygoing, so let's immediately block Fishman Street." "Yes, you can't let them make trouble. Come on people." "No." At this point, Neptune looked at his 3 sons. "You go with me. From today onwards, I will live near Fishman Street, and before the arrival of the Demon King, I must ensure that not a single fishman can come out. All the troublemakers are locked up." The crowd acted together. Road Neptune also ordered a thorough investigation of the whole island of human-hating fishmen or mermaids, and immediately migrated to other areas. In short, Neptune did not want to have any possibility of angering the Demon King. But when everyone had just walked out of Ryugu City, they all became sluggish. A spaceship hundreds of meters in size appeared out of thin air over Ryugu Castle, and the sky above it went dark. This. Neptune spoke incoherently in shock and almost fell. "Hundreds of meters, can fly in the air, with the protection of the light shield, non-wood, the whole body is glowing with metallic luster. The overall luxury is incomparable. There is only one ship in the world. Demon King's ship." "Wow, what's that?" "Hey, that's the Demon King's ship. How did he get here?" "No, something's going to happen." Fish people, mermaids, humans, etc. all over the Fishman Island were suddenly startled by the spaceship for a while, and the undercurrent surged. Shocked, Hampton hurriedly supported Neptune and whispered, "Your Majesty the King, now you can only send the prince to block the Fishman Street, and we will meet the Demon King Danran." "Yes, Shark Star, go to Fishman Street." Minister left, to prepare for the state banquet. "Right Minister, to prepare for the heavy gift." Neptune hurriedly finished his orders, took a deep breath to tidy up his appearance, and commanded the guards to line up. Fishman Island, Ryugu Kingdom, King Neptune. Greetings to Lord Demon King 1. Chapter 139. Chapter 139. The Mermaid Princess is timid and cute, and Bai Yu is going to be smothered by the White Star. Neptune. Hear shouts from below. Bai Yu's mind automatically made up the figure of the dead Princess Ottoheim. Neptune, male mermaid, tail cannot be separated, height 12 meters. Ottoheim, a female mermaid 30 years old, can separate the tail of the fish in the shop, and is 2 meters tall. Not to mention that after the age of 30, Neptune still has a fishtail, and Ottoheim has legs and is no different from a person. Let's just say the height difference, one 12 meters, one 2 meters. Oh my god. Neptune, Alas, must have had unspeakable secrets to find only such a small one. The view is very good. Bai Yu ignored Neptune and was enjoying the scenery of Fishman Island with his sisters from a high place, overlooking the 8 directions. I have to say that Fishman Island is very beautiful, and the mood of the women is also beautiful. Wow, it's so beautiful there. Nami pointed to the distance and said in surprise, I saw a lot of mermaids. White Feather glanced sideways. In that area you can see blue sky, sunshine, white clouds, and more pieces of mermaids living there, dreamy like a fairy tale world. Name, Mermaid Bay. After the surprise, Kia was a little puzzled, but why is there all mermaids and not a single fishman? Doesn't it mean that they also have intermarriage? Because the fishmen and the mermaids on the island live separately. Most of the mermaids live in the Mermaid Bay you see, and the fishmen. Bai Yu looked down for a while and pointed to the distance. There are many fish people living in Fish People Street over there, but even mermaids describe Fishman Street as a very terrible place. Do mermaids also discriminate against fishmen? Marcino was astonished. You can understand that Fishman Street is the illegal area of Fishman Island, and most of them are evil parties. As soon as Bai Yu said that the illegal zone, all the women understood. There are few good people in any illegal zone, and the mermaids are of course afraid of there. All right. Next, everyone went to play in teams, at least 3 people in a team, and 3 hours later, at noon, we went to Ryugu Castle for dinner. Bai Yu made arrangements for the women, and the Fishman Island was still not small, playing separately and returning to discuss. With the strength of the women, in the case of a team of 3, there will be no danger. If someone accidentally loses a few extra hairs, it will be the darkest day on Fishman Island. Husband, what about you? Bai Yu chuckled. I'm going to grab a mermaid. Are you going? I wish you a happy time. Hancock smiled and said that robbing people seemed to be Bai Yu's hobby, and she didn't want to disturb Yaxing. Well, then I'm leaving. Bai Yu turned and disappeared. Vivi was surprised. Is the one below the king? It's so high. The women looked down. I saw Neptune standing there in line, more than 10 meters tall and chubby. Then let him arrange a few guys to introduce Fishman Island. Whoosh! The next moment, Neptune on the streets of Ryugu Castle was stunned. Oh my god, what he saw, a dozen, no, 20 or so human beauties spread their white wings and flew down like angels. Sheeping was also stunned, and quickly explained, Your Majesty the King, they are all female crew members of Lord Demon Kings. Although the following description is somewhat inappropriate, it is best to treat them as Draco, the highest standard. Right, that's it. Neptune reacted, and immediately trotted over with the people and knelt down to greet them. Women. What's the situation? How he suddenly fell to his knees. They didn't need anything to kneel to greet them. Sheeping. Sorry, my fault is that my very flat description is somewhat inappropriate. I'm sorry, Your Majesty the King. The other side. Bai Yu ignored Neptune and was full of expectations for his daughter, the Princess of the Dragon Palace Kingdom on Fishman Island, White Star, whose beauty has been praised by the world, but too many people have come to Fishman Island with full expectations and have not seen it. Because the Mermaid Princess lived in the hard-shell tower at the age of 6. The year he was 6 years old was the year that Don Quixote Mascarad, whom Hakuba had met in the Holy Land, came to Fishman Island. Princess Yuja inspired Don Quixote Mascarad, sent him back to the Holy Land, and also brought him back. The peace agreement was assassinated while collecting signatures from the islanders. In the midst of chaos, Van der Decken 9 took advantage of the chaos to touch the White Star and use his ability to target the fruit, including the White Star in the sniper target. Since then, it has been stationed in the hard-shell tower. 10 years. Bai Yu looked at the attack marks of various knives, guns, sticks and axes on the hard-shell tower, and stepped out one step at a time, ignoring the obstacles. Enter the hard-shell tower. As soon as you come in, the white feathers feel bright and fragrant. It's pink to the eye. Look up again. Bai Yu could fully see the appearance of the figure sitting on the bed in a daze. It is a giant salmon and is the largest of all mermaids. Long flowing pink curly hair, wearing a sea bream style hair ornament, wearing shell earrings, bright blue eyes, beautiful appearance, excellent figure, with a pink fishtail of different shades. I've finally seen you. After seeing the other party's appearance, Bai Yu secretly praised it for a few points. One of the 3 most beautiful women in the world of pirates. Princess White Star. This kind of world setting, only when he sees himself in this real world, Bai Yu will approve of it. Yikes. At this moment, a shark suddenly cried out, as if to remind the White Star. What's wrong, Megalo? The dazed White Star is awakened by the screams, and Megalo is her pet and the only person she talks to. Sizzle. Megalo shouted again, and sprang out from the side of the White Star and crashed directly into the white feather. Bai-Xing also looked over, and when he saw Bai Yu, he was stunned. Boo. Bai Yu raised his hand to block the pet Megalo, and smiled lightly. Hello, White Star. Without waiting for Bai Yu to finish speaking, Bai-Xing took a moment and cried out in an instant, constantly hiding behind, tears rushing away. Bai Yu, timid, crying. This is the legendary Sea King, one of the ancient weapons of the 3 people, the Sea King who makes Bai Yu helpless. Because Bai Yu couldn't hold her to comfort anything, After all, Bai Yu was too big, 16 years old, about 12 meters. This height difference, Bai Yu still wants to hold Bai Yu. She could tuck the white feathers into her arms and suffocate her alive. It seems it's time to find some fruit that can be bigger and smaller. Bai Yu thought so and raised his hand. Hurrah! Woohoo! Although Bai Yu was frightened and crying by the sudden appearance of Bai Yu, he was carefully looking at Bai Yu even if he was crying. Then, I saw Bai Yu raise her hand, and suddenly all kinds of extremely beautiful flowers and plants that she had never seen before filled the room, making Bai Yu stunned. The crying stopped abruptly. This is the unique flower and plant on the land, which I have carefully selected. Between the words, the white feather flew to a high place, and his line of sight was at the same level as the white star. My name is White Feather. Do you want to go to land to see it? Think. Bai Yu nodded subconsciously, and then flashed his big eyes and said curiously, Lord Bai Yu, are you human? Where did you get the flowers and plants? How did it fly? And problem baby. And Bai Yu likes to call others adults, and occasionally call him boss. Bai Yu's eyelids jumped, and after waiting for Bai Yu to finish speaking, he also asked, why are you suddenly not afraid of me? Why be afraid? Bai Yu tilted his head slightly, full of cute looks, and whispered, there is no malice in Lord Bai Yu, and I feel very kind, just like family. In short, Lord White Feather, you are a good person. Cordial? It was true that Bai Yu had no malice, but Bai Yu felt his kindness, which was a little strange. That's right, Gaioka. He shared everything about Gaioka, with the breath of the king of the deep sea, accepting the good man card from the white star. Bai Yu smiled lightly. Then why are you scared to cry when you see me? Bai Yu's face was red. It was the stress response of her suddenly seeing the 100 lives. In short, it was timidity. Nothing. I wasn't scared to cry. Bai Yu was obviously happy to cry. The voice of the white star was getting smaller and smaller. The face was getting redder, and the hands were all twisted together. Seeing this, Bai Yu whispered, don't talk about this. I'm here to make friends with you. Bai crossing, friends. Friend? Bai Yu's blue eyes widened a few points, and the reflection was all about the figure of a white feather. When Bai Yu nodded, he suddenly regretted saying this. Because Bai Yu was suddenly happy, she subconsciously wanted to hug Bai Yu to share happiness and emotion, but Bai Yu was too small for her. So, raise your hand to drag the white feather standing out of thin air, and then, look back and pull it out. Like a hug, the white feather was pressed into the vast Xang's arms. Megalo, did you hear that White Star has new friends too? Sizzle. White Star was excited and cheered with a little pet. And Bai Yu, at the moment, there was only one feeling. He was about to be smothered. Rush. The white feather instantly left the warmth and was a little further away from the white star. Huh? What about Lord White Feather? Feeling that something was missing in his arms, Bai Yu looked down in panic, but he didn't see anything, and he cried suddenly. Woo woo woo. Lord Bai Yu is gone. It will not be Bai Yu who is too happy, accidentally ate Lord Bai Yu. After all, Lord Bai Yu is so small. Whoops. White feathers have a black line. For the first time so far, he felt helpless in terms of height. At present, the little sister on the ship, the tallest is Hankook, 1m91, also shorter than the white feather, very fit. Others, between 1m6 and 1m9, Robin 1m88. This is the normal height. Koya's hometown, Vivi's hometown, Nami's hometown, and even all the islands except the giant tribe. All the ordinary people are also around 1m6, 7, 8. Even Hawkeye, red hair is less than 2 meters, and those over 3 meters, such as Whitebeard, Kaido, the 3 generals, etc., are regarded as monsters by ordinary people. Always focusing on those monsters, I felt that less than 3 meters were crippled, but ignored the ordinary people. The height difference is a small problem. I have the opportunity to rewrite it at will. Bai Yu's inner secret path, but suddenly encountering Bai Yu, who is more than 10 meters, is also unable to start. Coughing softly, Bai Yu beckoned. Bai Yu, I'm here. Hey, Lord White Feather, it's great that you're okay. Bai Yu was suddenly happy and swam towards Bai Yu, wanting to hug him again. Bai Yu immediately said, White Star, I want to take you out. No. As soon as he heard it, Bai Yu subconsciously shrunk his body, and his beautiful big eyes flashed with trepidation. If you go, the white star will be killed. See this scene. Bai Yu took a deep breath. Such a cute white star was bullied. It was simply a corpse that was not enough to vent his anger. See and smell unfold. I'll be back soon. Deep sea. On a boat. The ugly man in the top hat and with his hair cocked was none other than Decen 9. Target fruit. As long as the opponent is targeted, the thrown item will be automatically tracked to the end of the world, unless it is shot down or blocked by obstacles on the way. It was still the year White Star was 6 years old. Terrified that the Draco were going to kill Ochi, White Star wept and attracted the Neptune, who was seen by Decen 9. White Star is the legendary mermaid princess that the original ancestors have been looking for many years to control the Neptune class. At that time, Decen 9 thought of this and also identified the white star. In order to obtain this ability and try to seek the beauty of the white star, he vainly wants to marry the white star, and takes advantage of the chaos to touch the 6-year-old white star. Locks the white star after touching. For 10 years, he has been throwing all kinds of weapons from afar, trying to intimidate the white star and force her to submit. And now, Decen 9 paced back and forth, his face full of shock and shock. What are you talking about? The human magician came to Fishman Island? What is he here to do? Want to steal the white star? Don't add drama to yourself, unbearable scum. Suddenly a voice sounded. Decen 9, and the flying pirates were all sluggish. Die. Chapter 140. Chapter 140. Decen 9 dies, taking the white star to Chambord minefield. The white feathers' fingertips bloomed with thunder, and after shooting in and out, they turned into a thunder sea, directly incorporating everyone. Decen 9. These people are not qualified to talk to Bai Yu, let alone live in the world for one more second. Accompanied by a series of painful cries, Bai Yu stared indifferently. When all Decen 9 turned into coke, Bai Yu raised his hand indifferently again. This world, after death, the soul will enter the yellow spring. Recalling Brook's experience, Bai Yu's voice sounded coldly. This shows that physical death is not real death. Killing souls is. Chop. Shallow hit in the hand. Bai Yu's knife can kill the soul, and with the assistance of the soul fruit ability, the soul destroying is very simple. Poof! One soul after another bursts like a balloon, which is the accompaniment of death. Capacity transfer. Bai Yu raised his hand and integrated the target fruit energy into the apple for 2 years. Bai Yu no longer needs to transfer his ability in a special space. As long as the target is weak or dead, or even does not resist, he can transfer. Bai Yu suddenly noticed, and the light flickered for a moment, and made a soft sound. Cheering, sleeping and eating together, infusing spirit and will, but 2 years later, there was no reaction at all, let alone the beginning of the solution, the boxy/knife. And now, the soul that had killed some waste had a reaction. Don't bark, if you like it, I'll go to Huangquan another day to kill enough. After calming down the nameless slashing knife, Bai Yu directly smashed the ship. The ship shattered, and the corpse fell into the sea, attracting all kinds of sea kings to tear it up. Souls are wiped out. No bones remain. Inside the hard-shell tower, Bai Yu said that he would come back soon, so Bai Xing obediently dragged his chin and waited, in a daze. But in the process of waiting, Bai Xing felt that every second was torment. Tears fell unconsciously. She was really afraid that Bai Yu's friend would leave and not come back, or be hurt by weapons flying in the distance. It was the first friend she had ever known since she was 6 years old. Rush. When Bai Yu appeared out of thin air, he saw Bai Xing crying. I'm back. Ah. Lord Hukuba. Seeing the white feather, Bai Xing was surprised and wanted to pounce on it, wanting to put the white feather in the palm of his hand or press it in his arms. It was too big, and Bai Yu suddenly said, Decen 9 is dead. Now you can go out. White Star. Dead? White Star's eyes widened. Of course, she knew who was attacking her, but in the past 10 years, the Father King had not caught anyone, and Bai Yu had solved it as soon as he came, which made her trance. Haven't been caught in 10 years. Are Neptune and Shiping watching the play? Bai Yu also complained secretly. As far as the goods of Decen 9 are concerned, the weakest girls such as Nochigao and Marcino can be found and killed. And with the strength of Shiping, following the trajectory of the weapon flying in, he began to track the sight and smell, but he couldn't find it. Is it a decoration? It's as if the whole world is waiting for someone to come and save it. Throwing away his thoughts, Bai Yu whispered, Bai Xing, if you believe me, go out with me to see. The fear of the White Star and the fear of Nami are the same truth, both of which are accumulated over the years. I believe Lord Bai Yu. Well, Bai Xing is not afraid. Bai Xing's tearful opening still looked a little timid. Boom. Bai Yu turned around and smashed the door of the hard-shell tower, making Bai Xing subconsciously timid. You won't have to live here in the future, it's too depressing. Bai Yu walked to the door, and the Overlord color stunned the guards outside, so as not to disturb Xing, and turned around to wait for Bai Xing to come out. I'm coming, White Star whispered. Carefully swimming over, as if making up his mind, he suddenly accelerated and rushed straight out of the hard-shell tower. When she rushed out, Bai Xing was the first to feel the warm sunlight from Eve of the Yang tree, which made her intoxicated. Click. Bai Yu did not bother, took out the camera phone worm, and took a photo of the White Star greeting freedom. Just take a shot of it and it's beautiful. Lord Bai Yu, what are you doing? White Star looked back curiously. Bai Yu pulled out the photo and controlled it to float towards Bai Xing. Take a picture of you. Have you ever played? Wow, she's so beautiful. When Bai Xing looked at the photos floating by, he subconsciously exclaimed, and he didn't recognize himself at the first time. Bai Yu, it's really cute to you. White Star, you're free. When Bai Yu opened his mouth again, he pulled Bai Xing's thoughts out of the beautiful face of the photo and hurriedly checked it out. She came out. No attacks. After a moment of trance, Bai Xing burst into tears again. Whoa, White Star can finally come out. Bai Yu. He was helpless. It is not helpless White Star and crying, but helpless as a war man, but unable to hold White Star comfort. Looking for a girl in the pirate world, height is really a big problem. Too tall is not okay, too short is not good, too difficult. Huh? Shadows fell, and when Bai Yu looked up, he found that Bai Xing's little hand was reaching towards him like five-fingered mountains. Bai Yu coughed lightly. White Star, what do you want to do with your hand? I want to hold up Lord Whitefeather, but I want to hold Lord Whitefeather even more, but White Star is too big. Phew. Bai Xing wiped his tears and whimpered. Has Chambord heard of it? How about I take you there to play? Bai Yu changed the subject and paid for it directly. The sea is not more than 10,000 meters. Teleport with a White Star. Chambord. Coastal. Many people are bandaged pirates, and they are coating here. I hope that the process of going to Fishman Island will not be an accident. That is 10,000 meters deep, so terrible. Longbows and reindeer hugged each other, fearing and comforting each other before being beaten by the Demon King's sisters. The psychological shadow had not yet dissipated. Exploding skulls, modding perverted men, and funny shemels, the three are singing and dancing with bandages tied. Fishman Island, Mermaid. Before he could leave, Kia had already begun to bleed from his nose. Straw Hats are smirking at meat. Only the green algae head, on the coast, worked hard to cultivate and firmly said, Dasky is it? Let's put my knife in your place first. It's about to start again. It's going to be a new world soon. I will not lose again. Rumble. It was as if something heavy had landed on the shore, causing a roar. The Straw Hat Regiment was fully alert when everyone looked at it. Even the rough nerves like Straw Hats swallowed the flesh in one bite, and suddenly stood up seriously. Demon King Whitefeather. Golem. How come? How did he come back? Hiss. So beautiful. No, 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 I can't watch. I'm going to die. I'm going to lose again. The Straw Hat Regiment holds its breath. Obviously, he was suppressed by the female crew of the Demon King not long ago, but it was not long before he encountered the Demon King again. In particular, Sauron, who was a little angry at the moment, had just vowed not to lose again, and a most terrifying monster had come. White Star, back to God. Bai Yu ignored the Straw Hat Regiment, reminding the somewhat stunned White Star. Just the roar, nothing else. The White Star is a little big, so a little heavy. The landing is very loud, pay attention next time. Wow, the White Star of the Gods shouted, but full of surprise, as if to vent the repression of the past 10 years. Lord Whitefeather, here. Is this the land? Bai Xing's blue eyes fluttered, and he couldn't help but swim around the coast. The sky is so blue. The white clouds are so beautiful. The sun is so warm. The air. Well, the total White Star is really happy. If only I could hold Lord Hakuba, Naruto. Well, Bai Xing cried again, crying over the inability to hug Bai Yu to share. I'll take you to Soap Bubble Park, where there's a lot of fun. Bai Yu changed the subject, and must find the ability to rewrite the height of Bai crossing. Sure enough, Bai Xing did not cry, but was full of expectation. I have heard, Lord Bai Yu, let's go quickly. Without teleporting anymore, Bai Yu slowly walked over with a White Star, and Bai Xing flashed his eyes to look around, and was surprised to see everything. When he saw a strange creature, he couldn't help but be curious. Lord Bai Yu, that skeleton is moving. What is it, a toy? Bai Yu looked over. Well, Nosuk Brook. Ryder's idol as a teenager, Bai Yu said casually. It's not a toy, he's alive because. Wow, that's terrible. Sloppy. Watching Bai Xing cry and drag his body for more than 10 meters, hiding behind him in fear, Bai Yu was slightly embarrassed. You came to me? Bai Yu suddenly opened his mouth. The Straw Hat Regiment was all stunned. Was the Demon King talking to them? Yamaji and Usopp subconsciously grabbed Luffy and blocked his mouth. Sauron said in a deep voice, it's really surprising. Will a strong person like you care about us? This is the Demon King Whitefeather. The picture of the whole regiment being suppressed by the girls before is vividly remembered, and the female crew members who were not included in the fan team are so strong, so how terrible should the Demon King be? Even if the others are gone, the Straw Hat Regiment will never be defeated, but in the face of Whitefeather, that sense of deadly oppression, it's still hard to understand. It was as if he had returned to the Chambord of 2 years ago, facing the powerlessness of the Yellow Ape. Bai Yu ignored the Straw Hat Regiment and said plainly, I really don't understand. Where did you two get the courage to get close to me? Bai Yu raised his hand and shook it. The Straw Hat Regiment was all on guard, but some were unclear, and the next moment, all the members were stunned for a few minutes. Boom. The Whitefeather touched the Chambord land, and the ground in front of it shattered and condensed, condensing into a huge earth dragon in the blink of an eye. Each head was hundreds of meters in size, and dozens of roars that simply covered the sky swooped down, and at this moment, they felt like the world was falling apart. Not talking to us. The Straw Hat Regiment was a bit awkward. It turned out that the Demon King had not paid any attention to them and directly ignored them. The Whitefeather's attack did not go towards them, but attacked a corner in the distance. Not good. Rewind. The two CP-0s looked horrified and flew back without thinking. But it was too late. Boom. Dozens of earth dragons were pressed down. The two CP-0 struggled a little, and with a roar, several earth dragons were shattered, but soon other earth dragons rushed forward and followed. What's the use of breaking a few heads? There were also 10 heads, 100 heads, and even the blow of the destruction of the whole island. There were several more roars, and the two CP-0s were strangled in the earth dragon pile. Golem. Many people in the Straw Hat Regiment were terrified, and this Demon King just raised his hand and destroyed the two strong ones? What a horror. Lord Whitefeather. At this time, Bai Yu whispered, the scene that had just shaken the earth was too terrible. Are you scared? Bai Yu asked. No, no, White Star is brave. White Star was strong and timid, and then whispered, just those two people. Is it the bad guys? It's just a different stance. Bai Yu never judged the people of the strong world by good or bad, and whispered, the various forces are hostile to each other, either I kill him or he is killed. The sea is incomparably cruel. White Star. Let's go play. When Bai Yu left with a White Star, the Straw Hat Regiment remained silent. Is this the Demon King? Obviously. He didn't shoot at them, but it still made people feel at home, and they couldn't imagine how shocking it was for the other party to go all out. He just ignored us and maybe we were too weak to be worth his attention or else we would have been attacked. We'll die. Bbook was the heaviest. The scene just now was too frightening. Replaced by them, even if they broke a few earth dragons, it would be useless. They would be overwhelmed by more earth dragons. Ignored. Sauron felt bad, and it was better to let the Demon King fight him. Even Luffy felt very uncomfortable at the thought of being ignored by Bai Yu. After all, he had always regarded the Demon King as the most human competitor. Everything is strength. Immediately send Fishman Island. Good. The crowd obeyed. Chapter 141. Chapter 141 Destroying Fishman Island. Charlie's amazing prophecy. The female emperor knocked on the door. And on Fishman Island. Since Bai Yu said that at least 3 girls should form a team to play together, so they scattered in teams. Now, Coral Mounds. Located in the southeast direction of Fishman Island, it is the bustling port town of Fishman Island. Here a cafe is very famous, named Mermaid Cafe. Neptune actually recommended us to come here for coffee. And we're really here, isn't that silly? Perona muttered, somewhat suspicious of her own intelligence. Sugar denied, no one else came. We came, but it doesn't mean he came wrong. I'm not stupid. Nami shook her head. Very mysterious opening. I asked clearly. The female store manager here will divinate prophecies. It seems to be very accurate, and also gave one-piece divination. Monet also nodded. That's what King Neptune said. Hey, then I'm right. We're the smartest. Perona was overjoyed. The 3 women were speechless. Sure enough, as Bai Yu said, Perona's brain was not very bright. But looking forward to the female shopkeeper, the good villain has also divined for One Piece, and I hope it is very refined. When the 4 women walked into the Mermaid Cafe, they found that there were also sand mermaids as waiters, which was pleasing to the eye. Welcome 4 beauties, please ask what you want to drink. A mermaid sister greeted her, with a crisp opening. Nami said directly, is the store manager here? We look for her for divination, as long as the divination is accurate. The price is arbitrary. The 3 daughters of Perona were astonished. When did Nami spend so much money? Is this fake? Well, I'm not who I used to be. Nami proudly opened her mouth to the land of gold. The property of the 7 martial seas. The treasure house of the 4 emperors. The offerings of each island. The treasure house of the Tenryu people, and so on. And Nami's immunity to treasure increased. Little liturgy. Ridiculous amount. Please come with me. This mermaid is also the first time to meet a guest as atmospheric as Nami. Moments later, the 4 women saw the store manager. Short black hair covers the right eye. Blue eyes are very cold eyes, pale skin, holding a pipe, dark blue and white fish tail. The manager of the Mermaid Cafe. The local residents respected the name, Mrs. Charlie. Good God. So cool. Sugar and Perona opened their mouths. Xili is 5 meters tall, dressed in style and very unusual, so it is very cool. It's really tall. The mermaid has a fish tail, which means that she is not yet 30 years old. Nami was also surprised, and then she couldn't wait. How do you start divination? What needs to be done? Snow prison. Surprised by the 3 women, Monet suddenly took his hand, and the snow froze into a prison, trapping Madame Charlie in it. And Charlie didn't struggle with the sea. Sugar's eyes widened. Sister, what are you doing? Be careful, she's hostile to us. And killing intent. Monet's opening surprised the 3 women. One after another into the state of battle. 4 pairs of angel wings unfolded, flying attacks aside. Defense is called absolute defense by white feathers, so all the women will spread their wings first. Negative ghosts. Perona threw out the ghost and was immediately proud. As long as her domineering spirit is not strong enough, my ghost is invincible. Dozens of ghosts flew away, directly submerging Xili completely. And the next moment, Charlie was still there, not lying down negatively at all. Perona's eyes widened. Impossible. How is she okay? I didn't see her use armed colors. Did you forget? Bai Yu said that if the enemy itself is extremely negative, then your negative ghost will not work at all. Nami said, but also very strangely looked at Xie, you do have the intention to kill, and you are so negative? This is very contradictory. Why, say, who among me are the enemies of me, and are you only passive because you can't take revenge? You are. Nami. Xie's voice was slightly hoarse, and she said something that shocked Nami. Aaron, it's my brother. You. Nami was indeed stunned. Aaron is the dragon, a name that makes Nami feel disgusting and extremely scornful, and has not been heard for more than 2 years. Nami, who had returned to God, also looked indifferent. So, you want to avenge him, don't you? I really hate this world when I have to. Why, when the dragon hurts us, no one cares, and when we resist, it's all kinds of people to manage. You guys. No, it's nothing to do with him. Nami almost choked to death. 1 second said brother. The next second said it was okay, teasing her. Oh well, Nami is silent. Aaron and I are half-siblings. His future I have already seen. I have never thought of revenge. I should thank you for ending his sinful life. Charlie's words made the 4 women trance, and this woman's thoughts were really complicated. Don't they have a good relationship? Monet said calmly. Since it is not revenge, why is there a killing intention? Charlie whispered, you're all the women of the Demon King, right? Not really. Not yet. But he didn't want me to grow up. Perona, Monet and Sugar opened their mouths at the same time, and Nami had a black line, always feeling strange. I can't see him, but see part of the picture of you in the future wearing a wedding dress, that kind of smile, I've never seen. Xie gently stroked the crystal ball and said, with tears in her eyes, however, you young the future are so happy. And why is my monkey Fishman Island about to be destroyed by the Demon King? Answer me. Xie shouted, and the next moment became extremely negative, dead, all dead, as if the whole island is bleeding into a river. Gone. 10,000 meters deep, there is no more Fishman Island. Nami's 4 daughters were shocked again. This is the future of her divination, because of the tragic future, so there is a killing intention, and because of despair and feel negative? Perona held back her lips. Divination is not allowed. My divination prophecy has so far been 100% accurate, and I have predicted the sea thief generation since I was a child. Speaking of this, Xie is more negative, and it is precisely because the accuracy rate is 100% that Xie is desperate and negative. More than 20 years ago, Roger fought Whitebeard for 3 days and 3 nights, and knelt down to ask Mita to join. Mita joined in and set sail again. Roger found the golden bell on the empty island, listened to the sound of all things, heard the powerful voice from above, wondered what was written on it, and Mita interpreted the answer, Aquaman. Thereupon, Roger and the others come to Fishman Island to find the truth and meet Charlie. Roger, why was the gate destroyed by the Neptune? Charlie, because they are all waiting for the birth of the Mermaid Princess. Roger, when? Charlie, 10 years later. That year, Charlie was young. It is hard to imagine that a cute little mermaid, facing the sea thief Roger, can so calmly hold the crystal ball for divination, and no one believes it. The following year, Charlie prophesied again, seeing the age of the sea thief coming. Later, the war on top was predicted, and the death of Whitebeard was seen. Tired of divination because of repeated foreshadowing misfortunes, he gradually stopped predicting the future. This year, 29 years old. To this day, the Demon King's spaceship appeared on Fishman Island out of thin air, and Charlie was shocked and whined to make a divination prophecy. It is impossible to see Hakuba himself, but Charlie saw the bloody picture of the Fishman Island gene, the part that made her sad and desperate. Hearing Xie's explanation, the 4 women of Nami looked at each other. She gave Roger divination at an early age, and it was extremely accurate, which showed that her divination was most likely true. Bai Yu, really? No wonder they think so. Because the ship is about to reach Fishman Island in the deep sea, Tina asks Hakuba how he can make Fishman Island peaceful with humans. And Bai Yu's 2 answers were somewhat extreme and peculiar. How to maintain peace when human beings are nostalgic. Yaya is another kind of peace. Bai Yu's first answer was very much in line with Xie's prophecy. After thinking about something, Nami said firmly, he will never destroy Fishman Island. Your prediction must be wrong, or you only care about despair and passivity, but ignore any details. Why not? Nami's determination rekindled Charlie's hope that the prophecy would be wrong. Perona pursed her lips, because he still has to take away the biggest mermaid. This is her hometown. Of course it will not be destroyed. The biggest mermaid. Charlie's pipe fell. You know, it seems that the mermaid is very famous. Looking closely at Charlie's height, Monet nodded. Yes, after all, it is the biggest mermaid. You are 5 meters tall, and she is definitely taller. Indeed, some attention. She is Mermaid Princess. Xie smiled bitterly. The Mermaid Princess is the biggest mermaid. However, the Mermaid Princess is the Sea King, and what does the Demon King steal her for? In the future picture of the prophecy, the wedding dress of the women does not have a mermaid princess, only a beautiful woman who resembles a white star, but it is certainly not. 1. The other party is not right in height, less than 2 meters, and the white star is really tall. 2. The other side's legs, but the mermaids can only separate the tail after 30 years old, and that picture is a few years later. The white star is not old enough. First, white stars are excluded. Since there was no picture of the white star, Xiali thought, the Mermaid Princess white star must have been used as a tool of war, and there was no happiness that belonged to her. Princess? Neptune's daughter. How high is she? It's not clear, but she was taller than me when she was 6 and now 16 years old. Nami's 4 daughters have rich expressions. 6 years old is more than 5 meters, so isn't 16 years old more than 10 meters? More than 10 meters of Mermaid Princess, compared to the white feathers in the early 2 meters. That picture, the 4 girls began to brainstorm. Nami muttered, mermaid, just watch, starve you, or crush you, ha 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 ha. At the end of the muttering, Nami couldn't help but laugh. Because of that picture, Nami felt that Bai Yu would be depressed to death. Ha ha. Charlie couldn't help but ask, is he really not going to destroy Fishman Island? But my prediction really didn't miss. Then you prophesy, when the monkey will be king, and when the white feather will be king. I am talking about the king of the world, not One Piece. Nami asked after narrowing her smile. This. In the confusion of the 4 girls, Xiali was a little embarrassed. Actually, I tried to enter many times before you came. But as long as any prophecy based on the Demon King cannot be made, let alone look down on his picture. Monet was even more puzzled. Then why is it said that it is here that Bai Yu destroyed it? I predicted you, but I only saw part of the picture, and there was some confusion, and I only saw it once, and then I predicted that there would be nothing. The 4 daughters of Nami were speechless again. So, this fortune teller, who used to have a 100% success rate, made a mistake today. What a desperate thing. It must be fake, or rather, it must be Charlie's brain patch. Let's be specific. Nami was still curious. Xiali took a deep breath. Fishman Street is full of blood. Fishman Island riots all over, and then all the fishermen and mermaids gather in the square. What should be protested against? And Fishman Island gone completely. Perona thought for a moment. Then did you see who shot you? Charlie was silent. Her brain supplement thoughts. The fish people in Fishman Street provoked the Demon King to kill the ring, and the collective protests of other residents angered the Demon King even more, and even the people took the island to destruction. Those female crew members? Xiali didn't think it was they who shot it. Most of them were soft and cute, and it was estimated that they had not even killed a fish. Take her. Sugar suddenly opened its mouth. Hearing this, Perona nodded excitedly. Yes, such a cool and proficient divination mermaid. If you use the words of the white feather big bad, it's a top talent, and it must be taken away. Charlie, Cloudlock, Snowlock. Nami and Monet intervene and bind a somewhat confused Charlie. Mermaid diviner, done. The other side. Fishman Street, the place where orphans are sheltered, due to years of lack of management, has led to Fish People Street becoming a gathering area for illegal and evil parties. Still haven't you contacted Van der Dicken 9? Long black curly-haired man, white shark species fishman. Indifferent inquiry. Hody Jones, the captain of the new Fishman Pirate Regiment, an absolute racist, a Fishman supremacist, sees humanity as inferior. Carter Toth shook his head. No, something may have happened. After all, the terrible Demon King has come. I'll call him a king. Hody Jones looked extremely fierce, and then dismissed. He is just an inferior creature, or a capable person. This is the deep sea. From an early age, he was taught that humans are inferior evil creatures, and the dragon instilled in him the idea of less, believing that the fishmen were the supreme race, and that the sanctions given to humans were all his changes. Let's start our plan. Ha 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 ha. Plan 1, take down the Mermaid Royal Clan and compete for sovereignty over the Mermaid Island. Plan 2, use the letters of the Draco that Otome once obtained to attend the World Conference and torture and kill the royal families of various countries. Boom. A sudden roar interrupted Hody Jones's wild laughter, and his look sank. Go check it out. Something's not good. The human pirate female emperor has brought someone to call. Without waiting for Hody Jones to finish, many fishermen ran over with frightened faces, which was the female emperor of a Zero Fan team. Chapter 142. Chapter 142. Insulting white feather. Find the dead. The women collectively killed Fishman Street. One Piece. Human. Hody Jones looked cold and full of hatred. These are these inferior creatures again. So let's start planning. Call here. How many she can defeat? Lao Tzu has 100,000 subordinates. Hody Jones has been gathering the Fishman Evil Party over the years, and currently has 70,000 fishermen plus 30,000 pirates under his command. Soon, densely packed fishermen and pirates keep converging here and outside. This is Fishman Street? It's full of chaos and filth. Vivi frowned and opened her mouth. The difference between the Mermaid Bay and the Mermaid Tribe is too big. And the difference between the fish and the mermaid is also too big. Garrett looked at the many people in front of her with fierce eyes and fear and hatred, and also frowned. The fish people here. It was really as Bai Yu said, they were very hostile to humans. Bryn comforted her mouth. Sister Hancock, there is no need to be angry with these garbage, it is not good for the body. You're right. These fishman scum who are destined to die don't deserve to make their concubines angry. Hancock had a cold look in his eyes and a cold voice. Gather your subordinates. Then come on. If one had so vivid today, the concubine would have no face to face her husband. The four girls had only been in a few minutes since they arrived at Fishman Street, but they were in a very bad mood because fish people can be seen everywhere here. Opening their mouths and closing their mouths are inferior humans, lowly creatures, fish people are supreme, and so on. All kinds of words that belittle the hatred of human beings made the four girls frown. Is this racism? Wrong. Eyes full of hatred and hostility. This is clearly the mortal enemy of mankind. I can't understand how the fish people here came to be like this. Bryn put it this way, they have completely fallen into the abyss, and even if they modify their memories, they cannot erase the hostility to human beings in their bones. Meaning, completely unsaved. The four girls did not start at the first time, because they were attracted by the Noah that was the size of half a Fishman Island, and subconsciously walked over. But just close. Hancock, who had seen and sensed Noah, suddenly heard the conversation between Hody Jones and the others. Boom. Hearing the evaluation of Bai Yu, Hancock was instantly furious, and the terrifying cold air advanced, and kicked, directly destroying the front. The roar of Fishman Street also alarmed many people. Mermaid Bay. There are mermaids living here, and as soon as the girls come here, they are attracted by various mermaids, as if they have come to a dream fairy tale world. A lot of mermaids. Marcino looked around curiously. New Okigao sighed. Fish people and mermaids. The appearance difference is too big. Huh? Is it Hancock's breath, fighting the fishman? Stusai unfolded his eyes and looked in amazement in the direction of Fishman Street. Hearing this, Baby Five hugged little Aisha and excitedly said, "Fight? Where is it?" "I'm going to," Boney said casually. Hancock shot. "I don't need you," Baby Five said. "Remember, I'm a battle maid." SHHH. Dasky directly drew his sword and said solemnly, "I feel that I don't know how many people's killing intentions are converging." So Darth Vader rushed towards Fishman Street, and seeing this, the women followed suit. Forest of the Sea. The undersea forest of Fishman Island, because many shipwrecks are transported here along the flow of the tide, are also known as ship's graveyard. Many beautiful corals grow here, and schools of fish and whales also feed here. There's also a huge body of history here, which Robin is deciphering. This is Joey Boy's message, who had an agreement with the Mermaid Princess at that time, but it was not completed, so he left to thank you for not being able to fulfill the agreement between him and Fishman Island. Hearing Robin's interpretation, Koya touched the historical text and wondered, who is Joey Boy? Robin whispered, it's a human being who existed in the blank 100-year period, and according to Bai Yu, he seems to be waited for by many people to return. Cornice was surprised. How did the people of hundreds of years ago return? It may not be the return of the person, it may be some kind of will inheritance or the continuation of fate, etc. Robin shook his head slightly. There was too little information at the moment. Bai Yu once said that the blank 100 years were recorded as Crazy Ralph drew. Robin looked forward to it. It's so heavy and murderous. Tina is shocked. Tina looked off into the distance. Violet opened his clairvoyant to observe the past, and said, there are tens of thousands. No, there are about 100,000 fishermen and pirates converging in front of them. Is it over there? Khalifa entered a state of combat. Sea Forest, just northeast of Fishman Street, not far from Hancock. Kia unfurled the angel wings and frowned slightly. So many people must have had an accident. Let's go too. Whoosh! A few women flew away. Ryugu Castle. Inside the main hall, Neptune's massive body spun back and forth, his face full of trepidation. Because, when he was lined up to welcome him, the terrifying Demon King did not even pay attention to him and left directly. The women did not explain anything after flying down, asked about the fun location of Fishman Island and left. It seems ordinary, but the Fishman Island is different. Neptune is full of worry. Sharkstar, have they gone to Fishman Street? We must ensure that we block it with all our strength, and we can't let any fishermen out. 3 princes all went down and just. If those women had gone there earlier. The words of the left minister. That's exactly what Neptune was worried about. The Demon King went to Fishman Street and might be angry at the hostility of the fishermen there, but he would never be hurt. But if the weak women were injured, Neptune thought differently and knew how angry the Demon King would be. But, before the girls left, Nami said, don't wait. 3 hours later, at noon, Hakuba will come to Ryugu Castle. Just send a word. Neptune decided to stay, preparing the state banquet with all his heart, preparing for the heavy gift. Alas, Fishman, who also grew up in Fishman Street, sighed. As a teenager, Shihai was also a fisherman hostile to humans, especially Tiger Boss was hunted down and killed, and his hatred for humans directly reached its peak. It wasn't until Tiger died that his words before his death changed and he began to learn to accept humans. Because I've experienced it. That's why I understand. The hatred of many fish people for human beings is extremely difficult to eliminate, especially after the death of Boss Tiger. The fish people in other areas are not to be said, but most of the fish people in Fishman Street are directly on the opposite side of humans. There are more such as dragons. Hody Jones and other Fishman supremacy scum slaughter continued to brainwash the fishmen in Fishman Street. After becoming the 7 Marshalseas, they even hated and insulted me, not to mention strange human beings. Sheeping was full of bitterness, but also immersed in memories and sorrows. At this time, a soldier rushed to shout, "Your Majesty the King, things are not good. Her Royal Highness the Princess has disappeared." What the? Neptune was furious. Before he could say anything, another soldier came running and exclaimed, "Your Majesty the King, things are not good. There has been a battle on Fishman Street, and a large number of fishmen have gathered." What the? Neptune was stunned. It wouldn't be the things he was worried about that really happened. Just as I was about to say something, another soldier came running and exclaimed, "Majesty the King, just say it." Neptune burst into tears. The soldier froze and immediately said, "The women who flew down from the Demon King's spaceship before flew from all over the Fishman Island to the Fishman Street at great speed." Finished. Neptune almost collapsed on the ground, for a moment forgetting about the disappearance of the lovely white star. Brain patch screen. A woman of the Demon King went to play in the Fishman Street, and was attacked and even killed by the fish people who hated humans, and the women were killed in anger. Thinking of this, Neptune felt that the end of the world was coming. Who could resist the angry Demon King? Not good. Sheeping let out an exclamation, slammed into the ground, and rushed towards Fishman Street. Neptune was also awakened by the movement of the piece, and quickly got up and shouted, "Quick! All the soldiers will follow me to Fishman Street." Fishman Street, where Hancock's 4 daughters are. Robin's 6 girls from the nearby Forest of the Sea came first and saw many fishermen corpses and broken buildings. And the 4 women of Hancock stood indifferently waiting for something. To Kia's surprise, Vivi was clenching her fists and looking like she wanted to kill someone. Upon arriving here, Violet did not ask anything, and said with clairvoyance, "It is expected that in 5 minutes, at least tens of thousands of fishermen and pirates will arrive here. And the whole of Fishman Street is rioting, and it seems to be guided by some kind of way to unite and plan something. How many come? How many die?" Hancock closed his eyes and drank coldly. The women did not ask why, observing and perceiving the surroundings. 2 minutes later, whoosh! The 7 daughters of Stusai in Mermaid Bay and the 4 daughters of Nami in the Mermaid Cafe flew over. 21 women gathered on the spaceship. Only Xiaoyulia remained, watching over the mermaid fortune teller Xiaoli, who was caught. As soon as she came to Fishman Street, Nami frowned. "I saw it on the way I came, and the fishmen here are almost all the same eyes as dragons." That look of disgust, hatred for humanity, Nami had felt for 8 years. "So, what are you going to do in a moment?" Boney asked. Vivi entered the snow girl form, surrounded by frost and cold, and said coldly, "The leading fishman insulted brother Bai Yu, and the scolding was very difficult to hear." "What the? Insulting White Feather?" The others were good to discuss, but if they insulted Bai Yu, there would be no discussion. For a moment, the women came down in unison and stared into the distance. Boom! This is not the roar of the battle, but the hordes of densely packed fishermen plus pirates coming together, making the whole Fishman Street shake. At a glance, more than 100,000. All kinds of small fishermen of all kinds sneered and looked at the women with cruel hatred, while the pirates who had previously been subdued and threatened trembled. What kind of joke did they force them to attack the female crew of the Demon King? "There are so many enemies. This is more than 100,000. This is very good." Perona, Sugar, Penny, Baby 5 and other women were very excited, and worked hard for 2 years to cultivate, and finally it was time for them to show their skills. "They're going crazy," Stussy said plainly. "The leader is coming. Let me see where he has the courage to scold Bai Yu." The crowd dispersed. Hody Jones led the cadres of the new Fishman Pirate Regiment to the forefront. There are also 3 princes of the Shark Star. Shark Stars, they had bad luck, directly bumped into the Fishman army, and were caught. Seeing the 21 girls, Hody Jones was obviously stunned, and subconsciously asked, "They are all subordinates of the Demon King?" "No men," a fishman replied, "except for the pirate female emperor who joined the Zero fan team. The other women are not included in the fan team. The information is incomplete, and it should not be strong." "Oh, look who that is. The human lackeys, and our waste king." Hody Jones looked off into the distance. Sheeping rushed to the scene, and Neptune was also swimming fast in the back, and both of their expressions were urgent. "Stop! The fish people all stop me!" Sheeping rushed to drink heavily, relieved to see that the women were all right, and then glared at Hody Jones. "You guy, what are you going to do with so many fish people? Let go of the 3 princes." For Sheeping, Hody Jones was equally hostile. "Human lackeys, what right do you have to command us? What do you do? You'll see it soon." "Neptune, you ridiculous mermaid, abdicate today." Chapter 143. Chapter 143. Murder Druggy middle.s. The cruel truth, not the Demon King? Exclamation mark. "Let me abdicate." Neptune, who had just arrived to say something, narrowed his eyes. "The target of this group of fishmen is the mermaid royal family." Hody Jones, looking at the women watching the play coldly, and the 3 sons who were locked up, Neptune's face was ugly. Do you know what you are talking about? Hody Jones sneered. Ha 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 ha, don't you understand? You mermaids have ruled here for hundreds of years, and it's time for our fishmen to decide. The name of this island is Fishman Island, not the so-called Mermaid Island. Hody Jones shouted. We, the fishmen, are the supreme race chosen by heaven to give power in order to punish humanity. You won. Neptune was stunned. Pointing angrily at Hody Jones, Neptune couldn't say a word. If the words of the other party were passed out, it would be difficult for the fish people and the mermaid people to coexist peacefully, and the fight would be fierce. Seeds of rebellion. Because this place is indeed called Fishman Island, and it is true that the mermaid clan has ruled the Fishman clan for hundreds of years, a single sentence can make many fishmen remember. What is the mermaid in charge? I can't be the fishman. Once this idea is generated, the future Fishman Island will be surging undercurrents, and it will only become more and more chaotic. The women were astonished, and suddenly remembered a sentence that Bai Yu had accidentally said. The prince will have a kind of xianganing. Shut me up. Shi Ping sighed angrily. He saw the shadow of the dragon in Hody Jones, which disgusted him immensely, and was simply a source of chaos. Give it all to me. Take Neptune, publicly execute the mermaid royal family in the square, and completely end the rule of the mermaid. Ignoring anything, Hody Jones shouted. For a time, 100,000 fishmen plus pirates rushed over, and this number made even Ping's scalp tingle. Really, it's dead. After the women watched the play, they suddenly felt chaotic and noisy, and they were unbearable. Insulting husbands, the following offenders, the supreme race? Hancock opened his eyes, his voice cold. Is it because the so-called fishmen are 10 times more powerful than humans? It's ridiculous. Boom. The next moment, Overlord color bursts. This is a high-level Overlord color precipitated 2 years after Hancock's mental freedom, and it is only one line away from the top. The Overlord turned into a storm and swept towards the front, cracking a large area of the ground where it passed. An instant, the brains of the fishermen and pirates who rushed in were blank. Flutter and flutter. Immediately after, 10,000, 20,000, hundreds of thousands, sheets of fish and pirates passed out on the ground. Only a few fishermen remained in place, and Hody Jones's even more frightened eyes popped out. Now, the audience was dead silent. Exclamation mark. Neptune and the others looked completely stupid, only to smile bitterly, and he felt the killing intent from Hancock and the women. Unstopping killing intent. Quite simply, Hody Jones insults White Feather, while the others clearly hate White Feather because they are human. Hancock ignored Neptune and the others and looked at the women. After 2 years of cultivation, it is time to verify your cultivation results. Perona said helplessly. They are all dizzy. How to verify? With that, Perona pointed to Hody Jones. Shall we besiege that waste together? It's not fun. I can kick to death with one kick. Kill. Hancock's word made many girls wince. Stussy explained. In the world of the strong, the weak can only be slaughtered, let alone merciful to the enemy's men, and you should also see blood. So, kill them all. Wow. One word. Neptune and the others, who had returned to God, also widened their eyes and closed their eyes. No, they. What are you trying to say? As soon as Neptune spoke, he met Hancock's indifferent eyes and choked back all the words. The moment that scum insults the husband, they are dead. Who saves whom? Remember what the concubine said. Hancock's words had just fallen. Nami and Perona rushed over and shouted, the leading fishman is handed over to me. 2 women were stunned. Perona grimaced, slightly. I'm faster than you. Seeing that there was a ghost bomb rushing over first, Nami mouthed, Bai Yu is right, you are stupid. I am more experienced than you in dealing with fish people. Ghosts have thunder faster. Look at me. 10,000 thunder. Crackle. Perona looked into the sky. A thundercloud appeared at an unknown time. Nami raised her hand slightly, and thousands of thunderbolts fell directly. Thundered. Large pieces of thunder landed, directly hitting the stunned enemy with destruction. In a sluggish state, Hody Jones was instantly electrocuted and fell to the ground convulsing. Perona was very dissatisfied. He's not dead. He'll be. Well? Nami looked a little surprised and looked at Hody Jones. The women who were preparing to shoot also froze. Click, click. Hody Jones, who was lying dead, did not know where the strength came from, took out something, and stuffed something into his mouth to eat wildly. Perceptual. The breath that Hody Jones had plummeted before suddenly increased dramatically. Wouldn't you? Could this be the explosive seed that the white feather bad guy once said? Sugar eyes wide open. Explosives? Even this slag can also explode, and they are really eye-opening. Robin said calmly. He took some kind of strength-enhancing drug. CP9 has a similar drug, but the side effects are extremely large. Khalifa shook her head slightly. As far as the strength of Hody Jones is concerned, even if it is tens of times stronger, it is useless. Roar. After taking the medicine, Hody Jones roared. His eyes turned white on a red background, and his hair had a tendency to turn white. Boom. Hody Jones slammed his fist into the ground, causing a widespread crack and unleashing his power. Shi Ping's pupils froze. No, this is not the power he should have. Abominable. Neptune was shocked again, and then full of rage. 10 years ago, The murderous medicine E-middle.s. You stole it. Murder E-middle.s. Taking this medicine will double the strength of the person taking the drug. 1 twice, 2 4 times, and so on. Of course, the body has to resist to live, and the strength multiplier is also limited. The price is to cut lives. Taking too many murderous drugs will cause the body to change, will also make the user feel severe pain, and finally will make the user accelerate aging. Ha 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 ha. Did you know? You're so stupid. Feeling the continuous increase in strength, Hody Jones felt invincible, full of disdain. Princess Otoji, ha. A mermaid who slaps people with a slap will cause a broken bone. What qualifications does she have to become a royal family, and what do you mermaids compare to my fishman? To tell you the truth, not only did I take the murder medicine, but even that damn Otoji was killed by me. Wow. A word falls. Neptune and the others were unbelievably sluggish, and Jones killed, or Don Quixote Masquerade Saint, who came to Fishman Island that year. 10 years ago, Otomi sent back his shield and the signature of the world's nobles agreeing to the establishment of friendly relations between Fishman Island and humans, and Hody Jones bought off the human pirates and burned the signet box. He also sniped and killed Otohime when she collected her signatures, and despite Shiping's persuasion, claimed that humans had killed Princess Otohime, which made many fishermen and mermaids on Fishman Island completely despair of humans. Only the White Star knows the truth. It was the pet shark Megalo who told the White Star, but obeyed Otohime's last words of "Don't hate the murderer," and the simple White Star did not disclose the truth. Cry as much as you want. A few minutes ago, Bai Yu returned with the White Star, did not go to Fishman Street, and returned directly to the spaceship. Athena then scans Fishman Street and broadcasts it. Seeing that Hody Jones told the truth in the picture, Bai Xinqiang couldn't bear to let herself cry, but Bai Yu said a word, and she instantly broke the work. Woo woo woo. Bai Xing wanted to throw himself into Bai Yu's arms and cry, but seeing that Bai Yu was still so small, he could only curl up and cry. It's so simple. Bai Yu sighed. White Star has been stationed in the hard shell tower since he was 6 years old, and has not come out for 10 years. Until now it is like a blank piece of paper. Otohime's last words, White Star, no matter who it is, don't hate the murderer. White Star, even if I knew who it was later, I wouldn't say it. Bai Yu, Megalo, the pet who witnessed everything, took years to describe who the murderer was, but Bai Xing really didn't tell anyone. Purely to this point, explained that the mind of the clear star is still in infancy. After all, it is really difficult to grow without contact with the outside world. You're afraid of me? Bai Yu took the teacup handed by Xia Liulia and looked not far away. Xia Li, a mermaid fortune teller who is more than 5 meters tall, is 29 years old and curls up in the corner of the deck and bows her head in silence. Xia Li trembled for a moment, looked up at Bai Yu, and looked down again without saying a word. It turned out that they shot, not the Demon King, and my prediction was not wrong. It's just that I thought it was wrong. Charlie murmured. She had already anticipated what the women were going to do, but it wasn't the Demon King who shot 3. Chapter 144. Chapter 144. Size. The White Star becomes smaller and hugs Ark. Fishman Street. In the face of an angry Neptune and others, he eats the murderous drug E-middle.s's Hody Jones was still there laughing wildly. Poof. Suddenly, more than a dozen illusory figures passed through Hody Jones, knelt directly on the ground, and said negatively, as a fishman, I'm sorry, or let me die. The fishman is too weak, and I'm so ugly. Kill me. Snap. Perona snapped her fingers and continued to release the negative ghost, skimming her lips. You're talking too much nonsense. Frozen Light. Vivi, who entered the snowgirl form, flew out with a nice blue laser in her hand, directly freezing Hody Jones. Aurora Chop. With the same, a little light passed by Hody Jones, and turned to collect the knife. Click. At the moment when Darth Vader closed the knife, Hody Jones fell to the ground with the ice cube completely reduced to debris. Neptune and the others were stunned, and Hody Jones, who had just eaten the power of the murderous drug, sent him to death. Next, it's the horror picture. Super electromagnetic cannon. Torrential rain. Solar fire. Mind the storm. 10,000 purples and thousands of reds. Ice and snow canopy. Judgment of the holy light. In addition to Hankook, Baby 5, Marcino, Stussy, Garrett, Robin, Monet, Cornice and other females unfurled their angel wings, swirled in the sky, and launched to wild bombardment. Boom. Under the shocking gaze of Neptune and others, in an instant, the entire Fishman Street seemed to explode. Shocked, Shiping hurriedly evacuated Fishman Street with Mudputon and the others. The scene is the most spectacular. It was Robin's flowers and fruits, thousands of giant hands shrouded in illness, like a meteor shower, roaring down, making Bai Yu think, the Buddha on the top of the big pillar. The attack of the women made the entire Fishman Island tremble and stunned the mermaids who were watching from afar. Insult the captain. He was completely unsaved. Shiping sighed. Exactly half an hour. The rebels were wiped out on the spot, and except for the fact that there was still a roar here, the rest of Fishman Island fell into an eerie silence. As Nami removed the thunderclouds, the girls also put away the angel wings and landed on the ground. Fishman Street. Dead silence. Is it over? Hancock opened his eyes, glanced plainly at a circle of Fishman Street, and raised his hand after perceiving that there was no living thing. Moments of eternity. This move is a large-scale frozen move similar to the Pheasant Ice Age developed by Hancock in the past 2 years. But it's different. Pheasant uses the body as the source, releasing cold air outwards. Hancock, on the other hand, takes everything within the range of perception as the source and freezes in the air. Click, click, click. The moment Hancock's hand was lowered, under the shock of Neptune and others, the entire Fishman Street instantly froze. The entire Fishman Street turned into ice and snow, and the blood inside it solidified, showing an icy red color. Golem. The fish people who rushed to the other parts of the Fishman Island were all terrified and trembling at this moment. Such a big Fishman Street. The beautiful woman raised her hand and was completely frozen, which was a force that their fish people absolutely could not resist. 2 hours later, Ryugu Castle. In the whole hall, except for the women of Koya, it was Neptune and Sheeping who were entertaining, and the prince was recuperating. Excuse me, Lord Demon King. Is it to grab the white star? Cough. Took my daughter away? In the face of the women who were sitting and waiting, Neptune couldn't bear to ask. Has his lovely and poor daughter also fallen into the clutches of the devil? Nami took a bite of dessert and casually said, she'll be fine. I hope so. Neptune sighed darkly. These women who had been snatched away by the Demon King all looked like they were doing well, and he wasn't very worried about Bai Yu being bullied. However, the White Star is the Sea King. If the Demon King knows, who can guarantee that the Demon King will not use the White Star as a tool of war? More than 20 years ago, after getting an accurate prophecy from young Charlie, Roger once asked, so, your future daughter is the weapon that will destroy the world? Neptune replied, the use of power is different, the results will be different, so Neptune is worried that the power of the White Star will be used by others in war, which will destroy the world. I'm back. Bai Yu appeared out of thin air, and all the women got up in surprise, and for a moment they did not appear as if they were 3 autumns apart. At this moment, the hall resounded with the happy voice of the White Star. Father and King, I'm all right, I'm back. ? Vivian. The other women were stunned. Bai Yu's beautiful countenance and huge body of more than 10 meters brought a huge impact to the women. Such a big and beautiful mermaid, no wonder Bai Yu wanted to snatch it, replaced by them, and couldn't help but take it away. It's so cute, I want to hug. Sugar, Bryn, Perona and other women's eyes suddenly lit up, but this size made them look at each other. Would it be too big? Can the room on the spaceship live under the big mermaid? You'll be fine. Seeing that the White Star was safe and sound, Neptune put his mind at ease. Bai Yu smiled sweetly. Bai Yu took me to Chambord to play. Sorry, Demon King, I neglected you. Hearing Bai Yu's name, Neptune returned to God, and only then did he find that he had not yet greeted Bai Yu, and he opened his mouth in a hurry, sweating profusely. Most importantly, because of Howdy Jones's insult to White Feather, it led to the killing of the women. If the Demon King who took his daughter out to play knew about the process, would he be angry again? After all, a top bully was insulted by an ant like Fishman, and his old friend Whitebeard of Neptune could not stand it. You don't have to be nervous. To Neptune's astonishment, White Feather was not angry. After all, it was Bai Yu's father, and all the women had wiped out the Fishman Street, and Bai Yu was not angry with the dead. In addition, after the women really had such expressions, in Neptune and Sheeping sluggish, under the trance of the White Star, Bai Yu said, Princess White Star the first snatched away, I will inform you. Lord Demon King. Looking at the inexplicably happy and excited White Star, Neptune secretly sighed. Too simple, and some nervous opening. White Star her power. Please make good use of this power. I have to say it, because Bai Yu will find out sooner or later when he takes it away. It is better to remind him now. I already knew that, but your worries are completely unnecessary. Looking at many girls who were confused because of making good use of this power, Bai Yu opened his mouth calmly. I took the White Star only out of love, and with my power and strength, even if I attack the Holy Land, I don't need to tie the White Star. Understand? Subconsciously, he glanced at Sheeping, and after seeing Sheeping nod, Neptune also nodded his head. I understand. Thank you for the Demon King's love for the White Star. Bai Yu bowed his head slightly, so he said, since Fishman Island has become my territory and is Bai Yu's hometown, I will help her complete her ultimate dream. Ultimate dream? Neptune was stunned for a moment, but he was still pulled by Zefa, and immediately fell to his knees with tears of joy. Thank you Captain Demon King for your gift. Thank you very much. Fishman Island's ultimate dream for hundreds of years is simple, to go to land and feel the real sunshine. Peaceful coexistence with humanity is merely an expectation. First of all, though, one thing must be said, Bai Yu continued, I can only guarantee that you will not be bullied, but I will not care about the so-called personal conflicts and contradictions. After all, people are full of contradictions, and that's an absolutely insoluble problem, right? Neptune and Sheeping nodded. The human heart is complex, and even the true God cannot make all people live in peace. let alone different races, which is unrealistic. So, they only hope that humans can see them with normal eyes, not full of discrimination. So be it. Afternoon. After the state dinner, Neptune and Shiping had gone to the square to announce the relocation and tell the beauty of the future. Heading to land, greeting the sun. Suddenly, the entire Fishman Island is boiling, compared to peaceful coexistence with humans, and going to land is the pursuit of Fishman Island for hundreds of years. The spaceship is there. Bai Yu looked down at the lively Fishman Island and lost interest. And on the deck of the spaceship, Bai Yu felt more lively than Fishman Island, and when the white star of more than 10 meters got on the boat, the girls were full of interest. 2 mermaids, and both are top talents. White Star, Aquaman. Charlie, a top fortune teller, except that Charlie was caught by Nami's daughters. Hey, number. Thinking of this, Bai Yu coughed lightly. As I said, you robbed women, and it is not good to pass it out, so why should women be embarrassed by women? Nami said helplessly. I was wrong, I know. Next time it won't be. It's all up to you to grab. Well, that's smart. Bai Yu looked at Xiaoli, who was still in the corner, and stood up. Wow, Charlie, you're running. The great demon king is going to take you. Perona shouted. Bai Yu's face turned black. This Gothic Lolita was really unruly, flicked her forehead, and disappeared with Xiaoli. The next moment, Mermaid Cafe. Your Yaz store manager was snatched away by me. Let me know. Without waiting for a few mermaid sisters to return to God, Bai Yu took Xiaoli back. I join. Bai Yu had not yet threatened, and Xiaoli had directly learned to answer. Anyway, in short, Bai Yu was very satisfied with this result, and smiled. That's good. After all, it is Beixing and your hometown, and you don't have to worry about the safety of Fishman Island in the future. Thank you. Charlie was relieved. The prophecy she saw was indeed correct, but her understanding was too one-sided. Let's talk first. Bai Yu flashed back to the room. System, lottery. Ding, detected that the host forcibly robbed Xiaoli to become a crew, subordinate, and the lottery of the 10,000 worlds began. Ding. Congratulations on the energy draw. Bai Yu attached a spirit because it was his first time to draw energy. He understood that the energy should be a system that could be cultivated and upgraded: internal force, mana, chi, chakra, spiritual pressure, magic, small universe, mind power, and so on. Divine body? Bai Yu was surprised. Angelic civilization, Merlot Heavenly Court, the divine body of the angel King Keshor. It should be attributed to genes or concepts. No, or listen to the system. Bai Yu muttered. Click on the message. Divine body. 1. Each divine atom not only reserves powerful energy, record all data at the same time. 2. As long as there is one divine atom, it can be resurrected under the transformation of the same energy, while the other atoms destroy the data. Note 1. The greater the energy of the host itself, the greater the energy consumed by the resurrection. Note 2. The divine atom belongs to the conceptual energy atom, and as long as the concept is not gray, the divine atom cannot be destroyed. What's the use? White feather doesn't feel needed. The super god world has creatures and various divine bodies, and in terms of individual combat effectiveness, it is also very strong to say, and if it is not strong, it is a bunch of small dishes. System, archive. Bai Yu didn't want to change any body genes and so on, and the divine body was not helpful to him now. Phew. Looking at the next white star, Bai Yu let out a deep breath. System, continue. Ding, detected that the host robbed the white star to become a crew, subordinate, and the universal lottery began. Ding, congratulations on the concept of the draw. Conceptual ability, sky small. Bai Yu casually clicked on the introduction. Size. Everything involves things, energies, concepts, etc. described by usable sizes, with unlimited development. Unlimited development, everything, concept, infinity. These 3 words make Bai Yu reverie. This is the first time that White Feather has seen that the system points out that White Feather can develop without restrictions. System, receive. At the moment when the concept talent was added, Bai Yu's eyes shimmered. What is small? What are the concepts, energies, etc. of things that can be described by size? Strength, age, body size, items, destructive power, attack power, perceptual range, etc. are all foundations. White feathers exude thoughts. Regarding the description of the size, there are too many. These problems, Bai Yu will slowly think about and develop in the future. The lottery is addictive and can't quit, so the plot beauty can't let go of any of them, and I'm missing too much. Bai Yu recalled the plot beauties that he had missed on the road. Let's say that no less than 10 plot beauties are missing, that is, there are 10 less chances of the 10,000 worlds lottery. Now the main problem. It is to change the size and age of White Star and Xiaoli. Princess White Star, 16 years old, about 12 meters tall. Mrs. Charlie, 29 years old, 5 meters tall. Mermaids have legs after the age of 30, and both women are large and extra-large mermaids under the age of 30. Then the concept is rewritten, the size of the body and the size of the age. 10 minutes later, Koya and the other women looked at the 2 mermaids in amazement and changed their appearance. White Stars change too much. More than 10 meters, directly into more than a meter. is happily shaking the little feet, running around on the deck. Xie, who also became more than a meter and had legs, muttered, "It turns out the pink-haired girl in the wedding picture is really a white star. The Demon King really didn't use the white star as a tool. I misunderstood." Charlie smiled bitterly. She trusted her predictions too much, but ignored many of the details and necessary processes. Hug. When Bai Xing found that he was about the same height as the women on the boat and had legs, he was so happy that he hugged his sister when he saw him. Lord Whitefeather, hug. From the age of 3, she found that she was too big compared to other mermaids, and a little inattention would cause accidents and make it inconvenient to do other things. Bai Xing was very happy now, and he was full of surprise at everything that suddenly became bigger. The world was different. Directly hanging on Bai Yu, Lord Bai Yu, I am so happy, I can't control the joy in my heart. It is really good to become smaller and have legs. What you do is convenient. I finally hugged Lord Bai Yu, so warm. Bai Yu was also in a good mood. He was finally able to pick up the white star, otherwise it would be difficult for him to face the white star of more than 10 meters. Give the concubines down. Watching the white star hanging on the white feather, Hankook was anxious. Bai Xing tilted his head, blinked his pure eyes, and crisply said, "Sister Hankook, what's wrong, huh?" "Wow." Sister Hankook's eyes are as dark blue as the white star, and they really look good. Oh my god, it's so cute. The concubine is going to be cute to death, as if under the influence of sweet fruit. Hankook's face was red, and his dark blue eyes were in the shape of love. At the age of 6, she was famous for her beauty as a mermaid princess, and her 16-year-old style was even more moving, and the white feathers secretly praised. That boat is the one that once carried the hope of Fishman Island. The ship was circling Fishman Island at the moment, and when he saw a ship large enough to rival half of Fishman Island, Robin recalled the opening of the letter of apology. Noah, the ship of engagement. Chapter 145. Chapter 145. We have 2 kings? Exclamation mark. Noah. Whitefeather looked in the direction of Fishman Street, where a huge ship had sunk, and the devastation of time had now become dilapidated. Robin whispered, "That boat carries the dream of Fishman Island." Hearing this, Xie also spoke, through Noah, moving the Dragon Palace Kingdom to a land under the same sun as humans is the ultimate dream of everyone on Fishman Island. The existence of Noah, that is an ancient story that is still hundreds of years old. The ancestors of Fishman Island tried to enter, but it became a dream of empty remorse. And now, speaking of it, Xie took a deep breath and bent down very solemnly. "No matter what reason, what purpose, thank you for allowing Fishman Island to complete this distant dream." See this scene. Bai Xing jumped off Bai Yu's body, and his sweet face was also very serious. "Lord Bai Yu, on behalf of Fishman Island, I thank you for your help." Looking at Bai Xing's serious appearance, Bai Yu suddenly smiled. "Just a dry thank you, is it too casual, huh?" "That's right." Bai Xing tilted his head, but he looked at the strange look of the bushel girl. Nami blurted out, "I didn't know who said that Bai Xing was simple in mind and a child." Now Bai Xing, because of Bai Yu's talent, size, has changed her body shape to less than 2 meters, and the age is conceptualized to 30 years old, so even the fishtail has become legs. It's no different from ordinary human girls, it's just too beautiful. In other words, anyone who sees a white star will say, "Beautiful human lorry." Take this test, Whitefeather. Nami and the other women obviously believed that the Tangtang Demon King could not withstand this kind of test. "Yes, with grace, there must be a plot. You are not a good person." Perona answered. Bai Yu looked at Vivi with a black line. "You tell them, I also helped your country. Do you have any excessive demands on you?" "Nothing." Vivi definitely shook her head, and then blushed and muttered in a low voice, "But at night, some of Bai Yu's brothers' requests are still a little too small." Bai Yu, women, white star, dangerous. And Bai Yu, as an LSP, easily changed the topic. "The 3 ancient weapons all know it, right? The white star is the legendary Neptune Poseidon." The women nodded. Before, Bai Yu only said a word casually, and the girls didn't ask much, but now the girls were curious. Recalling the record of the golden bell of the empty island, Robin turned to the soft white star. "If Pluto is a battleship with 1 cannon and 1 island, then what power does the Sea King have?" "I'm sorry." Forgive Robin for really not seeing the horror of the white star. It is really the white star is too cute and cries. It looks like a soft cute little Lolita. Nami, manipulating the sea of people. Very big. Sugar, amazingly beautiful. Bryn, kill the enemy. Whitefeather's eyelids jumped, and the words of Sugar and Bryn's 2 little girls were simply irrelevant to strength. Obviously it is an ancient weapon, but it has become an intelligent creature. Hankook thought about opening his mouth. It should be beyond the cultivation talent of the people. It will be very strong in the future, and it will explode everything with absolute strength. White Star's talent is indeed good, but her title is Aquaman. Bai Yu pointed to the deep sea beyond Fishman Island. "See, the countless Neptunes in the deep sea, they are the real strongest race in the sea, and together they can overthrow everything." "And the power of the Sea King?" "It is in the capacity of the king that he regards the Sea Kings as his people, and he is extremely supportive and obedient to the Sea Kings. The women were stunned. Neptune-like loyal people obey the Neptune White Star. Even those Neptunes with low intelligence will obey the orders under the leadership of the top Neptune classes with high wisdom. Layer by layer, the White Star will control all the Neptune classes in the sea. White Star she, too powerful. Thinking that there was a king of the coast in his hometown, Marcino was shocked. The women of the world are amazed. In King High, where the ocean is much larger than the habitable land, Neptunes can be regarded as the masters of this world, because there are far more places occupied by humans. 3 days later, all the mermaids and fishmen came to the square, densely packed. Fishman Island has a population of 5 million. Even if Fishman Street is destroyed by the women, there are still about 5 million left. Neptune, even equal with some anticipation and nervousness. Fishman Island is not very big, but here is a deep sea of 10,000 meters. Wanting to move away Fishman Island is a huge project that ordinary people can hardly imagine. If there is a slight mistake, it is the end. Above the square, spaceship circled. If you really want to move, you must pay attention to those bubbles. Robin reminded these days that she had studied the pattern of existence of Fishman Island. A huge double-layered semicircular bubble shield surrounds the entire island, with an air layer in the middle of the two shields. Because so, Fishman Island can exist in the deep sea of 10,000 meters. If the bubble membrane is broken, the entire island will be directly destroyed. Well, rest assured. Bai Yu bowed his head and stroked the White Star's hair that was nervously expectant. Well, it is good that the White Star has become smaller, and it is good to hug it if you want to, and touch it if you want to touch it. With such a gentle touch, Bai Yu was very happy and crisp. Lord Bai Yu moved away from Fishman Island, so what should even Noah do? The giant tree that grows near Fishman Island, Eve, the sun tree, can transmit the sunlight from the ground to Fishman Island, and the inhabitants of Fishman Island are called the favor of the sun. Eve and Noah will stay in the deep sea, and they can also point out the direction of the ships passing by later. Surely a lot of people scold you. Hearing Bai Yu's indifferent words, Nami immediately told the truth. The women chuckled. Bai Yu didn't care either. The ship was destroyed and people died, and it can only be said that the strength is not good. There is no Fishman Island. In the future, if you want to cross the laterite continent from the deep sea 10,000 meters to enter and exit the new world, the difficulty will increase a lot. Supply problems, direction problems, information problems, security issues, etc. It's fine for experienced ships, but for those arriving for the first time, especially the newcomer pirates, it goes straight from the difficult level to the nightmare level. Bai Yu had no waves in his heart, and he had the ability to run to him and scold him. White feathers flew over the square, soaring into the sky, overlooking Fishman Island. Give me. Rise. Having touched Fishman Island before, the white feathers flew into the air and raised their hands to control. Boom. The next moment, the entire Fishman Island and Noah's Ark trembled, alarming the nearby high wisdom Neptunes. Not good. Our king. Noticing that Fishman Island was swinging, some of the extremely large supergiant Neptunes showed a light of wisdom in their eyes, and swam over at great speed, overlooking. Sizzle. When the entire Fishman Island is surrounded by a group of supergiant Neptunes, the whole island gasped in horror. This kind of scene, many fish and mermaids have only seen 10 years ago. It is a kind of despair that seems to be destroyed by Neptunes in the next moment. White Star. Neptune below exclaimed, it must be that these Neptune classes have misunderstood something, and this situation can only be solved by Neptune White Star. Is that human manipulating Fishman Island? What is he going to do? Is it to destroy Fishman Island? Humans, stop. Absolutely not. Our king is still on this broken stone. White feathers are slightly stagnant. The wisdom of this group of sea kings is really high, but the A's are not very good. The wisdom of the top Neptune class was proved by Roger very early. More than 20 years ago, Roger left with infinite emotion after receiving an accurate prediction from young Charlie. As Roger was leaving, he listened to the sound of all things and heard the dialogue of the Neptune class. Our king is going to be born, and there is one in the distant sea, and the two kings will eventually meet again. We've been waiting for that day. It's coming soon, and it's going to go well this time. The king they spoke of at that time was the White Star born 10 years later. As for the other king, it doesn't matter who he is. The reason why Bai Yu could understand the words of the Neptune class was because he fused the White Star and gained the power of the Neptune. Top Sea King, White Feather. Listen to the sound of everything. At present, only 4 people known to Hakuba are Roger, Mita, Straw Hat, and Momobi's death of disgusting help. These 4 people have all shown it, and it has nothing to do with the top of the site, but it is just an innate special ability. Moreover, listening to the sound of all things can also interpret historical texts, and only the powerful voices on the text can be heard, so Roger needs to come out and interpret it. You're Aquaman, now my woman. See? Roll. Bai Yu's eyes froze, and the Overlord color was released from the extreme heaven range. The red-haired Shanks can unleash the Overlord color in the waters around the kingdom of Wano, deterring the Green Bull, a general who is far away in the Kingdom of Peace, and the range of overlord colors of the white feather is even greater. Hurrah! The next moment, many Neptunes rolled their eyes unconscious, and those who were not unconscious retreated and set off waves. That's not right. He, the human being, seemed to be our king too? Mom, it should be said that he is much stronger than our king. There is not enough brains. Is he our true king? The Sea King retreated in shock, and immediately woke up, and they all noticed the same power as the white star on the white feather. But that's not right. Mermaid princesses are the label of Aquaman, and their inheritance cannot be wrong. But where are these human beings like mermaids? Where are they like princesses? Are they perceiving wrong? This kind of shocking Neptune discovery made the Neptune brains that were not very smart short-circuited. Let's leave. Follow Lord Bai Yu. Bai Yu is very happy. At this time, the crisp voice of the white star directly resounded in the mind of the Neptune. Oh, king. It was said that many sea kings were quite excited, and the whole sea was hissing. Bai Yu couldn't help but sigh. The Neptunes in the deep sea were simply incomprehensible. They were really too many days. Finally, a supergiant sea king with the style of a king spoke. Our king is not in danger, and this is enough. 2 kings. Well, it should be a good thing that they're together. Let's all withdraw. With the Neptune class retreating, the Fishman Island was also a little brighter, and all the fishermen and mermaids breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the white feathers in awe of the magnesium. At this time, the spaceship's Nami rolled her eyes and looked at the white star. Please, do you know who the Sea King is? Isn't it me? Bai Yu's confused question. Everyone knew it before. Why did Nami's sister still ask? Robin chuckled darkly. Just now, Bai Yu said that the Sea King is his woman. So is it you? Yikes! Bai Yu exhaled. Shyly answering, he ran behind Xiaoli. Bai Yu's face was full of redness, and he peeked at Bai Yu. The girls laughed softly, and the blushing white star princess was so cute. Chapter 146. Chapter 146. The yellow ape calls to complain. Zefa destroys the world. White feather is powerless to complain. Boom. Drive away the Neptune, and when Hakuba takes full control of Fishman Island, he opens the gravity space portal. A huge portal that puts an entire Fishman Island into it. Place it in a balanced area of equal gravity as the outside world, create some land scenes, and then release it back to the Demon King Sea. It didn't destroy the bubble wrap that wrapped around Fishman Island, but only the bubble and the nearby glowing sun tree Eve remained, to level Noah. Bai Yu didn't know who was next to come here, but congratulations on winning the lottery. There is no Fishman Island in the deep sea. Looking at the empty pit inside the bubble, Bai Yu and Xiaoli tranced for a few minutes. Farewell, deep sea. Here comes the land. Hurrah! The ship had just broken through the sea. Suddenly there were 2 surprising crisp, cold sounds. The blue sky and white clouds are so beautiful. I saw it again. Lord White Feather. Is it the sea to send? Bai Yu and Xiaoli greedily breathed in the air of the sea, staring intently at the sky and the sea. It's a feeling of freedom. Bai Yu jumped around happily, and after becoming smaller and had legs, Bai Yu's favorite thing was to jump on the white feather, and Lada could not pull it down. The women also chuckled and explained to the 2 women the major forces on the sea, the major islands, the events, and so on. Wow, Lord White Feather is the strongest in the world? That's right. Castle in the sky. White Star is also going to build an undersea home there. And Bai Yu, the whole person lazily lay on the sun lounger, wearing sunglasses to meditate on cultivation. After 2 years of tempering in the spiritual space, and practicing with the meditation method on the domineering true solution every day, the top overlord color was only 1 foot away from breaking the grid. I don't know, what kind of scenery is the top level of the top level overlord color? Brew. The white feather phone worm rings. Looking at the meditative white feather, Stussy came and connected it. Before she could say anything, a sigh came from the other side. Alas? Watching the phone bug suddenly turn into an exaggerated old man, Stussy felt familiar. The year 1 said yes. The result is year after year. This is 2 years old. I am going to become a marshal. Yellow Ape Heavenly General? Huh? Which one are you? Boss. Oh, Captain, won't be taken down by you. It's terrible. Really? Stussy's eyelids fluttered slightly, but how many meanings did it mean to take a mouthful? 2 years ago, he joined the General of the White Feather Grand Ship Regiment, but it was not announced to the public, and only the captain level or above knew about it internally, and stayed in the Navy to drink tea. No missions have been sent so far, because, at present, there is no need for Yellow Ape White Feathers. There are too many capable people under his hands. Why let the paddling go to work? If you don't stare, Bai Yu thinks that the task of a day, the Yellow Ape can continue to paddle for more than a month. Good Mr. General. Stussy smiled gracefully. Yes, the Demon King has already been taken down by me, and he is cultivating. Do you have anything to do? So boring. I want to do tasks. I want to work for the captain. Stussy was speechless. Don't they all say that the Yellow Ape General likes to paddle and clocks in every day to work? How did it suddenly change? Speak people's words. Bai Yu withdrew from meditation and took the phone worm Dao. He didn't believe that the yellow ape really wanted to do the task of exhaustion, and it must be that there was an extremely troublesome task on the Navy side. As for what is about to become a marshal, unless the 5 old stars are blind, they will let the yellow ape become a marshal. Alas! The yellow ape on the other side sighed again and said solemnly, "My teacher, Teacher Zefa, seems to be destroying the new world, and my task is track down kills. Many of the curious general's sisters came together and heard this kind of shocking words. Destroying the new world? How to destroy? What destruction to take? Bai Yu took a sip of the tea handed by Baby 5 and said casually, "Zefa, aren't you very disgusted with him?" In his impression, the yellow ape and Zefa were old and dead, and Zefa eventually died at the hands of the yellow ape. Young people don't understand things, and the teacher should be angry with me. Huang Ape is 58 years old this year, thinking back to his 20 and 30-year-old self. 2 words, too long. The teacher asked not to rely too much on the fruit, but to pay more attention to physical fitness and domineering. The student is not convinced. "I am a shining fruit, who can hit me?" The relationship between the teacher and the student became worse and worse, and now when I think about it, the yellow ape feels full of embarrassment. Who has not been young, but when they recall, most of the past cannot be looked back. "So, you don't want to go after the teacher and kill? Come to me specifically to ask what is the task?" Bai Yu casually rubbed the hair of Bai Xing, who had gathered it. "No mission, be your general. Soldiers take obedience to orders as their duty." Huh? The yellow ape was gone. The last sentence is like a butterfly empowerment, but it is strange to say it from the mouth of a pirate. Shrugging off his thoughts, the yellow ape was silent for a moment and said in a deep voice, "I suggest, Captain, you go to take down Zefa, if nothing else. Zefa teaches teaching level and the military quality, absolutely the first in the Navy. The teacher has been a good person all his life, and this time he is wrong. As long as he wakes up and accepts him, the benefits far outweigh the disadvantages." This is the ultimate goal of the yellow ape caller. Even if the relationship between the yellow ape and Zefa is worse, it is still a matter of youth. After graduating from military school, they rarely see each other, and no matter how bad the relationship is, they are also teachers, and the name of the executioner is not good. If he had no other choice, he could only follow Zefa's orders. But the yellow ape was ordered to struggle for 2 days, and suddenly realized, "I am a general, but I am also a Demon King's person." As long as the Demon King got the Zefa teacher there, he yellow ape did not need to be hunted down, and wouldn't it be beautiful to stay at the headquarters to punch in and go to work and drink tea? As for what the headquarters thought, it was definitely not wanting to kill Zefa, but the requirement of the 5 old stars was to kill. That's it. Understanding the meaning of the yellow ape, Bai Yu said, "Even if I go to collect Zefa, does that have a relationship with you going to hunt him down?" Porusalino? Huang Ape Lang was enlightened, and then he realized. Bai Yu agreed to go to the teacher, but he was not used to him, and he should be chased and killed, and don't clock in all day to work. Alas, the old man is a lot older, and he is really miserable. With a bitter laugh, the yellow ape's voice was a little more serious. "The way the teacher destroys the new world is very special. If it is too late, the living fruit is really serious. I know what kind of destruction, so be it." Hanging up the phone worm, Bai Yu saw that the girl cat had all gathered round. Nami was curious that Zefa is the retired veteran who formed the new navy in the past 2 years. How to destroy the new world? The women's pool is doubtful. Bai Yu couldn't destroy the new world alone, just by virtue of the original General Zefa and those new naval soldiers. Teacher Zefa. Tina was in a trance, and the teacher was finally heartbroken by the above. In the Navy, many middle and high-ranking generals are Zefa's students and are also very worthy of respect. Without suffering from others, do not persuade others to be kind. Bai Yu felt that Zefa was not cruel enough. "It's not a big deal, you'll know in a few days," Bai Yu said and looked at Monet. "Contact Riley, send a few captains, go to Zefa, and invite him in." Monet's head. This little thing doesn't need Bai Yu's hand, at most grab the powerful sister Ione along the way. How to destroy the new world? Looking at the girls who were still very curious, Bai Yu smiled lightly. "It is a bit troublesome to explain, so I decided to divert your attention." Many girls rolled their eyes, and Bai Yu was getting lazier and lazier. Bai Yu really felt that there was no need to explain, because he was afraid that he couldn't help but complain about the way he destroyed the new world. What blows up the 3 islands will cause a volcanic eruption to destroy the new world. I really think of the new world as a small country, afraid of magma to death, afraid of volcanic eruptions all day long. As soon as he thought about it, Bai Yu was powerless to complain, and the pattern of a certain comic was a bit small. "Well, that's nice." Bai Xing hung on Bai Yu again, raising his small head and flashing his bright eyes. "Is there anything more important than destroying the new world?" Lord White Feather. Women. Oh, my God. In the past, Hancock hung on the white feather and could not move, and eventually the Nami girls got used to it and let her go. But now, because the white star is too cute and simple, Hancock is not willing to shout loudly, and the white feather has become the home of the white star, and he wants to hang up and lie down anytime and anywhere. The girls didn't say anything, they could only say that the size of the small white star was too cute, and they also wanted to hold the giant all the time. Rest assured, Zefa, he cannot destroy the new world. Bai Yu's hand flipped over, and a white card appeared. Life card. Hancock was surprised. It seems that Bai Yu is looking for someone, but who is more important than the things on Zefa's side? Actually, I should have gone to him 2 years ago, and things have been delayed, but it's not too late. Bai Yu took the life card, watched it change direction, and looked at the women. If you want to live forever, do you know how to ascend? Phoenix, Bai Xing and Xiali were a little confused. How did they suddenly talk about immortality? Chapter 147. Chapter 147 Immortality. Card Surgery Fruit Bug. Aniru's Tool Man. What is immortality? Ordinary people at least have a longer lifespan than the giants, that is, the beginning of hundreds of years of life. Thinking of this, Gia raised her hand and spoke. My recovery and awakening, like Big Brother Bai Yu, can permanently make people younger, and then slowly become older, more times, that is, eternal life. Well, count 1. Bai Yu praised the restoration. Hearing Koya's words, Monet looked at Sugar. Are you immortal? Me? The childlike fruit ability is granulated sugar, and the moment the monkey eats it, the body stops growing, so it is still soft and cute little Lolita. Sugar shook his head. It shouldn't be counted. My life expectancy should not stop decreasing, otherwise the previous generations of childlike abilities should always have some records. Relying on the ability to live forever, Bonnie's ability should be more appropriate. I can't either. Bonnie put down the meat and added, at least I can do it now. I can't make myself and others permanently smaller like Koya and Bai Yu, and then grow up slowly. But some of the abilities involving the time class should be possible. Time class. What Bai Yu can think of is that the heaven and moon time, Superman lineage and time fruit, but it only shows traveling through time and space, which may also be the reason why he is too weak. Forkith, sluggish fruit. The other, Ain, Superman is a regressive fruit that throws everything back to its pre-state some time ago. It's a step back in time. But there is a difference between restoration and restoration. However, the restoration of Kia and Bai Yu cannot only use time to reverse the flow, space to restore the explanation, more conceptual. Stussy did not forget to carry the small bag everywhere, and said gracefully, the ultimate meaning of the fruit of surgery, immortal surgery, legend can make people immortal. Yes, it's in my hand. Bai Yu took out the surgical fruit and has not yet found a suitable girl to eat. After all, the full ability, the surgical fruit is not worth deliberately letting the sister replace. And Xiali, Bai Xing has no problem eating fruit. After all, Bai Yu has now developed the conceptual transfer of the side effects of the demon fruit ability. But the two women are not interested in the fruits of the operation. Xiali commented that she still liked it, and the white star evaluation was not fun. When my sister eats and develops until she awakens, I can make people live forever. If Bai Yu has the ability to awaken the surgical fruit, it can open the bug. Talent, not dead. Any fatal injury, ineffective. This means that White Feather can use the ultimate ageless surgery on others, and will not die, and can be used countless times. Surgical fruit. Oh well, what are you doing here with me? Talent undead, upstairs garbage. What about the yellow spring fruit? As one of the force secretaries, Khalifa recently studied demon fruit. Khalifa whispered, that Bbook of the Straw Hat Regiment, according to Mr. Okuba, is the soul that came out of the Yellow Springs, because he was lost for a year, so he caused the body to turn into a skeleton, but after finding it, he was resurrected with a skeleton. Then, the skeleton is only a soul carrier, and the essence of his existence or the soul is not considered a permanent piece. The soul is also decaying, so it is not immortal, but it should also be considered immortal. If Bai Yu remembered correctly, Bbook was 90 years old. It's an immortal life, but it is not clear how long Bbook can live. After all, the soul also has a lifespan, and it is not impossible to kill. There are many ways. White Star and Charlie were stunned. What kind of mythical pirate group is this? And the content that everyone usually talks about is so tall. Talk about the law of eternal life? The two women continued to be in a trance. Seeing that everyone was talking about fruits, Bai Yu couldn't help but say, there are also many fruits that can theoretically be immortalized, such as souls, sensons, retrogressions, time, swallowing fruits, and so on. But these are all theoretical, and the actual development is very difficult. Putting aside the fruit, you should also have heard some legends of immortality. The women pondered. The legend of immortality has been extremely curious since ancient times. Millennium Keel. It was Dasky who opened his mouth, recalling a slightly dazed and cute, I have heard in the East Sea that the keel of a 1,000-year-old dragon can be made. Elixir of immortality. Millennium Dragon. Bai Yu's memories were instantly opened, and he actually forgot about her. East Sea, Abyss, is a somewhat naturally dull innocent type cute little lorry, whispered devil fruit, can understand animal language. In the original trajectory, Abyss accidentally found an old Millennium Dragon and became good friends with it, but was captured by the scum of the Navy, rescued by the Straw Hat Regiment, and sent back to her hometown of Gunkanjima. Also in the hidden cave of Gunkanjima Island, the Straw Hats also discover the secret of the true existence of the Millennium Dragon and help her protect the Millennium Dragon together. How many are missing? Find them back another day. Remembering the missed plot beauties, Bai Yu threw away his thoughts. First quickly find the memories, and then Bai Yu will go to find all those missing plot beauties. Lorry, I've heard one too. Vivi was very sweet in her mouth. The golden apple. It is said that this apple was found in ancient tombs, and it can live for 1,000 years after eating one bite, and it can live forever after eating the whole golden apple. The women were astonished. Bai Yu's expression was slightly strange. Is it worth 1,000 berry? This should not be a legend. After all, Firefist Ace has encountered it. Huh? Has brother Bai Yu heard of it too? Vivi asked curiously. Bai Yu chuckled. That's you alibist and deceitful merchants, holding a fake apple, using it as a devil fruit, and cheating money everywhere. 1,000 berry one. Such words just light to a 3-year-old. Vivi blushed. It was said that she was still excited for a while after hearing it, when she was 12 years old, and the princess was too simple. Speaking of the legend of immortality, there is a metal that can buy the whole world. Robin put down the book, and the first sentence made many girls shine, and Nami couldn't stand it directly. Robin continued. The most widely circulated is probably the legendary Heart of Gold. Stussy said, pure gold? The world government has always had to look for it, but for hundreds of years nothing has been found. Robin nodded. After all, it is a legend. In fact, there was a legend about the Heart of Gold in ancient times, but it has never been confirmed. More than 200 years ago, the light of pure gold shone all over the island, causing a shock to the world government, and immediately sent people to look for it, but they found nothing. Not even the island disappeared. There are very few records that the island was swallowed up by supergiant Neptunes, and there are no rumors later. Speaking of which, Robin deduced, assuming that it is really pure gold, then the Neptune is also difficult to digest. Pure gold can prolong life. If there is no accidental death, then it is likely to live well in the sea, meaning, there really could be. But it is definitely not an easy task to find. The women looked at the life card of Bai Yu's hand again. After all, Bai Yu only asked everyone after taking it out. Yes, this life card is where the pure gold scientist is, and if you find him, you will find pure gold. When Bai Yu said this, he secretly cursed his former self for being too stupid. The life card, which is a system lottery, draws information class, and then Bai Yu wants to know where the pure gold is, and gets the scientist's life card. Now think back. Bai Yu really wanted to travel through the past and die afoot of the two goods that had once been. What pure gold position do you want? You directly want pure gold production methods. After all, pure gold is a replicable accidental product, and it is difficult to recreate it. That is, it is a non-renewable product. If you want to make the method, then the production method produced by the system can definitely create a pure gold production line. At that time, even all the younger brothers can live forever, and they will only become stronger and stronger, and then his power will become more and more stable. 2 years ago, Bai Yu, it was obvious that there was a brain problem. Bai Yu was fierce, and it was even scolding himself, because he only recognized his present self, and what past and future Bai Yu, he said he did not know. Is he still alive? The women were stunned. Didn't they say that even the people of the island were swallowed by the Sea King? Bai Yu just nodded, didn't say much. Anyway, he would know when he saw it. In fact, there is also the 8-character immortality method. Flesh and blood are weak, and machinery soars right in that direction. Hakuba handed the life card to Nami. Check the route and follow the life card. It's up to me. Nami was excited. What buried treasure and the like have long been ignored by her, and hearing that it is enough to buy pure gold from all over the world, Nami feels that she is going to burn. In this direction, I look. The nearest island is Punkhasat. Well, hearing this name, Bai Yu remembered that he had left a spatial imprint there, and looked at Monet. Has this island been informed? It was notified 2 years ago that it is now our territory. As the 4th secretary, Monet quickly replied, 2 years ago, a scientist came to the Demon King Sea to seek cooperation, and happened to meet Aniru, who was struggling with how to upgrade those lunar robots, and took him down on the spot. Became a tool man. But the weird scientist had to study in Punkhasad, saying it was where he used to work. So Aniru planted the flag there and informed the world. Speaking of which, Monet remembered the photos he saw 2 years ago and said, by the way, the 2 great generals, Red Dog and Green Pheasant, also fought wildly there, and became the Island of Ice and Fire. Aniru's Toolman. Chapter 148. Chapter 148. Scientist Caesar. The beach will die, and the crossers of my generation will kill it. What a surprise. Aniru also learned to collect tools from White Feather, and White Feather felt very wonderful. That scientist should be Caesar Krang, and these little things Bai Yu rarely pays attention to. It seems that a lot has changed. 4 years ago, Bbook was still working on technology there, but Caesar Krang researched a poisonous gas bomb, which provoked the wrath of Bbook, removed him, sent someone to arrest him, and an angry Caesar detonated the bomb. A year after the accident, Caesar returned to Punkasad to purify the air on the island, and only then began to work with Doflamingo. And now, the butterfly effect. Caesar returned to Petkazad a year too late. That was 2 years ago, the year when the Big Mother ended and the Demon King ascended to the top, and many things were completely changed. Caesar turned out to be a tool man of Anairu, and Bai Yu was surprised. Let's go check it out. Anyway, along the way, Bai Yu also passed by here 2 years ago, and also left a spatial imprint, directly teleporting Punkasat. On the surface, half frozen and half magma are the traces of the battle left by the former generals Green Pheasant and Red Dog. It is also the place where Punk used to take the science class to carry out scientific research work, but it has long been gone. 2 years ago, after Caesar returned, due to the shortage of various resources, he looked for cooperation with big forces, and was eventually taken down by Anairu, forcing him to study robots. Inside the huge and wide laboratory, a man with long black hair, a head with horns, and makeup on his eyes was laughing. Mad scientist. Caesar Karang. Natural gas fruit. It can turn the body into gas, so it can fly and float, purify, compress gas, and pump oxygen. Punk's human weapons are no more than that. Give me time, I will surpass all scientists. Caesar was floating around the tyrant bear, knocking and bumping. A little over a year ago, Anairu went to Chambord to catch a pacifist and threw it to Caesar to study in order to upgrade his legion of lunar robots. How long on earth will it take for you to upgrade us? A half-meter-tall robot asked. Oh, I'm a genius scientist, at most half a ping. Half a year and half a year, almost 2 years. Are you teasing Lord Anairu? Stupid. Before Caesar could finish laughing, another robot spoke loudly. I endure. Caesar was angry, but he did not dare to refute the scolding. Of the whole Punkasat, he was the only free living man, and the rest were either prisoner subjects or robots. At the forefront are the 4 robots that Dr. Tsukami built to fly homemade hot air balloons to the moon. They were responsible for supervising and urging Caesar's scientific experiments. The remaining tens of thousands of robots brought out of the lunar ruins by White Feathers are responsible for guarding the area around the laboratory. What Caesar feared the most was that the 4 robots would sue at every turn. If I say 2 of you a little bit, you will sue, and then the discharged Thor will beat me. Is it necessary for you to exaggerate like this? Caesar grumbled. But on the surface, Caesar still said seriously, I promise, this is the last 6 months, when all of your robots can be upgraded. Next, please give me some time to study the demon fruit. Okay? Caesar's tone was pleading, and he couldn't help but get angry. I've told that Thor several times. Artificial demon fruit is very important, but he doesn't listen. Every day he forces me to study robots, beats me when he doesn't agree, and tool people are also dignified. Speaking of this, Caesar was extremely regretful and couldn't help complaining. Damn, if it is the Demon King, he will definitely pay attention to the artificial demon fruit, but he will encounter Anairu. I knew that this would happen, so I went to the 4th Emperor Kaiju. Hearsay. The 4 robots were furious and shouted in unison. You guy is talking about Lord Anairu again. You're finished. Sorry, I was wrong. Caesar habitually apologized. In the past 2 years, he had thought about escaping from here, but he didn't dare. The world government wanted man certainly could not go back, and Punk was now so disgusted with him that he had no place. Red-haired Shanks. That little bit of people is not enough for the Demon King's forces to fight. Blackbeard. A guy who knelt down when he saw the Demon King at the top of the war had no dignity, and Caesar couldn't look at it. Excluding the Revolutionary Army, there will be only 4 emperors left. But Caesar was even more afraid. After all, it was rumored that Kaido was extremely cruel and killed people without a word, and it was better to live here. Caesar, though, clearly wanted more. If he joins the 100 Beasts Pirate Regiment, then he will definitely be valued by Teacher Kai. Oh, I'm a genius scientist, and it's so tragic that I've become a tool for the Demon King's little brother. Caesar cried and laughed, wiped his nose with tears, and continued to study the robot. Outside, the spaceship is suspended. Hearing Caesar's words, Bai Yu asked, Kaido went to the Demon King Sea 3 times. What is the specific reason? Very unfortunate. Every time Kaido went, Bai Yu was cultivating in the spirit space. Seeing that the captain was not there, he mistakenly thought that the captain was accompanying the sisters in the Sky City and had no time to take care of Kaido's, so the younger brothers joined forces to fight Kaido back. Pick up the lotus 3 times. Not even Bai Yu saw it. Kaido cried angrily and decided no more going. 2 times before, Kaido shouted to find his good son-in-law, and we don't know who it is. Robin's smile was full of blackness, and he continued, the 3rd time, there was no shouting, but according to the news that Smurge brought, Kaido asked to share the fruits of the artificial demon fruit and make a deal. But Hawkeye and the others were not interested, and they joined forces to beat him back, and he flew away crying. Howling dogs crying? Bai Yu couldn't imagine what it would be like for the strongest creature in the world to cry in the real world. Kaido, Kai teacher, do you still have a title? cute and much. Then it seems that Aniru's tool people are very dishonest. Since Kaido knew that Caesar was with them, and also knew about the artificial demon fruit, Caesar must have leaked the news. However, Bai Yu didn't care, and looked at the women. Bbook once did scientific research here, extracted the bloodline factor from Kaido, and created the first artificial demon fruit. Kaido's body, artificial devil fruit. The women who have been practicing hard for most of the past 2 years really don't know much about these past events. In the laboratory of this island, this should be a fruit of the Esper species similar to a green dragon made by Bbook, but he claimed to be a failure, didn't turn it in, and stayed crazy here. Bai Yu's words made the women's eyes light up, whether it was a failure or not, but it was a Esper species. And Bai Yu's talent transfer has been developed to the concept. No matter what side effects it has, it can be transferred away. Go find it. Bai Yu did not go down. Many girls became interested and flew down to look for the Esper species. Looking at Bai Yu, who was frowning and pondering, Hankook, who did not go down, whispered, Fu Jun, is there any trouble? No, I'm looking for someone. Speaking of the Esper species that resembled the form of a Kaido dragon, a pink dragon spontaneously appeared in Bai Yu's mind. The pink dragon, full name, light brain disabled moon mental retardation peach nausea must kill help. It shouldn't be here yet. Or is he just coming from 20 years ago across time and is thinking of escaping from the land of peace? Calculating the route time of the Straw Hat Regiment, Bai Yu analyzed the other party's route. Original trajectory, light brain disabled moon mentally retarded peach disgusting must kill Sook, first fled the Kingdom of Peace, prepared to go to Zoo, encountered a shipwreck and fell to Dressrosa. He was chased and killed by Dover's men, scattered during his escape, accidentally escaped to the boat of the abducted children, and was eventually imprisoned in Punkhasat. And now, Caesar had no chance to experiment with the giganticism of a human body or anything like that, and he didn't need a child to take a leave. Even if the light brain crippled moon mental retardation peach disgusting must kill and help escape, it will not touch the children's boat to come here. It's really not nearby. White Feather's sight and smell continue to spread, 10 miles, 100 miles, 1,000 miles, perceiving the nearby Dressrosa Sea. Well, your guy's luck is really good. The light brain crippled moon mental retardation peach nausea must kill help. Huh? How could there be such a strange and long name? Hearing Bai Yu's whisper, Robin, who did not fly, was also surprised. Bai Yu. The nickname he gave the damn little devil was indeed smelly and long. However, there is nothing wrong with it. Light brain disabled moon mental retardation peach nausea must kill help. My generation of Cross's mortal enemy. In the lab, the tool man Caesar, under the gaze of 4 robots, can only continue to study the pacifists with great effort. As for the artificial demon fruits, giant medicine, smiley, the realm of death, muscle relaxants, poisonous weapons, etc., he could only study in his dreams. Hey, do you know where the Esper fruit left behind by Bbook is? Croissants. Caesar, who was fantasizing about something, was awakened by the sound and subconsciously hissed, oh, the sound you haven't heard, is it an intruder again? Just let me fix it. After turning around, Caesar was confused. My mother, have all the beauties of the new world come here? A dozen beauties appeared in the lab, looking around. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, it is our honor to see you again. 4 robots opened their mouths in unison. Do they know? Caesar froze for a moment, and was beaten by Aniru for 2 years, and he was also quite cautious, cautiously asking, please ask. Who are you? It's you. Nami and the other women recognized the 4 robots they had seen on the moon and said hello. Khalifa spoke succinctly, we are from the city in the sky. Days. Castle in the sky? Caesar's eyeballs almost popped out, and the whole person was overly frightened, directly turning into a cloud of lilac gas. Chapter 149. Chapter 149 Artificial Esper Species. The Demon King's men assembled. Headquarters meeting. Castle in the sky. It was the legendary residence of the Demon King, and there were also female crew members who were highly valued by the Demon King, and they couldn't afford it. Most importantly, it is said that where they are, there must be a Demon King. Caesar is of course terrified. A small thunder god can arbitrarily pinch him, not to mention the Demon King. The whole person turned into a lilac gas and seemed to want to escape from here. Wow, he's gone into gas. White Star's eyes flashed with curiosity, or rather, curious about everything on the island. The beginning of White Star's understanding of the sea. Nature. The women were also amazed. Would it be too wasteful for a tool man scientist to eat the nature department? Norchigao, who is also a gas nature department, couldn't help but look at it more. Mine is oxygen. His is gas. Perona snorted. It's too wasteful. Let the big bad guy strip him of his demon fruit. What? Caesar was stunned, thought of something, and flew away in horror. The good villain was a tool of Aniru, and he also learned a little more about the Demon King's forces, including the amazing news of the ability of many people to change the fruit. There's another reason he doesn't flee here. He wants to work hard, get rid of the identity of the Tool Man and officially join the Demon King's forces in exchange for a fruit ability that can better assist scientific research. Outcome. The Demon King's sister actually hit him with the idea and ran. So timid. Perona skimmed her lips. Koya raised her hand. You can't run away. After all, it is Mr. Aniru's tool man, who will not peel off your fruit. Location restoration. Rush. Caesar, who was about to fly out, suddenly found himself retreating in an instant, and couldn't help but be more frightened and directly knelt down. Ladies and gentlemen, I am very obedient and honest, but I am Lord Aniru's most loyal little brother. Artificial demon fruit. Yes, I can offer artificial demon fruit technology. I am telling the truth. Caesar shouted again, and when he finally spoke, he was instantly refreshed. Aniru did not know the goods, so he offered it to these women, and as long as they were happy, the Demon King might also be happy. The Demon King may have attached great importance to him, and when the time came, he would stand up. What a thunder god, count as a fart. Artificial demon fruit. Are there any strange side effects? Having heard it several times today, Marcino couldn't help but be curious. Amount. Caesar was embarrassed for a moment, or decided to tell the truth. At present, only animal systems can be manufactured, and can only maintain the form of humans and beasts. The ability is weaker than the animal systems of the same level, and the success rate is not high. If you eat a failed product, you will not gain ability, you will be deprived of expression, and you will become a warrior who can only laugh. Oh, good garbage. Hearing this, the women lost interest one after another. No wonder Aniru couldn't look at it, and all the elites of the Demon King's forces couldn't look good. Doflamingo, if you have the energy to sell some broken artificial demon fruit, it is better to cultivate for a while, and then kill the holy place with the captain and directly finish the matter. Looking at the unabashed expressions of disgust on the faces of the women, Caesar almost died of anger. Another group of illiterate people. Is this also the case with the Esper species left behind by Punk? I don't know which girl asked the question. Caesar's face was difficult to see. Why is it that all the technology he plays is played by Punk? Envy, hate. I don't know exactly, but he said it was a failure and it was in a glass jar in the room over there. Caesar pointed in the right direction, sat down on the ground, and became an unpowered salted fish. The four robots shouted, hurry up and work, don't be lazy. Caesar. He was very sad, couldn't he rest for a while? The tool man really had no dignity at all. Soon, the women found the fruit of the Esper species, and for the first time, they came to the scientific research laboratory and observed it one after another. A few beautiful women. Can I meet Lord Demon King? Caesar studied the harmonists, saw a few women coming up to him curiously, and couldn't help but ask. You're not qualified. Moe opened his mouth subconsciously. The other party is only a tool of Aniru, and he still has no amazing ability to get his hands on it, and he is not qualified to see it. I see. Caesar was a little more decadent, and after thinking about something, he couldn't help but grit his teeth. But I know where Punk is. If I take him, it will definitely cause great losses to the world government, and I only hope that I can officially join the demon under the Demon Lord and become a member of the World Bank of Lord Aniru. Where is Punk? Tina hugged her hands and said, you finally have some value. Just tell Tina. Tina will convey it for you. But nothing, no need for you. Tina will know. Tina thought of the yellow ape. You know, the yellow ape is the security captain of the science force, and Punk is guarded by him. Aniru left the scientist here, a little far from the Demon King's sea, and let him take him back to work. If I hadn't changed places, that's where he is now, and some habits and so on. Caesar helplessly reached for a small notebook and handed it over. Tina took a look at it. Her eyes were strange for a few minutes, and the above record, it's so detailed. Not knowing, and thinking that Caesar had something to think about Punk, Tina shivered. After a little half a day, the women return. For the first time on the island of the New World, White Star has been in a state of excitement, and Charlie is also in a very good mood. After chatting with the two mermaids for a while, Bai Yu held the Esper artificial demon fruit in his hand. Although Punk claims to be a failure, but Caesar's artificial fruit has no side effects. Light brain disabled moon mentally retarded beach disgusting must kill help. He ate the shield and directly transformed into a pink oriental dragon. Make a flaming cloud fly. Can you still spit out dragon inflammation? Can you even scream in pain from the bite of 100 beasts Kaido? And it was undeveloped, and apart from the fact that the waste would not be controlled, no obvious defects were seen. Is this a failure? Bai Yu didn't believe it. It is likely that Punk had his own careful thoughts, hiding something that made the world government not interested in him, so that he was not forced to turn it in. A top scientist is definitely not willing to be controlled to study technology that he doesn't like. You must have a heavy grudge against the world government. Bai Yu casually flipped through the Punk information recorded by Caesar, and had to say that the other party was very amazing. The importance of science and technology, Bai Yu is very clear and attaches great importance to. Occasionally thinking of mobile phones and computers and the like, Bai Yu would go to the spiritual space and create a virtual world to play for a while, but that was illusory after all. Scientists are very important, even Caesar, who has a bad character, as long as he obeys the rules set by the white feather, he deserves to be cultivated. Boom! The white feather touched Punkhasad and directly floated the island up, ignoring Caesar's cries. He was sent into the gravitational space equilibrium zone. When he returned to the Demon King's Sea, he placed Punkhasad, as well as Fishman Island and Noah's Arkansas. A scientist who has surpassed human intelligence for 500 years is such an amazing title. Are we going to snatch him back? Robin was also curious. I'm not going, Bai Yu answered immediately, without the slightest hesitation. Oya was surprised. Why? Bai Yu said very seriously, so many little brothers are the hit workers. There is no need for me to shoot at all. Let the yellow ape send the specific location over. Send a 0 team to move. I have no interest in robbing men, women. The last sentence is the point. Who makes Punk not a beautiful woman? The direction of the lifeguard has changed. Nami looked at Mischiese's lifeguard and looked off the route again. Originally it was in the direction of Dressrosa, but now it is suddenly changed, and we can only take a detour. Hurry up as soon as possible, or the direction will change again. Hearing Nami's words, Huckleberry motioned for Athena to speed up the ship. Violet, check the direction of the lifeguard, and if you find a supergiant lanternfish floating out of the sea, just say it. Violet opened her clairvoyance and looked ahead for 4,000 kilometers. And Bai Yu was purely too lazy to open the eyes and smells to investigate. It was better to play with the girls for a while, and then meditate on cultivation. Pure gold. Here we go. Aquastar Island. Inside the main hall, the elite little brothers who worked were gathered here, and even Ping returned to the headquarters from the gravity space balance area. Seat Officer Abar, assemble. The meeting was chaired by Riley. Category took notes, and the crowd listened. Half an hour ago, the captain sent 2 missions that must be completed. Riley's first sentence shocked everyone. 2 tasks, except for the newly added rider, who had not yet understood the situation. Several others had several almost excited breaths. They finally have a mission. Except for 2 years ago, when the large troops went to occupy the waters near the Water Star Island, the people had not performed any other tasks, and at most they had to deal with some of the scum pirates who had broken into the Demon King's Sea. And without a mission, they can't always go out and cause trouble everywhere, right? This has left many people with nowhere to go, and they can only bury their heads in hard work and wait for the task to come. At the moment, it's all high. Chapter 150. Chapter 150. The Zero Fan team goes out to attack the Revolutionary Army. Saab is out of control. Calm down. Riley expressed understanding for the excitement of many people. After all, many are young people, always want to go out and pretend. 2 tasks. What exactly? Want to attack the 4 emperors? Aniru's body flashed with thunder, looked around, and said politely, first of all, ask a few seniors of the Zero Fan team to ignore me and treat me as heir. Riley and the others were slightly puzzled. Immediately after, Aniru suddenly became arrogant and laughed disdainfully. Yee-aha, everyone here is garbage, so the 4 emperors will hand it over to the gods. The captains were furious, and this Thor god was really crazy. If it weren't for the meeting, they would definitely let this Thor know what is called social beatings, tragic life. Ryder smiled evilly. This little devil is funny and very polite. What's the rolling mission? Barrett clenched his fists. He had long wanted to go out and see the so-called 4 emperors of the new era, but cultivating in gravity space made him addicted, and he didn't want to go out for a while. But if he had a task, it would be able to pull him out of cultivation. Not to attack the 4 emperors. Riley's words disappointed many. Hawkeye said coolly, are you going to attack the naval headquarters? Gathering so many people to hold a meeting deliberately, if it is just a small matter, it is really unnecessary. It's not. Riley shook his head slightly, and went straight into the subject. The first crazy business, the former General Zefa who will be formed in the Ring Navy, and the former general who quit the Navy, King Pheasant, are invited to be guests. According to the captain, he might get together, so let's go together. Well, please come over. Clockdahl smiled suddenly. Golem, a good please word, as soon as it comes up. It is really exciting to invite the 2 big people to be a guest in the future. Hey if you accidentally cripple them in the process of inviting, the captain won't be angry, right? Moria is much thinner than she was 2 years ago. It's like more than 20 years ago. Very lean, very energetic. Riley bowed his head. Captain means that if it is too difficult to please, bringing the body back is a mission accomplished. Therefore, be sure to have the determination to kill the other party, and not be careless. What to do if the soul goes to Huangquan? Bai Yu recently developed. The soul returns. The crowd understood. After all, they are all former generals, not to mention strength. At least the will is top-notch. If they are not completely defeated, they will never obediently come here as a guest. Riley continued, the second mission, bring Punk back? Looking at some people who did not know, Doflamingo laughed. Hey, Punk, his importance is not weaker than that of the Admiral, and in some respects, even far more important than the Admiral. Scientists at the naval headquarters, rumored to be 500 years ahead of today's technology. The top scientist who has been called beyond human intelligence for 500 years is not comparable to Caesar. The others are hard to explain, pacifists. He developed them. Oh, Got it. Many people nodded plainly, and their interest in scientists was great. Seeing this, Riley explained in a deep voice, "Don't think that pacifism is nothing remarkable. Are you sure that Bbook can't continue to upgrade it? Are you sure that future pacifists will not be able to mass produce? 100 is not enough, then 10,000, 100,000. Sizzle. Bbook. Horror. Because Riley said that a river can become a fact. Pacifists can confront the Lieutenant General today, tomorrow they may fight the General, and the day after tomorrow they may surpass, because technology itself has infinite possibilities. No one can guarantee that Bbook had suddenly developed some terrible weapon, and they do not understand technology. The most important thing." Riley looked at everyone. All of them were 11 Guanyu, and they were all determined by Bai Yu that there was no problem, so he said it directly. "The design of Pluto is in the hands of the captain, and Miss Robin has translated it, waiting for Bbook to come. There is no need to build a Pluto King, upgrade the weapons of the pacifists, and replenish our middle and low-level combat strength, which is enough to enhance the unsanded foundation. Pluto design. Sacrifice the Hades and upgrade your weapons." Crocodile, who had been begging the Pluto King for many years, suddenly stood up. "Why don't you create the Pluto King? That's an ancient weapon of one shot and one island. No rules. Sit down." Riley let out a low sigh, and Crocodile gritted his teeth and sat down holding his hand. He had put too much effort into Pluto. This is called the cost of silence. Pay the cost. There is no benefit, and the subconscious will always be unwilling. It's like pursuing a girl. If you pay too much time, energy, money, etc., but in the end you don't even touch your hand, you will be somewhat unwilling, and the cost of silence is too much. The people present are all single dogs, so they can only do tasks to live. First of all, it is time-consuming and resource-intensive to build the Pluto King, so it is better to directly look for the Pluto that has been built. Secondly, Riley had a strange expression and continued. "The captain said a word, Pluto. If it is a big toy, it is not enough for me to slash. What is the use of it? Another day I will find where Pluto is, throw it directly to you to play, and take turns playing for a few days and get tired." The crowd. The captain's words hurt so much. "Can play this Pluto? It is serious." No wonder Riley has a strange expression. After all, Riley's title, Pluto. The first task requires 2 members of the Zero fan team, plus several fan captains to lead people to track down and then invite people. When Riley's words fell, Barrett was awestruck. "Count me in. Kuzan will give it to me." "Very good. My black knife has not been sheathed for a long time," Hawkeye said coldly. The corners of everyone's eyes twitched. If you remember correctly, Hawkeye has to challenge the captain once every 2 months, and every time he has to be beaten with a knife. It is really forgetful. Riley Seniors, where is Bbook? Who are the opponents? Lucy asked the key question. The other captains who were just about to open their mouths looked at each other. Riley said, "Although he is controlled by the world government, he has always been a scientist at the naval headquarters, so it is currently located near the naval headquarters." Without waiting for everyone to speak, Riley said, "Don't think that the naval headquarters will be transferred to the New World, so don't take Bbook with you, who used to study in the New World Acid. Later it has been near the naval headquarters, until now, but the guards have increased a lot, and CP0, which is the message that the Yellow Ape passed on to the captain." Yellow Ape? That wouldn't be wrong. The crowd did not think that the General Yellow Ape would deceive the captain, let alone that the captain would be deceived by the Yellow Ape. Near the naval headquarters, the old man is very interested. Ryder gave a wicked smile that made many people palpitate. Riley continued, "I'll go, so, category stays behind." Kara nodded, but there must always be members of the Zero fan team staying at headquarters. The first task, which takes time to trace, is somewhat time-consuming. But remember, the second task is to rob people, not to fight to the death, to find people and take them away and retreat immediately. Recalling the captain's mission narrated by Stasai, Riley spoke in a deep voice, "So, the 13th team of the Guardian Court, except for Ling Ling of the first team who also stayed at the headquarters, and the Juban team Smooji who wanted to guard the Sky City, the rest of the captains all led people to separate out. Let's go." That afternoon, a small spaceship decorated with gold, flying out of the Water Star Island, is the motto of the Ark of Aniru. Because the proverbs flew fast and high, they did not attract attention. But soon, a huge pirate ship sailed out of the coast of Shuixianxing Island and left Shuixianxing Island at a rapid pace. The boat speed is extremely fast. There can be no spies on Shuixianxing Island, and the other islands do not matter. When the spies on the other islands saw the ship passing by, they all showed a stunned expression. Meditation. Pluto Riley? That's it. Hiss. The legendary pirate of the old generation, the Red of the Lone High, the 13th team of the Guardian Court, the boiling brother of the second team, and the fish people of the 13th team are very flat. Shiban team Rain no Her, Juban team Cavendish. Hiss. How many teams are there? What to do? Exclamation mark. On one ship, nearly half of the team under the command of the Demon King was dispatched, making the spies' scalps tingle. It was obvious that they were going out on a mission. and the combination, even if they went to attack the four emperors, they were unexpected. The Demon King had been silent for 2 years, and was he finally about to open his claws to the outside world? Something is going to happen. The spies sweated in horror and hurried to report to the various forces. Riley and the others sensed some spies, but there was no frenzy, and even if they guessed what their target was, it was still useless. Because this time it will arrive at its destination very quickly, and it will be very fast. Headquarters of the Revolutionary Army. When Dorag received the news, he pondered something slightly. Chief, wouldn't that Demon King want to attack us? Opposite was Sub, whose eyes were a little indignant at the moment, losing some of his previous calm. First, Kira. Secondly, a few days ago, the Demon King's Doflamingo contacted them. Within a week, send the elven fruit or elven ability to Dressrosa, which is the captain's notice. This notification. How arrogant. The elven fruit. But Sub had traded it at auction and had deliberately intended to leave it for Kula to eat. And now, it had been more than 4 days since the notice, and there were less than 3 days left in a week. Sub subconsciously thought that the Demon King could not wait. If the Demon King sends people to attack the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army and try to take it, but do they know where the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army is? In the face of the Demon King, you are getting more and more uncool, Sub. Dorag did not answer, but counseled Sub spiritually. After all, it is the chief of the general staff of the Revolutionary Army, the leading figure, and it is absolutely impossible to lose control of emotions because of a sea thief. Not even more so, because of women. If you like this audiobook, subscribe the channel for more videos like this. And join my Patreon if you want to support me, link in the description. Leave some comment and let me know if you guys like this story, or you have a web novel you like and want to hear its audiobook. I will be happy to create them for you. Please like, share, and leave a comment on the video.